true crimeers. This is the murder case of Adam Petzack. Viewer discretion is advised. Adam Petzack was born on August 4th, 1987, and that was in Montana. He was actually a U.S. Army veteran who did tours in Iraq, and he was actually a disabled veteran. He also had PTSD, and he had some brain trauma from an incident that happened in Iraq. It was February 9th, 2016. Adam was expected to go to a friend's house. He had made plans to do so, but he never showed up and he never contacted the friend. And when his family found out about this, they were obviously very concerned. Adam lived on a property that was owned by some friends of his that they also lived on that same property. But they noticed, the family, that Adam's vehicle, a 1988 silver Chevrolet, was not there on the property either. At first, they're like, okay, maybe Adam just went off on a hunting trip or a fishing trip because those are things he liked to do. Maybe he needed to clear his head. But a missing persons report was obviously filed anyway, and police began to search the property where Adam lived, and they would question the people who lived there with him. Well, through their investigation, they discovered that one of the people who lived on that property, Brandon Kraft, well, they discovered that he, along with his wife, Caitlin, they sold Adam's truck. They also set up a Square account using Adam's debit card, but they said they didn't know where Adam was. They also discovered that they had basically stolen roughly $3,500 of Adam's VA payments from Adam's benefits. So Brandon Kraft was questioned pretty thoroughly by police, and then he finally admitted something. He shot and killed Adam. Why? He said it's because he caught Adam pleasuring himself in the vicinity of his young daughter. When police questioned the daughter, they said Adam did not do that, and there was no history ever of Adam doing anything inappropriate with his daughter. Police found zero evidence, zero testimony of that nature. So they questioned Caitlin, and she cracks further. She tells them where the body is, and it was pretty close to home. They had buried Adam's body underneath a barn on the property, and police did recover it. So Brandon Kraft and Caitlin were both arrested and charged with connections to this murder. Caitlin agreed to basically testify against her husband. He tried to say the whole thing was committed by Caitlin. He was out of town when it happened, but he already admitted to shooting him. So he would go to trial, and he was found guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Caitlin was sentenced to 10 years for her involvement after the fact. Ultimately, they just wanted to take his money. An outspoken radio talk show host would be gunned down by white supremacists. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Allan Berg. Viewer discretion is advised. Allan Harrison Berg was born on January 18th, 1934 in Chicago, Illinois. By age 22, he passed the Illinois State Bar and began practicing as a lawyer almost immediately. That work would end up being relatively short-lived, though, because he would end up being diagnosed with a brain tumor. They were able to remove it, but it definitely affected his life moving forward. Eventually, Allan would find himself in Denver, Colorado, where he got a radio talk show. Allan's approach was considered brash and maybe harsh at times. Allan was Jewish, and he was very outspoken against anti-Semitics. He certainly was never afraid to speak his mind, and he would stoke the flames. This got a lot of hate thrown at him, namely by white supremacist groups, neo-Nazis, far-right extremists. In 1979, there was a KKK member in the studio where that member said that they would gladly shoot Allan. Allan would say he certainly didn't have a death wish, he really wanted to live, but he also didn't want to sugarcoat his beliefs. It was June 18th, 1984. Allan Berg would arrive home and parked his car in his driveway. Before he could even act or think, a hail of gunfire came his direction. Allan was struck 12 times by an Ingram Mac-10, a semi-automatic weapon. Through their investigations, police were able to actually trace the murder weapon to a member of a group called The Order. They were a militant white supremacist group. They referred to the U.S. government as ZOG, or Zionist Occupation Government. It's widely believed and known that they kept a list of particular Jewish people, black people, federal agents, judges that they wanted to kill. One of the leaders of that group was this man, Robert J. Matthews. The authorities were on to him with regards to the Allan Berg murder, and they found him in Washington. They would commence a 36-hour siege where they exchanged gunfire with him. The home he was in would go up in flames during all of this, and the roof collapsed on him, and he died. Matthews was the biggest link to this murder, and with him dead, they lost that biggest link. So they ended up having to get creative with how they would prosecute this case. Even with the person they figured out was the shooter, Bruce Pierce, they basically had to charge all of these people involved with RICO charges and for violating Allan Berg's civil rights. So they arrest Bruce Pierce, Gene Craig, David Lane, and Richard Scutari. Bruce Pierce was the trigger man. They came to that conclusion. The other individuals, including Robert J. Matthews, who is now dead, they were believed to be there at the scene either as lookouts or getaway drivers, but they just didn't have, I guess, the physical evidence to try them for actual murder. So under RICO charges, conspiracy charges, and violating civil rights charges, Bruce Pierce, the trigger man, was sentenced to 252 years in prison. David Lane was sentenced to 190 years. Gene Craig was, I guess, not found guilty with relation to the civil rights thing, violating Allan Berg's civil rights, aka essentially his murder. But she was convicted on other charges and was sentenced to 40 years in prison. Richard Scutari was sentenced to 60 years in prison. Gene Craig died in prison in 2001. David Lane died in prison in 2007 because of an epileptic seizure. Bruce Pierce died of natural causes in prison in 2010. Richard Scutari is still alive, apparently, and is scheduled to be released in 2025. The far-right extremist group known as the Order was essentially taken down. This is a composite drawing of a man who likely kidnapped and murdered a young woman. Hello, true crimerers. This is another still unsolved mystery. The song is fucking scary. It's really fucking scary. It scared me when I was a kid, and I couldn't sleep for a long time when I heard the song because it was really scary. This is the still unsolved mysteries case of Alicia Showalter-Reynolds. Viewer discretion is advised. Alicia was born on August 5th, 1970, and she lived in the Harrisonburg, Virginia area. At the time of this case, however, she's 25 years old and she's actually living in Baltimore, Maryland with her husband. On March 2nd, 1996, she actually had plans to drive to Charlottesville, Virginia to meet her mom for a shopping trip. And this was about a 150-mile trip. She was expected to get there by about 10:30 a.m., but Alicia never arrived. She was supposed to meet her mom, and her mom said she didn't show up. The mom calls her husband, Mark, and he says she left early this morning and she should have been there by now. But there was some bad weather, so maybe she got, halted. But at approximately 6 p.m. that same day, March 2nd, her vehicle is found on the side of the road. And this is on a highway right near Culpeper, Virginia. There was a note on her windshield that said she had car trouble. But when police inspected her car, there was nothing wrong with it. So Alicia was reported missing, and they began to call for witnesses, anyone who saw anything that day. And some witnesses came forward. Witnesses said they saw someone who looked like Alicia next to the car that was found along Route 29 near Culpeper. She was talking to a man that the people didn't really know who it was. The man was driving a pickup truck like this. It was possibly a late model Nissan pickup, and some people described it having this little design swished on the side. Numerous women would come to police that said that a man driving that pickup truck on Route 29 tried to flag them down to stop them, possibly trying to indicate car trouble. But apparently Alicia was the only one to stop. They searched for a long time, but 2 months later, she was found. This was about 15 miles southeast of where her car was found, and it was in a heavily wooded area that had just recently been cut down by loggers. She was found buried in a shallow grave. and obviously they confirmed she was murdered. The women who saw the man with her on the side of the road described him looking like this: 35 to 40 years old, between 5'10" and 6 foot, medium build, reddish brown hair. They do believe that he is her killer, and he may be a serial killer as well, based on the way he tried to attract people. But they still haven't caught him. This case is still unsolved. They have virtually no physical evidence. If you have information, you can actually still reach this number. This heathen's name is Amy Curle, and she is aiding and abetting a known sexual assaulter and a murderer. Amy Curle aided and abetted a sexual assaulter who sexually assaulted his own child and then murdered another one of his children. And she basically is aiding and abetting him. Yep, I said it, Amy. She's one of the personnel at Grace Christian Academy, the school that Gracie and Grant Solomon attended. She's the one who there is audio proof where she was discussing how she doesn't want to have Gracie Solomon go to police or say anything to anyone with regards to the fact that her own father sexually assaulted her, that we should just keep this under wraps. You know, that whole audio that we all have heard, it's in the playlist, the Grant and Gracie playlist below. This woman who knowingly allowed this sexual assaulter then to enter the Grace Christian Academy campus filled with God only knows how many children, knowing full well that he was a sexual assaulter of children. Look, and she's all smiles too. You see, this here is my online buddy here, George. He is also a victim. He has been one of the leading voices in calling out people like Amy Curle. Well, Amy Curle tries to shut down Justice for Gracie ally George Brewster by having him arrested for calling her out for not reporting child sexual abuse. You know, the audio where you do not report that a child has told you that her parent sexually assaulted her? George is just calling you out. So you are quick to call 911 when it comes to someone hurting your little feelings for being an evil kumquat. George had sent this message to Amy, pause to read, and she simply responds with, "George, do not contact me again in any way or I will prosecute you for harassment." Girl, that's not how it works. You weren't prosecuting anyone. There is now a GoFundMe, and that is linked in my link tree if you look in my TikTok profile, to help pay for his legal fees. George is a leading individual in this entire fight. And this smiley, toothy little demon, well, she's throwing a big temper tantrum because she did something really, 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 really bad, and people are calling her out for it, yeah. I'll say it loud and proud, Amy Curle. You have aided and abetted a child sexual assaulter and a murderer. Grant would probably be alive had you done your job. You ever think about that? No, you probably don't. I'm sure you prayed to God about it. Oh, also, Angie Solomon, yes, she's now been interviewed by Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace knows your name, Amy Curle. You gonna sue her now too? Ooh, you wanna sue me? Let's do discovery, it should be fun. Hate you. The audio you're about to hear is fucking infuriating. And I don't think it's been played on this app before, I'm not positive. If you're on my TikTok page right now, if you click the Grant and Gracie playlist below, you can get context for this. But this is audio of Roma Branson and Amy Curle once again, who already at this point are well aware that Aaron Solomon sexually assaulted his 11-year-old daughter. They've been told directly by the young girl. We've already heard audio of them discussing how Gracie just needs to just shh and be quiet and just go away. Well, here's them discussing that, hey, Aaron's just going to be on campus.
Her truth, it's who she is, and so she's having to deal with that too.
And as an adult, she'll be in a world where she can say that more freely, but she can't right now, and that's not fair to her, but that is a reality, that her peers can't handle it.
One of the other things I think that increases it is when... I know increases it, is the children are alarmed when they see Aaron. And
he's going to be around.
And they get upset, and they try to protect her. it makes me upset, and also it makes me, you've got great friends, but it's like, Again,
too
that's
much for them.
primary, secondary,
Right.
tertiary, you know, and I talked to Aaron about that after Saturday night and just said, hey, you know, we need to establish some healthy boundaries for everyone involved because there's ripple effects right now, and it's just something that needs to be not argued or fussed, just accepted so the kids can be normal. You know, because it's not,
Just let it all
it's not normal.
die down.
And the healthy
Go
boundary
away.
was just stay back a little bit and let them, don't let everybody get,
Right. But he's
So,
going to come to sports
because
games.
Maggie
He's
was
gonna come.
right in the middle of that, and they were all so concerned about Gracie. And
Roma Branson and Amy Curle of Grace Christian Academy in Franklin, Tennessee. Those are their names. And I will happily slander the living Christ out of both of them. Something to know about me, ladies, is that I don't give a fuck. A child came to you and said that her father is sexually assaulting her. There is one response, only one. We're going to police. You are mandatory reporters in Tennessee. Your literal jobs is to protect and safeguard the children of your school. One of them told you that their father sexually assaulted them. And your response wasn't, oh my God, we're going to the police. It was, how do we keep this quiet? How do we keep the other kids from finding out? Because Aaron Solomon, the man who did this, the sexual assaulter of a child, he's gonna be on our campus still. Because we're going to allow it. We're going to allow this man who sexually assaults children to be around so many children. And you laugh about it. You talk to him. You talk to him and have a discussion with him. The only thing you should be saying to him is you're a fucking monster, Aaron, and you're going to prison. But you are caught in 4K protecting the sexual assaulter and not the child. You are disgusting, evil little demons. I will say it every day. I will post this video every day if I have to on all of my platforms. I beg of you to threaten me or sue me or have me arrested like you had George arrested for literally calling you out for being the monsters you are. By the way, that's a sign of your guilt. Trying to silence the person who is trying to say you fucked up. That's a sign that you've done wrong. I will scream your names to the heavens you believe in, that you are monsters. That you, when Aaron Solomon is finally arrested and charged with sexual assault and murder, I will scream to the heavens that you two also should be arrested and charged with accessory. If you had done your fucking jobs, Grant Solomon, an 18-year-old kid, would still be alive. I want you both to know that. He would be alive. He would be 21 years old today. The man who did this to Gracie Solomon would probably be in prison or at the very least going through a lengthy trial right now. But no, because you decided to protect the monster over the child, that young girl now has to live through that trauma every single day, and also her brother was murdered. You're responsible for that just as much as Aaron. And I hope you both rot in the fires of hell, and I hope it hurts.
children are alarmed when they see Aaron. And
he's going to be around.
Hello, true crimeers. So I wanted to make a quick little correction, I guess, technically, or to fix something about that video I posted via audio yesterday of Rona Branson and Amy Curle being, you know, the evil, monstrous twats that they are. I was being very reactionary to a particular part that I had for some reason thought was Rona or Amy talking, but it was actually Angie talking. Because to those who don't know, that was Angie actually recorded that. There was a part about setting boundaries. My brain was telling me that was one of the two evil kumquats, but it was Angie. And she was saying all that for a reason that worked. The stuff that Angie is saying on that audio is basically her trying to get these two evil sorceresses, she's trying to butter them up so that they'll say something incriminating, which they do. They go on to talk about how, well, Aaron's going to be on campus. He's going to be at sporting events. He's going to be walking in the halls. So, yeah, they're just going to have to deal with it and squash it. So there is a reason why Angie was saying that stuff. There was a reason behind it. And, again, that reason was it worked. What she did was very effective. Also, on a totally unrelated, completely unrelated side note, I saw that Bama Blue Dot, posted this in her recent video, one of her recent videos. Now, I mean, I'm assuming you guys can read. Listen, it's just like, if Amy Curle wants to have people arrested simply because they are upset that she didn't do her job, that she failed at her job completely and miserably, that she, as a mandatory reporter in Tennessee, failed to report the sexual assault of a child, one of the students at her school, all's fair in love and war, right? Because it actually, I believe, is illegal to be a mandatory reporter who then fails to report sexual assault of a child. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm not telling you guys to do anything. I wouldn't do that. You're your own people. You can do what you want, do what your heart desires. I'm just, these are just words behind me, It would be a real shame if any of those two women, or really anyone involved in this, actually had to suffer any consequences for their actions or inactions. I don't know. I think Amy Curle, with that toothy little grin, I think she would do well in prison. Yeah. I think people would just love her. Absolutely love her in prison. Because that's where she should be. Yeah. Amy Curle deserves to be arrested. This man ate his own eyeball. Yeah. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Andre Thomas. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. Andre Thomas was born on March 17th, 1983, and that was in Oklahoma, and he really just did not have much of a chance from the get-go. His biological father was not in the picture. His mom was an alcoholic. She had herself been abused. There was a lot of substance abuse and violence in the family. For a while, he was doing really well in school, but when he hit about 10 or 11 years old, his mental health, something happened. He was telling other kids that he was hearing voices in his head, angels and demons. He once thought he was a video game character. By the time he was 13, he tried ending his own life multiple times. He then started breaking the law, petty thefts, he stole a car. They knew he was mentally unwell, but they really kind of just sentenced him briefly, and then he was released back out into the world and never really properly cared for. Sometime after all of that, he would end up meeting Laura Boren, and she would end up getting pregnant, and that's when Andre Jr. was born. They had gotten married, but then that marriage did not last very long. It was literally like a couple of months before they separated, and they ended up living in different places. Laura would end up getting a new boyfriend. She got pregnant again. She gave birth. When that happened, Andre's mental health seemed to take yet another beating. He could not keep a job. He kept saying that there were voices in his head. He one time stabbed his brother, who survived, but then his brother was put into a mental health institution, but he wasn't. He began saying that his now ex-wife Laura was Jezebel and that Andre Jr. was the Antichrist. In 2004, he ends up stabbing himself in the chest and going to the hospital. He told hospital staff that the angels were telling him to cross over to heaven. The hospital was actually beginning the process of getting a psychiatrist down to talk to him when he got up and just left the hospital. never returned, and they never bothered to find him. 2 days later, he goes to Laura's new apartment, where Andre Jr. and 13-month-old Leia lived. He would kick the door down, and he stabbed all 3 of them to death. Just coldly stabbed them. He then removed some of their organs. He removed the hearts from the children, and he removed a part of the lung of Laura. And then he stabbed himself several times, thinking he was going to die. He didn't. When he realized that, he wasn't dying, he got up, he took the hearts and the lung piece, put it into his pockets, and began to just walk away, leaving Laura and the 2 children and their corpses just in the apartment for someone else to find. And then he turns himself into police. He told police that God asked him to kill the 3 people. He said he used a different knife on each victim so that their blood did not mix, because they had demons inside of them, and so those blood couldn't mingle. He was arrested and charged with the murders. 5 days later, he takes out his own eye with his hand. He reaches in and rips out his eye. He quoted Bible verses as to the reason why he did it. So psychologists would say, hey, this guy's schizophrenic. He's definitely got some mental health issues. He's not competent to stand trial. 47 days after that, another psychiatrist says, oh, you know what? They're just drug-induced psychotic breaks. And he's probably just exaggerating the mental health stuff. So he's competent to stand trial. So he goes on trial. I guess they only actually tried him for the murder of the youngest victim, where he was found guilty and he was sentenced to death. He was clearly very mentally unwell. After he was sentenced to death in prison, he removed his other eye. And then he ate it. He literally chewed it, ate it, swallowed it. He said it was because the US government was reading his thoughts. The guy's a monster. He should be in prison for the rest of his life. But we also don't execute people who are mentally ill. It's illegal to execute people who are mentally ill. So he had an initial execution date for, I think, 2023, but then he got a stay. And as of right now, he has a competency hearing, I guess, scheduled. This all stems from the fact that he is schizophrenic with severe mental health issues. He's very much mentally ill. But as of me filming this video in October of 2023, his execution has been halted, but he is still on death row. So I don't know at this point if he's going to be executed or if his sentence will be changed to life without parole, which is what he should have. Again, the murders were horrific and brutal, but if we're following the law here, we cannot execute someone who is mentally unwell like this. Someone who is not of sound mind, who has not been of sound mind since he was a child. And he has been failed by so many people. And then he did this awful thing. He should never be free again. But do we execute him? Technically, this is a worse animal attacks, but the reality is she was killed by terrible parents. Hello, true crimerers. This is another worst animal attacks, and this is the case of Cheyenne Hare. Viewer discretion is advised. Cheyenne Hare was a 2-year-old girl who lived in Florida. Unfortunately, her parents were Jaron Hare and Charles Darnell. Charles was not her actual biological father. It was May 2009 when the Department of Children and Families in Florida, they received, basically they were asked to go to their home. This is because while the 2-year-old was there, the 2 of them were constantly doing drugs like ecstasy, cocaine. When they got to the house, they also noticed they had not 1, but 2 very large snakes. When confronted, they both acknowledged, yep, we're definitely doing drugs in the house, and we're not going to stop. Yep, we've got a couple snakes in the house, and their aquariums are pretty much just sealed down with a blanket. So naturally, the 2-year-old girl was taken out of the home forever, right? No. She was momentarily removed from the home, but then given back. The parents agreed to sign some safety plan to do the drugs in the bathroom. And the safety department said, okay. Fast forward to June 31st, 2009. The two of them were on drugs again. One of them was high on Vicodin. They both passed out. Meanwhile, their 8'6" malnourished Burmese python escaped his cage. Let me show you. This is his aquarium. This is the blanket they were using with safety pins. The snake weighed 13 pounds. It should have weighed 150. They hadn't fed it in over a month. So it escaped, and it found its way to Cheyonna's crib. Slithered into the crib, and when this guy woke up, he noticed the python was out. He went to the baby's room and noticed it had wrapped itself around the 2-year-old child. So he took a hatchet and he cut at the snake's body. The snake released its grip and it slithered away. But it was too late. 2-year-old Cheyonna was dead. She had been suffocated because she was squeezed to death by the snake. When Charles Darnell entered the room, its fangs were in the baby's forehead. The coroner would discover multiple bite wounds on the baby. The snake was hungry. It wasn't fed. It wasn't the snake's fault. It's a wild animal. But it killed this innocent 2-year-old child. Here's the sad parents crying. Well, they were arrested, and eventually they were charged with 3rd-degree murder, manslaughter, and child neglect. They would end up being convicted and each getting only 12 years in prison. The courts heard that her mom offered to buy the snake to get it out of the house. She said no, and then it killed her baby. 12 years is not long enough. Word to the wise, probably not best to taunt a wild animal while it's in captivity. Hello, true crimeers. This is another Worst Animal Attacks. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular story happened at the San Francisco Zoo on Christmas Day, 2007. 17-year-old Carlos Sousa Jr. was there at the zoo with 2 of his friends that day. And at one point they found themselves at the tiger pen, which was home to some Siberian tigers. One of those tigers was a 350-pound tiger named Tatiana. They are absolutely beautiful animals, as a side note, but they were being held in captivity at the San Francisco Zoo. This is an animation of what potentially happened, but the next thing anyone knows, a tiger is out, literally with the people, and it is mauling 3 teenagers. Tatiana, the 350-pound Siberian tiger, started to attack one of Carlos Sousa's friends, but Carlos Sousa began to, run towards it as trying to be the hero and saving his friend. And that's when Tatiana then turns itself on him and begins to maul him. Tatiana began to claw at his neck, his face. His neck was slashed open, and then the tiger basically slammed its paws into him because eventually Carlos Sousa would die of severe blunt force trauma. Then the tiger followed the blood trail of the other person he had attacked, found him, and then began to start mauling him. When police and security arrived, they saw the friend basically sitting there screaming, "Help me, help me," and Tatiana was basically just sitting there. But then Tatiana began to attack him again, and so they shot and killed the tiger. The 2 friends survived, but they were severely injured. They were clawed at, so what happened? Well, Tatiana managed to jump over the wall. How is that possible? Well, the wall is only 12 feet 9 inches tall. That's well below the regulations, even though it had passed inspections by multiple people. But it was short enough for the tigers, when provoked enough, they could jump over it, and that's exactly what Tatiana did. Later, when investigating, they found shoe impressions on the railings. It matched one of the shoes that one of the 3 individuals who was attacked was wearing. And then the witness statements came out, including one of the friends. They were taunting the tigers, screaming and yelling at them, trying to go over this railing to get closer to taunt them. They were also high out of their minds and they were drunk. Well, these animals are basically in a prison against their will. And I guess when you fuck around with them enough, you tend to find out. But the victims were rewarded money. Ghostface would claim a victim on Halloween night 2013. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Anthony Seaberry. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I do not have a photo of Anthony. And sadly, I have no information about who he was. But it was Halloween night, 2013. At approximately 8:30 p.m. here in the Bronx in New York, police were called in response to a shooting. They arrived at 248 East 31st Street, I guess in East Flatbush. 19-year-old Anthony Seaberry had been shot in the back of the head and then shot 5 more times when he was on the ground. Witnesses would state, because he was with a few friends, that a person dressed as Ghostface from the Scream movies, while he or she was walking behind this group of friends, including Anthony. This person was with about 4 or 5 other people. This person took out a gun and fired 1 round into the back of Anthony's head. Anthony fell to the ground. The shooter then fired 5 more shots, and then he or she and this other group took off. And to this very day, nobody knows who was behind the mask. Anthony Seaberry's killer is still out there, and his case is unsolved. There were 3 other fatalities that evening that involved gunfire, all in the same general area, but I believe it was different ammunition, and one of those people was actually shot and killed by the cops. It doesn't sound like that all of these 4 killings were linked. I just know that Anthony Seaberry's murder is still unsolved. It's been, about 10 years. So if you have any information about the murder of Anthony Seaberry in the Bronx, New York, please contact the local authorities and give them any information you may have. The smallest detail can mean everything. Are you gay? Oh my God. Oh my God, how did you know? How did you know? Who told you that? Who told you that? Like, I don't understand. Like, I just don't... You're just gonna out me like that publicly? I mean, what gave it away? What gave it away? What was it? If anything, I think I've only ever been subtle about it. What gave it away? Was it the 68 million times that I've said that I'm gay? That can't be it. Is it my undying love for Steve from Stranger Things? That's just a bro thing. Just a bro thing. Oh, hold up. I think I understand where you got this from. So I'll clear this up just real quick. Is it because I like penis? He said it was LSD that made him do it. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Ashleigh Langbein. Viewer discretion is advised. Ashleigh Langbein was born on January 18th, 1993, and she was born and raised in the Katy, Texas area. But she would move to Virginia, where she would go to college at Emory and Henry College. And just before this case occurs, she graduated. Ashleigh loved singing, she loved theater. She was someone who just played a big part in your life if you knew her. And that she was going to be something big in life. That she was someone who was going to do great things. But unfortunately, she was not given that opportunity. 23-year-old Ashleigh had been dating this man, 25-year-old James Joseph Cantor. And at the time of this story, he is living with Ashleigh. Authorities would be called to the apartment that Ashleigh was living in, and this is about 3:30 in the morning on January 9th, 2017. When police arrived, they found Ashleigh Langbein, and she was deceased. She had been shot in the face and the neck, and she, I believe, had 10 gunshot wounds. And this just completely rocked this entire community. So many people knew Ashleigh and absolutely adored her and loved her and were just like, how does this happen to someone like her? Ashleigh doesn't get into any kind of trouble. She's not running with the wrong crowd. She's a sweet, innocent, recently college graduate who was going to go to great places. So who would do this to her? And why? Well, sometime shortly after the murder happened, Mr. Cantor here would go to the local police station. And he basically admitted he was the one to shoot and kill her. Okay, why? Well, he had just taken a large amount of LSD. He was, according to him, completely gone. Doesn't recall anything. He doesn't remember what happened. He just knows that he was the one to shoot her 10 times. There are people in this community who are having a hard time buying this, because if he doesn't remember what happened, how does he know that he shot her? Like, either you remember or you don't. But at the same time, it made this case pretty easy. By January of 2019, he is convicted of Ashleigh's murder, and he is sentenced to 63 years in prison. And from what I understand, Virginia does not allow the option for parole. He'll have plenty of time to think about what he did to her. She flew out of a speeding car, and to this day, everyone is still wondering what the hell happened to Ashleigh. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Ashleigh Turniak. Viewer discretion is advised. Ashleigh was born on May 17th, 1982, and she lived her entire life in Massachusetts. At the time of this case, she was a junior at Agawam High School. Ashleigh was fairly popular. She was a beloved student. Everyone just considered her a really nice kid, and she had a wonderful personality. But on November 9th, 1998, all of that would go away. That morning, Ashleigh arrived at school. Her first class was set to start at 7:25 a.m., but she had no plans to go to class that day. She was planning to ditch school with her friend. The two of them had a predetermined meeting spot. When the friend got to that meeting spot like a few minutes late, Ashleigh wasn't there. And this is where the bizarreness begins. Near the town of Longmeadow on the Interstate 91, drivers would see a mid-sized sedan driving on the road with possibly a male driving, and then they had a female person in the passenger seat. At one point, the woman in the passenger seat appears to be waving someone down outside the car, quite possibly a state trooper that was just in that area. People said that this woman appeared to be in some kind of distress. And then all of a sudden, people see her foot and leg come out of the window, and then she basically pulls her torso out and she flies out of the car. The car is going 50, 60 miles per hour on the interstate, and this young woman just smashes into the pavement. The state trooper noticed this happen, and he went straight to this young woman, who would later be identified as 16-year-old Ashleigh Turniak. She was killed by the impact fairly quickly. The driver of the car she was in sped away, never to be seen again. A couple of hours later in Enfield, Connecticut, Ashleigh's jacket and backpack were found discarded. So someone placed them in this location. This was miles away from where this incident happened. But nobody knows who was driving that car. Nobody knows what was going on in that car. Did she jump out? Was she pushed out? Was it an accident? They did interview Ashleigh's boyfriend, who did have a criminal history, but he's never been charged with anything or arrested or anything like that. This does appear like foul play is involved. Like, was she kidnapped from the school and then she was just trying to get out of the car? It's very strange. It's bizarre. And this mystery is still unsolved. If you have information, please call 413-505-5993. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Bill Henderson. Viewer discretion is advised. Bill Henderson was a 66-year-old man living in Washburn, Texas. On May 12, 1991, his wife, his daughter, and his grandchild, they picked up and left the house because they were going on a vacation. Bill was unable to join them because of some health issues, so he stayed behind and was alone at the house. A couple of days later, some of his family tries to get a hold of him by phone, but he's not answering, which was unusual because he's been answering the phone every other day. So they go to his house and they notice that his pickup truck is gone. They go inside the house and they see his glasses lying in a hallway. Then they turn into his bedroom and they find Bill. Bill Henderson had been beaten to death. Someone killed him with an electric iron. Not only was his truck missing, but so was his wallet. His empty wallet was found 5 days later, and then a day after that, his truck was found in Chicago. This is when police learned of 2 witnesses who tried to report his truck missing. It was actually 2 hitchhikers who hitched a ride with a man who looked like, well, this. The 2 hitchhikers told police that this man stole the truck that he had picked them up in. But at the time they reported this, Bill's body hadn't been found yet. Therefore, his truck wasn't reported stolen yet, so there was nothing anyone could do. Now, eventually, after the murder was discovered, I believe the hitchhikers got in touch with police to give them a description of this man, which is where this image came from. He was a Caucasian male, somewhere around 25 years old. He was 6'1", with kind of a larger build, and he had this unique hairstyle where he had a bunch of, ponytails. But whoever this mystery man was, police didn't know. They didn't know his name. They were having a hell of a time trying to locate anyone who looked like this. They know that that was the truck that was stolen from Bill, but does that mean that that person who stole the truck was his murderer? Maybe, maybe not. More than likely, but at the crime scene, they had a bloody palm print and apparently a small amount of DNA that wasn't Bill's. But unfortunately, it never matched anyone, and then the case went cold until 2005. That's when this man was identified. His name is Lawrence Larry Tutt. The way they identified him is they went all the way back to the time when the hitchhikers had been with him. They stopped at a gas station. He went on a payphone and called someone. Police finally found out who that person was. That person led them to the name Larry Tutt, and at one point, Larry Tutt lived in Skaneateles, New York. Well, by 2005, Larry Tutt is already in prison because in 1998, Larry killed his childhood friend, William Freitag. William's house went up in flames, and at first police ruled it an accident. Then they found out through some warrants that Larry Tutt thought he would be able to take the identity of his friend, William, and escape whatever charges he had on various other charges, like related to drugs and whatnot. This happened in Skaneateles, New York, by the way, but he was caught fairly quickly, and he would be convicted of the murder of his friend. He was also convicted, I think, of other crimes that happened, I think, in Ohio, and then he escaped prison in Ohio. He was recaptured, and then he was sentenced for the attempted escape. But once police found out his name with regards to the Bill Henderson case, they were then able to acquire his palm print and fingerprints, and they determined that the bloody paw print found at his murder scene was an exact match to Larry Tutt. So in 2007, he would end up pleading guilty to the murder of Bill Henderson. And in terms of how the murder occurred, they didn't know each other. He had been a transient most of his life, so it was likely just a random house he chose in order to get money for drugs and get a car. So he is still currently serving time for the arson and murder of his friend in 1998. Also serving time for the other charges, plus the escaped convict charges. And he was sentenced to 45 years for the murder of Bill Henderson. That sentence won't start until his other sentences are complete. So, this monster will probably never breathe free air for the rest of his life. In terms of murders, Iceland is one of the safest places you could live. So when this happened, it completely devastated the entire country. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Birna Brjansdottir. Viewer discretion is advised. Birna, and I hope I said her last name right, at the time of this story, she's 20 years old, living in Reykjavik in Iceland. Reykjavik and Iceland in general is known as just a really safe place to live. It's very light on crime, and it has a murder rate of less than 1%. People would walk the streets in the late evening hours alone. People would get into cars with someone if they drove up next to you offering you a ride, because they don't have the issues that we have here in the States. Birna was a very outgoing young woman. Her friends would describe her as being their happy pill. She had a lot of friends and a lot of personality, and she loved nothing more than to just go out and have a good night with them. And that's exactly what she was doing on January 13th, 2017. That night, her and her friends would go out to a club. Her friends got pretty late and they decided that they were done for the evening, but Birna wanted to stay out a little bit longer. Witnesses would state that she left the club sometime around 5 o'clock in the morning. This was roughly 3 hours after her friends left. There is CCTV footage of Birna walking down the road by herself. You can see there's really not that many people around. Apparently Birna was drunk and you can see her kind of stumbling around a little bit. She one time bumps into a person, but it was no hard feelings. It was also incredibly cold that morning. -9 degrees Celsius or 15 degrees Fahrenheit. But again, people would walk around this time of night/morning without any care in the world. Crime doesn't happen here. Kidnapping, murder, it just doesn't happen. Until it did. You see, Birna never showed up to work later that day. Her friends couldn't get a hold of her. Her family couldn't get a hold of her. It would have taken her 2 hours to walk back to her home, so they figured she had to have gotten a ride from someone. So after she's reported missing, they combed through CCTV footage and they found her, like I showed you. And then they see this little red vehicle. It's a Kia Rio, and at one point it stops and you can see Birna on the footage. She gets into this vehicle, and then she's never seen again. Now, the police wouldn't start a formal search for her until like 2 or 3 days later, just given her age and the fact that crime doesn't happen here. But they were able to find out where her cell phone last pinged, and they gave that information to her family. So the cell phone last pinged at a port, and I'm not even going to begin to try to pronounce the name of that port. But they didn't find her cell phone there. But finally, police finally started to search for her. They got volunteers, they got friends, family, the community gathered, and they searched for her everywhere. This quickly became like an Iceland together strong situation. Everyone was concerned about where Birna was. And no matter how hard they searched and searched and searched, they just couldn't find her. Now, because police knew the last location where her cell phone pinged was at that port, they would, I guess, find drone footage of that area. And on that drone footage, they find something very interesting from the morning she would have disappeared. A little red car. And then a man stumbled out of that car, looked like he was drunk, and he walked onto a ship that was at that port. And then the car leaves the port and then doesn't come back again until 11 o'clock in the morning. The first sighting, by the way, was around 6 o'clock. The vessel that the individual entered was the Polar Nanook. I guess it was a fishing boat, but that boat had already ventured off. It's gone now. Did Birna's kidnapper, killer, whatever the case may be, are they on that boat? Now they're in international waters. Well, by some miracle, they were able to trace the license plate they saw from this vehicle, and they realized it was a rental car. During the entire chunk of time that Birna would have gone missing and was seen getting into this car, it was being rented by this man, 25-year-old Thomas Olsen. He was originally from Greenland. Well, that night, he was out drinking with his buddy, Nikolaj Olsen. Same last name, but I don't think they're related. Turns out it was Nikolaj who was seen stumbling out of the vehicle getting onto the ship. So it must have been Thomas driving the car who then drove away and then came back hours later. The red car had been cleaned by someone, but police were still able to find traces of blood in the back seat. Blood that I believe they would link to Birna. Now they need to talk to Thomas and Nikolaj. But as far as they knew, they were way out in the ocean. Except they weren't. You see, Thomas, he went back to the ship and he got on it himself. Well, the captain of this vessel found out that police were working on a plan to basically get Greenland police involved and other, officers involved to find this ship so they could arrest Thomas and Nikolaj. Well, when the captain heard that, he shut off the Wi-Fi to the boat. He made up a lie that they had to turn around and go back to the original port they came from. Meaning the police didn't have to work hard at all in order to get these men arrested. Because the captain said, no, I'll help them out. We're going back. Those men are on my boat. We're going back. So Thomas and Nikolaj were both arrested when the ship got back to Iceland. Police were able to rule out Nikolaj because they saw him leaving the car drunk and getting onto the ship. And it sounds like Nikolaj would tell them that Birna was still in the vehicle and alive when he got out of the car, but he also can't really remember because he was shit-faced drunk. But police were able to trace Thomas's movements and found out that, he was gone for several hours before he went back to the boat. He purchased cleaning supplies. He said it was because of vomit in the car, but police already knew that there was blood in the car. So anyway, Nikolaj is let go. And then when he is detained, they have a doctor examine him, and he has a whole bunch of fresh scratches all over his body. They also search the ship. They find Birna's driver's license in one of the garbage cans on the boat. On that driver's license are fingerprints. Fingerprints that belong to Thomas Olsen. And then on January 22nd, 2017, they finally find Birna. 30 miles from the harbor, they find her body partially floating in the water near this lighthouse. She was nude, but the autopsy would show that she was not sexually assaulted. She had been punched in the face, she was strangled, and ultimately her cause of death was drowning. So that means that she had been beat and strangled, but then was still alive when he threw her in the water, and that's how she died, drowning. Thomas would go to trial, and at trial he would basically state, it was actually Nikolaj, he did it. It was the vice versa. You saw me getting out of the car drunk, and it was him who drove away. Okay. Except they have footage of him buying cleaning supplies. They have his fingerprints. Oh, and they also found fingerprints on some of the boots that Birna was wearing. The fingerprints were his. Not only that, GPS tracking would find that the vehicle drove to that lighthouse, and he was guilty. He denies it. Why did he do it? It's unknown. He picked up a woman on the side of the road that he did not know. She did not know him. Was the planned sexual assault and then something got carried away? I don't know. But Thomas Olsen was convicted of the murder, and he was sentenced to 19 years in prison. He had recently tried to file an appeal in 2019, but that was rejected. Birna's death affected the entire country, and even Greenland too. This kind of thing just didn't happen. It doesn't happen there. But because it happened, people are now more proactive. Women especially have said that they're more aware of their surroundings. They're more careful when they go out. They tend not to walk alone. But it's just sad that Birna had to go through that for people to start thinking that way. Hello, true crimerers. This is the unsolved murder case of Chantal Rochon. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, this is one of those cases where I really don't have much of anything. I don't really know anything about Chantal, and there really isn't a lot of specifics about what happened to her. But at the time of this story, Chantal Rochon, I hope I'm saying that right, was a 17-year-old girl, and she lived here in Blainville, which is in Quebec, in Canada. In February of 1988, Chantal was living in, I guess, her own apartment. I'm not sure if she was sharing it with someone, but she was out of the family home. Chantal was someone who hitchhiked a lot, and this case happens in the late 80s. Hitchhiking was popular then. It wasn't known yet as being like the super dangerous thing, but I don't know if she was hitchhiking on the particular evening where she disappeared. Chantal was last seen on June 11th, 1988, I guess near her apartment, and then she wasn't reported missing until June 15th, 1988 by her mom. I'm guessing her mom, because she wasn't living with her, didn't realize she was missing until a couple of days later. This is before cell phones and all that, so unfortunately on June 22nd, 1988, Chantal Rochon's body was discovered. She was found in Blainville, where she lived, and this was in, I guess, a wooded area. And her body was in decomposition, which means that she was likely dead for almost the entire time, at least, that she was missing. Which means it's very possible she was killed on June 11th or around June 11th. I do not know her cause of death. All I know is that it was a homicide. They ruled this a homicide. And sadly, that's all I really know about it. There's very little coverage of her story online. Was it related to the fact that she hitchhiked? Possibly. You know, the 80s were a dangerous time for hitchhiking, but that's not something that was a wide belief and wide knowledge. Unfortunately, it took stories of this happening so often for it to become, you know, an issue that everyone knew existed. But the local authorities there in Quebec are asking for anyone's help. If anyone knows what happened to her that day, if anyone knows how she ended up murdered, to please contact 1-800-659-4264. This is one of the most brutal murders I've ever covered. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Chester Allan Poage. Viewer discretion is advised. Chester was born on July 4th, 1980, and he would be one of 2 total siblings. He also had a younger sister. He was born in Norton, Kansas, but then his family moved to Rapid City, South Dakota. In 1996, his parents were getting divorced. 4 days after his mother filed for divorce, sadly, his father ended his own life. And obviously that absolutely devastated Chester and his family. They would briefly move back to Norton, Kansas, but then they would move back to Spearfish, South Dakota. In March of 2000, his mom and his sister would go on vacation to Florida, but because he was still in college, he stayed behind, and so he was home alone. Chester had apparently very recently met these 3 men: Elijah Page, Briley Piper, and Daryl Hoadley. His mom and sister did not know who these 3 were. They'd never met him before. So they believe that Chester must have met them while they were on vacation. But at some point, Chester invited them over to his house to play video games. At some point later, the 4 of them then got into Chester's vehicle and then drove to a house that one of the other 3 individuals was living at. Unbeknownst to Chester, Elijah Page had stolen a .22 caliber pistol from Chester's home. When they got to the other friend's house, he took out that .22 caliber pistol and he pointed it at Chester. Elijah basically stated that him and his 2 friends, well, they were planning to rob the Poage household. So they basically would force Chester to the ground where they kicked him in his head until he blacked out. They took Chester and they tied him to a chair. They put like a crowbar or some kind of bar between his legs so that he couldn't wiggle. When Chester finally woke up, he was literally begging and crying and pleading, "Please don't do anything to me, please let me live." But the 3 monsters said, "No, we're going to kill you." They literally talked about killing him and how they were going to kill him just right in front of him as he listened to him. They took a beer and they crushed up a bunch of like pills and then added hydrochloric acid to the beer and forced it down Chester's throat. Then at gunpoint, they forced Chester into his vehicle and they drove him to some secluded area near a very like icy creek. And it was freezing cold outside. Obviously it was snowing. They stripped him down to basically nothing and they forced him in the freezing cold icy water. They basically would dunk him in and out of this freezing cold water, which was obviously extremely uncomfortable and very painful. As they're doing this, they're literally just punching and wailing on him and beating the crap out of him. They then force him back in the creek where one of them takes a knife and stabs him in his neck, but this doesn't kill him. So now he has a stab wound to his neck. He's been beaten. He's being forced in this creek. Then they take him and they shove his head under the water just until hopefully he stops moving, but he's fighting back and he actually manages to get up and run away. But they caught him and began beating on him again. At that point, Chester knew he was going to die. He said it out loud, "I know I'm dying." And he begged them to let him die in a warm car, just so he can bleed out in the car. At first they said, "Okay." Then they just changed their mind. They dragged him back out of the car, brought him back down to the creek. They then shoved his face under the water again. He was still fighting back, just naturally. So they took large rocks and they began to slam them on his head. They did this several times until he finally stopped moving. Chester Allan Poage had been tortured, beaten, stabbed for hours until he finally died. The three of them then got into the vehicle and drove away, just left his body there. They went back to Chester's house and they stole several things. Chester's body was found on April 22nd, 2000. Dear fucking Christ, my guy. Daryl Hoadley was one of the three men. Police were able to track down like ATM purchases that they made with stolen credit cards. And based off like witness statements, they were able to discover that he had some involvement in the murder. So they arrested him and then he ratted out the other two men, Elijah Page and Briley Piper. They had to track down the other two men. They were in different states at this point, but they were finally all arrested. Elijah Page readily and almost happily basically told them everything that happened. Almost like he was proud of it, boasting even. Briley Piper, not as boastful, also admitted to his actions. Jesus. Daryl Hoadley, he basically admitted he was there, but he didn't witness a lot of the actual murder parts. But he did admit to, at one point, kneeling down on Chester's neck when he was drowning. Elijah Page was convicted and sentenced to death. On July 11th, 2007, he was executed. Good. Briley Piper was also convicted and sentenced to death, where he still awaits his execution. Daryl Hoadley was convicted and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. I don't know how monsters like that ever come to be. I just don't get it. Two bodies found 14 miles apart in the same area. Were they killed by the same person? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Claudette Powers. Viewer discretion is advised. It was February 16th, 1986, near the Los Coyotes Indian Reservation, which is in the greater San Diego County area in California. Two hikers stumbled across something terrible. There was a body just lying in the shrubs. When authorities arrived, they determined this is a younger female. The body was already in decomposition. They have not released the actual cause of death, but they have said the manner of death was homicide. But they had no idea who she was. She had no wallet. There was no identity. There was nothing. You know, they put out some, I guess, composite images of what she would look like, but nobody came forward. Approximately 2 months later, roughly 14 miles away from where she was found, I guess also on the same reservation, the body of a man was found. They again have not stated what the cause of death was, but again they said the manner of death for him was also homicide. They said that it was very similar to the way the first, Jane Doe died. They also noticed that they were wearing very similar clothing, and so they kind of just assumed these two maybe they were together when they were killed. But they also don't know that for sure. Neither crime scene really had much evidence. There wasn't like any usable fingerprints. I don't know if they have any DNA collected from an unknown source. It took 37 years, just now in 2023, for them to identify the Jane Doe. It was 22-year-old mother of two, Claudette Jean Zabulski Powers. She was originally from Michigan. She left her husband in 1986. Now, they were living in Washington when she left, and then they believe she moved to Escondido, California, which would be the area generally where she was found. The family had always wondered where she was. Her kids grew up thinking that she just picked up and abandoned them. But this is also during a time when they didn't have like Facebook and TikTok and stuff like that to easily communicate this stuff. So she was just a missing person and from Washington. They never made the connection to this body in San Diego. However, her murder is still unsolved. The identity of the male individual is still unknown. They used the genetic genealogy websites to find her identity through family, but I guess they haven't been able to do that yet with the male. And they have no idea who did this or why. The police exhausted all leads. If you have information, please call 888-580-8477. She was found murdered inside of her home nearly 17 years ago, but police are still no closer to knowing who killed her. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Connie Boelter. Viewer discretion is advised. Connie was born on January 26, 1950, and at the time of this story, she was living near Hortonville, Wisconsin. Connie worked in the loan department at the Wolf River Community Bank, a job she loved, and she was a very happy mom and a very proud grandmother. Connie's family, especially her grandchildren, meant the world to her. Connie loved to organize and attend family gatherings. She loved going to rummage sales. She loved sewing. She volunteered her free time at the United Fund and also at Big Brother Big Sisters. On November 15th, 2006, Connie did not show up to work, and that was extremely unusual. Connie, if she wasn't going to show up, would call someone. She didn't do that. So her family would go to her home, and the door was locked. There was no signs of forced entry, no broken windows, nothing. When they got inside, they found Connie Boelter. She was deceased. Connie had been beaten to death. They determined that she had blunt force trauma to her head with some sort of instrument. Her house did not appear to be robbed. Nothing was taken. She was not sexually assaulted, from what I understand. There, however, was DNA left behind by her killer, but I'm not sure in what capacity that is. The police would describe this murder as a crime of passion. I don't think they've released all of the evidence they had. I think they're keeping some of it close to heart, so that way if they do catch the killer, they can reveal themselves. Witnesses would state that they saw a green Ford Taurus near her home around the time she would have been killed. And from this, a suspect kind of came into play. A man named James Olson. He was actually the president at the bank Connie worked. James drove a similar vehicle. James was having a rough financial time. It's believed he was violating loan laws in order to obtain more money for himself. Connie, working in the loan department, may have noticed this, and maybe he did something to silence her. And for several years, he was a prime suspect, but they did an extremely extensive investigation into him. Very thorough, very lengthy. And they did obtain his DNA. It was not a match to the DNA left behind, presumably by the killer, at the crime scene. And none of their other evidence ever pointed to him being responsible. And ever since then, the case has just gone cold, and they're no closer to knowing who and why. Connie had no enemies. If you do have information, please call 920-832-5500. So there is some new information coming out about the Crystal Rogers case and the surrounding cases. As most of you know who are paying attention to this case, last week or so, a week or two ago, Brooks Houck was, not surprisingly, but finally arrested and charged with connections to Crystal's murder. Crystal Rogers' body has still not been located, but they have enough evidence to basically, obviously, charge him with murder. Now, Brooks Houck was arraigned, I think, yesterday. And the prosecutors made again, it's not like necessarily surprising, but people weren't expecting them to announce this, even though we've all kind of suspected this. So, Tommy Ballard was shot and killed roughly a year or so after Crystal disappeared. And Tommy Ballard is Crystal's father. Most people speculate, again, anyone who's really paid attention to this case, that he essentially was probably shot and killed by someone in connection to Crystal's disappearance, because he was like gung-ho about finding her and finding out what happened to her and who did that thing to her. Like, he was not at all shy about saying that he was going to find out. And unfortunately, he lost his life when he was shot and killed. Well, during the Brooks Houck arraignment hearing, they announced that they have a gun in their possession. The prosecutors and police have a gun, and that gun came from Nick Houck. Nick was a former officer who is the brother of Brooks Houck. Nick was interrogated with regards to the Crystal Rogers disappearance. He had failed polygraph tests, and he obviously seemed very, very fishy. He told Brooks to stop talking to police immediately. And again, many people have speculated that he had involvement in Crystal's disappearance, in the likely murder case of Tommy Ballard, and possibly the murder of a fellow, at the time, police officer, Jason Ellis. So, police have possession of a gun that they believe was the weapon to shoot and kill Tommy Ballard. They, as of right now, of me filming this video, it is October 6, 2023, late afternoon. They have not announced the results of their testing yet. Legal experts are basically stating that it almost seems like a certainty that Nick Houck will probably be the next person arrested with connection to this entire case. Again, it's not surprising because a lot of people really thought this, but hopefully this family is going to start getting justice very soon. Crystal probably overheard something about the murder of Jason Ellis, so Brooks and Nick had to take her out. Tommy became too involved in trying to find out the truth, so he was killed. It is a very wild story. I'm sure more news is coming. This composite drawing is the only thing police have on a man who murdered an innocent college student. This is a new series I'm doing called Global Cold Cases, and it'll be covering cold cases outside of the United States. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Daisaku Chiba. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, Daisaku Chiba was a 20-year-old college student. He was attending Kyoto Seika University in Japan, and I guess he was studying in the manga department. Daisaku was an artist, and he'd been doing it his entire life. He was a very creative young man. It was the 15th of January 2007. He was at school, and then when he finished, he got onto his bike and was riding home. At around 7:45 p.m., witnesses would see him on his bike, and this was on a sidewalk when the witnesses said another man came up to him. Eventually, this would be the description of the man, described as being between 20 to 30 years old. Well, he apparently got in Daisaku's way, and there was like a little argument, but it seemed to be all started by this person. This person was seen basically just screaming and yelling at Daisaku, swearing at him and just being really awful. It didn't appear that the two of them even knew each other. But all of a sudden, this man takes out a knife and he just stabs Daisaku numerous times. He would have been stabbed about 12 times in the chest and in his stomach. The man on the bike fled, and Daisaku was rushed to the hospital, but sadly he would be pronounced dead. Daisaku's former teacher and pupils would actually make up a manga about this case in hopes that it would help, solve this. And this is the only kind of composite drawing that they were able to come up with. There were multiple witnesses, and so there were some slight discrepancies in the description, but pretty similar still. But unfortunately, whoever this is has never been identified. And it's been about 16 years since it happened. Daisaku was doing nothing wrong. He was just trying to ride his bike to get home when this seemingly random stranger comes up to him, starts a fight with him, and then stabs him. And police are still wondering who did it. So if you have any information, if you by chance see this video from there in Japan, and you have any information on this case, please contact the appropriate authorities in the area. Help his family be able to be at some kind of peace. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Daniel Sanders. Viewer discretion is advised. This story takes place in Columbia, Missouri. Unfortunately, I don't really have much information on this family in general. Even the local papers there in Columbia don't have much information on them. Helen Sanders lived in this town with her two sons, Daniel and Gary. I believe both boys were around 15 or 16 years old at the time. And both of them were apparently already taking classes at a university. On the night of, I believe, August 13th, 2008, Daniel had been pulled over by police for driving recklessly. Police then would end up doing a search of his car, and when they opened up his trunk, they found a deceased woman, later identified as his mother, Helen Sanders. She was 53 years old at the time. So Daniel obviously was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. The coroner determined that Helen was likely drowned, but that's really all they knew directly at that time. Over the course of their investigation, police really didn't have a lot of physical evidence that could really pinpoint exactly what happened and why. So eventually in 2010, they would end up basically letting Daniel agree to a charge of manslaughter. This is because if they went to court with second-degree murder charges, they don't feel confident that they would have been able to secure a conviction. He was also charged with tampering with evidence. They do feel confident they would be able to convict him of that at a trial. But they wanted to get him for something, so he agreed to plead guilty to manslaughter, and he basically explained kind of what happened. He and his brother, Gary, had gotten into a big argument with their mom. One thing led to another. Daniel attacked her and actually drowned her in a bathtub. He then took her body and put it into the trunk of a vehicle, and he was on the way of trying to find a place to bury her. People kept interrupting him as he was on the side of the road, I guess trying to dig holes or something, so he got back into his car and took off, and he was then driving recklessly, which then led to him getting pulled over. There were also apparently issues with why the police searched his trunk in the first place, and that they may have done that illegally. There's also speculation that he asked for a lawyer, but they kept questioning him. So there's a lot of technical issues here, whereas the pleading to manslaughter was essentially their only option. His brother was never charged with relation to this crime. Daniel was sentenced to 15 years for the manslaughter and 4 years for evidence tampering. Those are to run consecutively. "Why don't you just die, bitch?" is what they would say to her after brutally beating her. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Dari-Mart Murder. Viewer discretion is advised. Dari-Mart is a store located in Eugene, Oregon. I think it's Dari-Mart, or is it Dari? On April 10th, 1994, there were 2 employees working inside the convenience store. And this was sometime around 11 p.m. 19-year-old Michael James Hayward, along with his friend Jason Van Brumwell, and 2 other friends I don't have photos of, Joel Dawson Brock and Daniel Rabago, all teenagers between the ages of 16 and 19, they would enter the Dari-Mart that night. They were carrying a dumbbell bar that did not have the ends on them. The 2 employees were Donna Ream and Frances Wall. Both of them were 28 years old. Frances Wall was a married mother of 4 children. The 4 teenage boys, before entering the mart, would smoke a lot of pot, drink a lot of alcohol. They described themselves not as Satanists, but as deathers. They would say that God is weak and Satan is strong. But they did appear to be heavily inspired by Satanist stuff. Jason Brumwell would take the bar that he had, he put it over his head, and he began to scream and run towards Donna Ream. And he was growling deeply as he ran towards her, which terrified her and she jumped back. But then he said, I'm just joking. Meanwhile, Michael James Hayward had gone towards the back of the store where Frances Wall was working. He too had a metal bar. And without hesitation, he takes the sharper end of this bar and he smashes it into the head of Frances Wall. She was stocking shelves and her back was towards him when this happened. She falls to the ground and she immediately puts her hands behind her head and he begins to wail on her with the bar. He struck her at least 6 more times. This would shatter her skull. 16-year-old Daniel Rabago then took his instrument he brought with him and he drove it into Frances Wall's skull, and it killed her. And they did this for absolutely no reason. Brutally murdered her because she was there. They then forced Donna Ream to the stock room portion, and they just strike her with their dumbbell bars 50, 60 times. Just beat the living crap out of her. As they're wailing on her with this bar, one of them says, "Why don't you just die, bitch?" They then took the bar and they shoved it into her mouth and that broke several of her teeth out. That's when the boys heard the door opening from a customer walking in and they bolted. And then Donna Ream screamed for help. She told them, whoever the person who entered, it was not one of the 4 boys because they were all gone at that point. She told this customer to please call 911, and then she began to just run away from the place. And she finally found herself on the front porch of a nearby house where she just collapsed. She suffered multiple herniated discs throughout her spine. A huge portion of her scalp had been ripped off from her head. She lost a massive amount of blood, and she had permanent damage to her arms and hands, but miraculously, she survived. After months of recovery, she was able to identify who did this, because the 4 men had escaped, and they didn't know who did this, because Donna was essentially in a coma. But nonetheless, she helped identify them, and about 7 months after the attack and the murder, one of the men was caught, and that was Michael James Hayward. And almost immediately, he confessed after he got caught, and then he ratted out the other men. He showed absolutely no remorse for the murder and the attempted murder. They had evidence that these men were into the Satanist type stuff. This is during the whole satanic panic, movement. And so obviously that scared a lot of people. Michael James Hayward was convicted of robbery, kidnapping, first-degree murder, attempted murder, and he was sentenced to death. Jason Brumwell was convicted of aggravated murder, and this is because he essentially flipped and testified against the other men. So he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. While in prison, about 13 years later, he murders an inmate, and guess what? He gets sentenced to death for it. But then that death sentence would be overturned, and he's serving the rest of his life in prison. Daniel Rabago was convicted, and this was of felony murder, and he testified against the other men. And even though he was allegedly the one to drive the bar through Francis Wall, which ended up being the killing blow, because he testified against the other men, he was only sentenced to 12 years. He only served 9 of them and was released. The 4th man, Joel Dawson Brock, he was apparently just the getaway driver, and he barely had anything to do with what happened in the store. But he was convicted of lesser charges and was released after 8 years in prison. It's one of those things where they believed that because of the satanic panic that was going through the country at the time, countered with the fact that they were high and they were drunk, it all kind of just led to this horrific event. And honestly, I wish all 4 of those men were in prison forever. The justice system we have here, man, it is truly bizarre. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Denise O'Neill. Viewer discretion is advised. Denise was born on February 25th, 1967 in New Jersey. She was born to Irish immigrant parents, and at one point she would live in Ireland with her family for like 1 or 2 years. She grew up excelling in school. She would win spelling bees. She got amazing grades. She was described as someone who was incredibly mature from a very young age. She was the first of her family to actually graduate from college, University of San Diego. By August of '92, she moved to West Palm Beach, Florida. Her goal was to get a teaching job, but in the meantime, she was working as a waitress. And sadly, her dreams of becoming a teacher were never able to come true. On July 15th, 1995, here in this canal, and this is in Broward County, a body was found floating. And the body was wrapped in a bag. The body was bound with shoelaces. There was a dog leash attached to her. And then this cord, which had those heating rocks that you would see in aquariums. Sadly, the body was identified as 28-year-old Denise O'Neill. I believe they determined she was killed by strangulation. Her neighbor, Luis Caballero, was on the news, saying, "I have no idea what happened to her." He lived across the hall from her, along with his friend, Isaac Brown. Police were looking for people who owned a dog and also reptiles, given the items found on her body. They learned that Luis Caballero in his apartment owned a dog and reptiles, specifically snakes. So they bring Luis Caballero in for questioning, and he confesses. He says he was broke. He needed money. He assumed Denise had a lot of money. So Luis, along with Isaac, made a plan. We're going to snatch Denise as she's going into her apartment, and we're going to rob her. So she came back upstairs with some laundry. They noticed, and they just grabbed her and dragged her into their apartment. They tied Denise up and hit her, demanding she gives them the PIN numbers to her ATM. She does. Luis drives around trying to pull money out of the ATMs. He gets some money, while Isaac stayed back at home. On the way home, Luis Caballero picks up a friend, Robert Messer, brings him back to the apartment after he told him, hey, we kidnapped a woman. Now that they know that she'll be able to identify them, they discuss killing her. They beat her a little bit, but then they end up strangling her with multiple cords. They tied up her body, put her in a blanket, and then dumped her in the canal. And they used her car to do so, which was later found in a parking lot across the street. When searching the apartment, they found a fitness card belonging to Denise. So this, of course, proves that she was in their apartment. Luis Caballero's fingerprints were all over her vehicle. They also discovered that she was sexually assaulted, and they found out that this was shortly after she was dead. There was male bodily fluid, so they got DNA, and the DNA was a match to Luis Caballero. So his confession was real, and pretty much Isaac would also confess. Robert Messer was brought in for questioning. He said what, he did. He actually helped provide a belt that was also found wrapped around her. The shoelaces came from a pair of his shoes. He doesn't really know why he got involved, but he did. They actually let him go from the apartment before Denise was killed. This was to go have dinner with his girlfriend, which he did. He had all the opportunity in the world to go to police and tell them that Denise was being held captive. He didn't do that. He said he was scared because they threatened to kill him. So all three of them are charged with charges connected to this case. Robert Messer was convicted of manslaughter and he was sentenced to 15 years. Isaac Brown was convicted of second-degree murder and a few other charges, and he was sentenced to life in prison. Luis Caballero was convicted of many charges, including murder, and he was sentenced to death. He was on death row for 12 years, and then he died, but not by execution. He died of cancer. There were opportunities for Denise to survive this if someone had done the right thing, but they chose not to. But thankfully, Denise and her family got the justice she rightfully deserved. There may be someone hiding in your attic as we speak, and they may try to hurt you. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case known as the Denver Spider-Man. Viewer discretion is advised. It was October 17th, 1941, here in this house in Denver, Colorado. It was the home to 73-year-old Philip Peters and his wife. At the time, his wife was in the hospital because she had broken her hip. Friends and neighbors noticed they hadn't seen Philip in some time, and so they went to go check on him. When they finally got in the home, they found Philip Peters, and he was deceased. It appeared that he had been beaten to death, and the blood still appeared to be fresh, so this must have happened very recently. The strangest thing is that every single door and every single window was locked from the inside. The friends had to basically break into the home in order to find Philip. So how did the killer leave the house? Well, the case would be unsolved for some time. Not too soon later, Mrs. Peters finally came back home, unfortunately, now alone. She began to hear weird noises coming from around the house, but she ended up breaking her hip again and would go back to the hospital. And then finally she came back home in April of 1942. At this point, she had to hire housekeepers to help her around the house and to help her. Well, the housekeepers almost immediately began to notice very strange sounds. Doors clicking and footsteps. Was this the ghost of Mr. Peters? Or the ghost of something more sinister? Housekeepers would come and go because every one of them kept saying the house was haunted. Eventually, Mrs. Peters herself had to move out and move in with one of her children. And this old house gained a reputation for being haunted. But neighbors with some good eyes noticed that, well, the blinds appeared to be opened and closed on different days. Little things here and there, and they thought, well, that's strange. So eventually police got involved and they ended up doing a stakeout of the house. Well, one day they decide to enter the home because they see something flashing on the inside. That's when they catch a man trying to get inside the attic. The man was Theodore Edward Coneys, a one-time friend of the Peters. Police quickly learned that Theodore had been living in the Peters attic for nearly a year. This tiny little crawl space, and all the sounds people were hearing were the sounds of Theodore moving around. Theodore confessed he moved into the attic one day when Philip Peters had left the house to go visit his wife in the hospital, and then he just stayed. He would only come out of the attic whenever Philip left the house to visit his wife. Well, one day he went down and didn't realize that Philip hadn't left yet. They got into a fight, and Theodore murdered him with a cane, beat him to death. And then he just moved right back into the attic, right above the wife of the man he killed. The community nicknamed him the Denver Spider-Man for living in an attic. He was charged with murder, but died in prison of pneumonia. They were just having some fun until one of them took out a gun. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of DreSean Williams. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of the story, DreSean, pictured here in the back, was just 16 years old. He lived with his mom and his two older sisters in Avon Park, Florida. DreSean was described as a really smart kid with a giant heart. His family says he has a smile that would light up a room. He absolutely loved making people laugh. And even at a young age, he was really good at finding the humor in any situation. And he was very protective of his two sisters and his mom. He absolutely adored them. He was also an excellent football player. And he had dreams and aspirations to kind of take that into his, adult life. But sadly, that never would get to happen. On December 1st, 2020, DreSean and his family, they were like having a fun time. They had eggs and they were throwing eggs at each other and they were hitting their cars. They were just having fun. Once it all kind of wrapped up, the couple of the people would get into the cars, they would all load up and they would go to the car wash. They specifically went to this car wash and that was just to get all the egg off of the car. Well, one of the cousins, he pulled in and he had more eggs and he was starting to throw eggs, at the cars. Once the eggs were basically depleted, apparently, according to the witnesses in the CCTV, an argument broke out. The cousin was John Travius Perry. During this argument, he pulled out a gun and he pointed it at DreSean. And he pulled the trigger. And he shot DreSean until he fell to the ground. And then he took off. He left. DreSean was rushed to the hospital where he was on life support for a few days, but unfortunately, he would end up passing away. And now his cousin is wanted for his murder. John Travius was actually on the run for a solid year and a half, but it would be on his own 26th birthday where he would be caught. He was celebrating his 26th birthday at a relative's house in another part of Florida. The idiot, I guess forgetting he was on the run for murder, well, police went to that home thinking he may be there, and he was. So he was arrested and has since been charged with second-degree murder, in which he has pled not guilty, even though he is caught on CCTV and also on Snapchat, not to mention the several witnesses that were there. But as of right now, he has not had a trial. His arrest happened right in the middle of all of the COVID stuff, so a lot of, arraignments and trials got pushed back a lot. So I'm sure at some point soon it'll be happening, I just don't know when. Meanwhile, this really good kid never gets to grow up. Was this the robbery that went wrong, or was murder always in the plans? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Eldon Anson. Viewer discretion is advised, and yes, unfortunately, I do not have a confirmed photo of him. This story happened in Huntington County in Indiana. From what I believe, Eldon Anson was a car salesman in the area. And at the time of the story, he was 57 years old. This is Jared Michael Wall now. I think at the time of this case, he was 16 years old. But on the night of February 3rd, 1989, he would go to the house of his friend, John Velasquez. And then they enlisted the help of another friend named Eric Esch. They devised a plan to rob the home of Eldon Anson. For whatever reason, John Velasquez was not able to actually go to the robbery, but he did provide the other two with necessary items to complete that robbery, including a knife. So Jared and Eric go to Mr. Anson's house. This is a book, by the way, written about this case. I don't know if this is an image of the three young men. I'm not sure. So they ring the doorbell. Mr. Anson answers. The boys tell him, hey, we're interested in purchasing a car. So Eldon Anson lets them in and walks them to his garage. So they get to the car, and Eldon Anson is beginning to unlock that car when all of a sudden, Jared Wall lifts up a .22 caliber pistol that he brought with him and shot Eldon Anson right in his head. Mr. Anson fell to the ground, and then Jared fired 5 more rounds into him, but it didn't kill him. So Jared goes to his vehicle and takes a hatchet he brought with him. And then he begins to strike Mr. Anson with that. They then stole like a radio and then fled the scene. Mr. Anson was found and he was still alive. But then 4 days later, after being rushed to the hospital, he would pass away from all of the injuries. A couple of weeks later, Jared and John Velasquez, they robbed the home of a sheriff's deputy. Now, I believe this is what would eventually lead to the arrest and essentially confession of Jared Wall with regards to the murder. Jared would plead guilty to the murder, but under the terms of being mentally ill while committing it. Jared believed that Eldon Anson was gay. Jared also had an uncle who was gay. Jared, I'm not sure why, blamed Eldon Anson for giving his uncle AIDS. I don't know if that's true at all. I don't know. He said when they were robbing Eldon Anson that when Eldon talked, Eldon's voice triggered something in him. It like triggered memories of his uncle. And that put him into this sort of like psychotic break, I guess. And that's what caused him to just suddenly lift the gun and shoot him. But he pleads guilty, and due to being mentally ill, and he is convicted, and he is given a 60-year sentence. He must have had the eligibility of parole because in, I think, March of 2016, he was released. I don't have a photo of Eric Esch, but he also pled guilty and was sentenced to 28 years in prison, eligible for parole in 1992. And as far as I can tell on his inmate record, he must have been released in March of 1992. John Velasquez was also charged in relation to the murder because he did help plan and he did provide items for the robbery. But he was also involved in other robberies, including the robbery of the sheriff's deputy. So he was convicted on, numerous charges. And he was given 30 years in prison. And it looks like he was eligible for parole in 1997. And in June of 1997, from what I can tell, he was released. There really isn't much information about this case posted online. It's kind of just the same thing repeated over and over again. But all 3 individuals who had involvement in this case, they are all free. And Eldon Anson died at the age of 57, not getting to live the rest of his life free, which is an absolute shame for his family. Ultimately, her kind heart may have led to her murder. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Elizabeth Baune. Viewer discretion is advised. Elizabeth was born on November 1st, 1967, and that was in Ontario, Oregon. She eventually got married, and then with her husband Rodney, they had 3 sons. Now, I'm not exactly sure when, but at some point, her family would move to Idaho, specifically in Payette, Idaho. Elizabeth was a preschool teacher as well, and she had been so for the past, 10 years or so prior to this case. She was basically everybody's favorite teacher. She was sweet, she was kind, and she was loved by all of her students. And it was her kindness that would really seem to define who Elizabeth truly was. This would be the case with her family. This was her second cousin, Michael Cully. Michael was battling severe addiction problems. He was very much into drugs. He apparently was trying to get better. So Elizabeth offered her home for him to stay at. She welcomed him in and gave him everything he needed to get by. And I guess he would sort of live there off and on, but apparently his life in the drug world really hadn't gone away at all. It was November 7th, 2012. The Payette City, Idaho Police Department was called to Elizabeth's home. It would be Elizabeth's cousin Michael Culley's mom, who made the frantic call. Elizabeth was dead. When police arrived, she had been brutally killed. She still had a knife sticking out of her head. They determined that this sweet, innocent mother of 3 was stabbed 29 times in her head and her neck. And one major thing seemed to be missing from the home: Michael Culley. It sounds like even his own mother, who lived at the house as well, was basically stating that there's a chance he may have done this. His drug addiction problem was definitely far from gone. They would eventually find him a couple days later in November. He was with his friend, Jonathan Hernandez. And ultimately, what it came down to was Michael and Jonathan had planned to rob Elizabeth's home in the middle of the night, probably to sell items to purchase drugs. When they were arrested, they both had meth on them. But Elizabeth awoke during this robbery. And so her own flesh and blood, her own family, took a knife and stabbed her 29 times in the head and the neck, all because she witnessed what he was doing. After all she did for him, gave him a home, fed him, he just brutalized her. They were both charged with her murder, and they both were sentenced to 45 years to life. This is an unsolved case that actually has a conviction. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Erica Nicole Baker. Viewer discretion is advised. Erica Baker was born on June 22nd, 1989, and she lived with her family in Ketterling, which is in Ohio. At the time of this story, she is 9 years old. She loves Winnie the Pooh. She loves dogs. She loves animals. She is described as one of the friendliest little girls you'll ever meet. She was someone who would just smile and wave at anyone who passed by. And she loved being outside. She loved going for walks. She loved walking her dog. You would always see her outside. It was February 7th, 1999, and it was kind of a rainy day. Erica was insisting that she takes the dog for a walk. Her mom tried to get her to not do it because of the weather, but Erica persisted and she got her way. The walk would take her to around the Kettering Recreation Complex, an area she's very, very familiar with, and an area that's really, really close to her house. I think it was like 3 blocks away. But Erica, she never came home. And after she hadn't come home, after literally just 20, 30 minutes, they got worried. Within 2 hours, they found the dog on its leash, just walking around aimlessly, unharmed, but Erica was nowhere in sight. So police were called almost immediately, and the search began right away. They had volunteers, they had family, they had friends, they obviously had police, all combing the area looking for this young girl. There was this local pond that they actually would end up completely draining to see if maybe she somehow fell in there and drowned. But nothing. No articles of clothing or anything was ever found. Despite exhaustive searches on ground, in the air, they never found her. Not too soon after the disappearance, police would get a tip. This tip came from a woman named Jan Franks. She said her and her then boyfriend, the chubby version of Trevor Phillips, Christian John Gabriel is his name, well, she says that they were in his van when they hit Erica on accident. She was struck and she was killed. So Christian Gabriel disposed of her body. But police had no physical evidence to corroborate this. That being said, they had enough circumstantial evidence based on a witness statement. They could not charge him with murder, but they charged him with tampering with evidence and gross abuse of a corpse. And he was convicted. He spent 6 years in prison for it, and he was then released. While all of that's going on, Erica has still not been found. The witness, Jan Franks, died before Christian even went to trial, and Christian refuses to say where she is because he could still get murder charges. It wasn't his DNA on the murder weapon, yet he is still sitting on death row. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Felicia Gayle. Viewer discretion is advised. Felicia Gayle Picus was born on February 6, 1956. And she, at the time of the story, lived with her husband in St. Louis, Missouri. Years prior, Felicia had gotten her bachelor's degree in journalism from the University of Illinois. She then went on to work for the St. Louis Post-Dispatch as a police reporter, and she did that from 1981 to 1992. On August 11th, 1998, Felicia's husband would come home to a bloodbath. Felicia was found stabbed to death in the home. Later, they determined she had been stabbed 43 times. This happened in the middle of the day, and there were no witnesses to the crime. No one saw anyone entering or running from the home. They did have a bloody shoe print in the home, and the murder weapon was left behind. Roughly 10 months or so after the murder took place, this man here, Marcellus Williams, was in jail for an unrelated crime, when another inmate named Henry Cole told police that he had confessed to the murder of Felicia Gayle. Apparently, they then searched his vehicle that he was driving around the time Felicia was killed, and in the car, they did find some of her belongings, like a piece of her clothing and her husband's laptop. However, the bloody shoe print found at the crime scene was not his size, nor did it match any shoes he owned. Now, Henry Cole, the inmate, well, he wouldn't testify against Marcellus unless he was paid. Henry Cole was also known widely as a gigantic liar. All of the information that Henry Cole provided was information that was actually in the newspaper about this case. And then Marcellus's ex-girlfriend also agreed to testify against him, but only until they paid her a lot of money as well. She was also known as a huge liar, and she was facing solicitation charges around the same time. So she was looking for a deal. Her story did not match Henry Cole's story of his confession, nor did it match the crime scene itself. The girlfriend said that he had a bunch of scratches on him shortly after the murder. Yet Felicia Gayle had no DNA underneath her fingernails. There was no indication she scratched anyone. So based on pretty much those two witnesses and the items that were found in his car, he was convicted of the murder. Not one piece of physical evidence placed him in the house during the murder. No fingerprints, no DNA, nothing. But he was convicted and sentenced to death. Fast forwarding now to 2016. They were allowed to do post-conviction DNA testing on the knife that was used to kill her. There was an ample amount of DNA left behind. And we're talking about that this is the murder weapon. So the person who held it, who repeatedly stabbed her over 40 times, they left a bunch of skin cell DNA on that knife. They tested that DNA in 2016 against Marcellus Williams, 100% not a match. He had absolutely no contribution to any of the DNA on that knife. The knife that would have been wielded by the killer who viciously stabbed her over 40 times. To my knowledge, I would think they tested it against her husband as well, and I'm assuming it didn't match. Plus, I'm sure he had an alibi and all that. So, in 2017, the then governor gave Marcellus Williams a stay of execution. And that was largely due in part to this new DNA evidence, because they are stating in the prosecution's case that he was the one to stab her. But now the DNA is saying, no, it was not him. So the then governor of Missouri puts this panel together in order to conduct interviews, look into this evidence, and kind of further look into the DNA. And then he apparently had some kind of scandal where he stepped away from the governor position. And then a new governor was put in, and then that panel that was put together by the previous governor, well, basically they disbanded. And they gave nothing new to his case. As recently as August of 2023, the now current governor of Missouri has put the execution back on the table, meaning the stay of execution is done. He is now set to be executed. However, they do not have a date set yet, even though the DNA evidence of the actual murder weapon does not have his DNA on it at all. The only thing that got him convicted was primarily the two testimonies of two extremely unreliable people who would not testify unless they were given a lot of money. And both of them are considered to be liars. They're known liars. And both of them were also seeking deals in other, arrests that they had gotten. Now, from what I understand, again, the husband's computer and the clothing item was found in his car. I don't know, there isn't much about why that was, like if there was an explanation for it. Apparently he did have a history of like theft, but from what it sounds like, he says, you know, he didn't commit this murder, but I don't know if he's expressed why he had their items. And that is a big concern. But what's also a concern is the DNA on the knife that killed Felicia Gayle. Whose DNA is it? Why aren't they actively testing it? Why is this man on death row? At the very least, you reduce his sentence. It proves someone else stabbed her. But it's in limbo now. 27 people, 24 of them children, would die in one of the worst accidental deaths. Viewer discretion is advised. It was May 14th, 1988 in Carrollton, Kentucky. 67 passengers would board a bus just like this one, and the passengers consisted of a church youth group. That day, they had gone to Kings Island theme park in Ohio. There were a few adults on board, but primarily the bus consisted of children. They all had a very fun day, and they got back onto the bus later that night to go back home. It was 10:55 p.m. on the Interstate 71 outside of Carrollton. All of a sudden, a black 1987 Toyota pickup truck would collide headfirst with the bus. The driver of the pickup truck was driving the wrong way because he was intoxicated, heavily intoxicated. When the truck collided with the bus, no one on the bus was killed from that impact. The driver of the pickup truck wasn't even killed. However, what occurred almost instantly was that when the truck hit the bus, the spring leaf punctured into the gas tank of the bus, and a fire broke out within seconds. And as you can see here in daylight, when the truck collided, it also basically prevented the front door of the bus from opening. At this time, it's 1988, so I guess they don't have all the safety regulations we have on buses now. There was only one emergency exit towards the back. So you have 67 people on this bus where a fire breaks out within moments of a collision, and now they are all scrambling together to get out of the bus. And so what happened was pure and utter chaos. All of these people began to squeeze into one another, and they began crushing each other, unable to move forward. All the while, they're inhaling the smoke. Some of them are catching on fire. There are people in the back opening the door, trying to get as many people out as possible. One woman managed to crawl out through a broken window, but then within seconds of that, fire burst through that window. Within 4 minutes of the collision, the entire bus was engulfed in flames. 34 people managed to get off the bus. And then there was a flashover inside, which would then instantly light everyone on fire. These are the 27 people who burned to death or were crushed to death in the Carrollton bus collision. 27 people, 24 of them are children. The heavily intoxicated pickup truck driver, Larry Mahoney, he survived. He was convicted primarily of 27 counts of manslaughter. He only got 16 years total, but he was released after 10 years. 10 years for their lives. If this is what people do for love, then I'm okay with not having it. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Fred Engel. Viewer discretion is advised. Frederick Engel was born on May 25th, 1953 in the Netherlands. Eventually, he would find his way to the United States, and he would meet his future wife, Sherry. And apparently their marriage was pretty okay, decent, at least from the outside looking in. They lived in Myrtle Beach in South Carolina. Fred owned his own consulting firm. He was previously an executive director at a big company, and he did well for himself. But apparently, Sherry just wasn't all that happy. Sherry would visit Kentucky, I guess, a lot. She had family there, and so it made her eventual affair easy to do, because she met a man in Kentucky when she was visiting family. This man, Timmy Rogers, and the two of them began having an affair. This was in May of 2007, and the affair would go on for a year, completely unbeknownst to Fred. Over the course of that year, Timmy would tell Sherry, hey, I could kill Fred, I could have him killed. And apparently she was like, no, we can't do that, until she changed her mind. So Sherry and Timmy Rogers hatched a plan. Timmy would fly to South Carolina where he got himself a motel room. Sherry would meet him at the motel room where they came up with the plan. Fred was going to come home late a particular evening. She was going to give him the mailbox key to go get the mail. And then Timmy would come out of the shadows and kill him, preferably with a gun. Timmy says, okay, I got a gun, but Sherry never saw the gun. In the late evening hours of April 21st, 2008, Sherry would call Timmy's cell phone to say he's going to the mailbox. A short time later, Timmy calls her to say it's done. Sherry puts on a performance, goes around to the neighbors. Hey, have you seen Fred? He went to go get the mail, but I can't find him. And that's when they find blood at the mailbox along with his glasses. Sherry knew then he was definitely dead. Police were called and they did a search, and they found his body. He wasn't shot, but he was bludgeoned over the head and he was strangled with a shoelace. So police would of course look at Sherry first. She's the spouse, they always look at the spouse first. They comb through her cell phone data. And that's when they find her numerous phone calls and text messages to one Timmy Rogers. When police tracked him down, they found out he drove a red pickup truck. Witnesses placed a red pickup truck in the neighborhood the exact evening the murder took place, literally within minutes of the murder taking place. There were 14 calls and text messages on the night of the murder between he and Sherry. Timmy and Sherry didn't seem to text anything incriminating, so if they were discussing incriminating things, it was over the phone. The timing of the phone calls that they had would have been the absolute perfect time of when the murder happened. They also checked the cell phone tower data, and they found earlier phone calls where the cell phones pinged off the tower next to his motel. Then the next phone call pinged off several towers, which they devised was him driving to the Angles neighborhood. Then the next couple of phone calls that would have happened after or right around the murder and then after pinged from the tower in the Angle neighborhood. So they could literally trace his steps based on his cell phone usage, and they could place him at the scene. Now they couldn't say for sure it was him making the phone calls, just that his cell phone pinged at the towers near those areas. They also had no physical evidence to connect him to the murder. No fingerprints, no DNA was found, not even on the shoestring that was wrapped around Fred's neck. But Sherry, she caved, so she would become a witness against Timmy in a plot that she basically helped come up with. And she would end up testifying against Timmy at trial. She made it sound like she was forced against her will, that Timmy abused her, he tied her to trees. But the thing is that family of Fred noticed that Timmy was at Fred's funeral. They didn't know who he was, they assumed maybe a friend. They literally saw Sherry blowing kisses to him at Fred's funeral. So it sounded like she was trying to lessen her involvement in this, but most people believe that she was like part of literally planning this. And she had opportunities to prevent Fred from being killed. And all she did was help him get killed. So Timmy was arrested and charged with the murder, something he always denied. But he was convicted anyway, and he got 35 years in prison. Initially, Sherry was charged with murder charges, but eventually I guess they would drop those in because she was testifying against Timmy. And so she was then charged with accessory before the fact to manslaughter. And she was sentenced to 30 years in prison, and she could be paroled after 25 and a half years. She was 54 years old when she was sentenced. I guess she'll be knitting and crocheting in prison. Womp womp. Definitely appeared to be a crime of passion. But the question remains, which lover led to this murder? Or was it something completely random? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Garth Rector. Viewer discretion is advised. Garth Rector was born on February 9th, 1960, and he lived in Cowan, Indiana. At the time this case happens, Garth had recently separated from his wife. And in the short time after they were separated, well, Garth was a ladies' man, for sure. He dated his fair share of women after, he separated from his wife. 4, maybe 5 different women. possibly more. Some of these women had husbands or lovers, and as a lot of us true crime folks know, that could be a recipe for murder. And sadly, that was the case here. Garth lived here in this house in Cowan, Indiana, and I believe he lived alone. On March 21st, 2008, the landlady who owned this property noticed that Garth's lights were on. That was strange to her because he was supposed to be on his way already to San Diego. So as the landlady approaches the home, she kind of peeks in and she sees Garth lying on the kitchen floor. And he had been shot multiple times and he was deceased. He also had a pit bull named Dolce, but the dog was fine. When police arrived, they immediately noticed that there was forced entry. One of the windows on the door, I guess in the back, well, it was smashed in. And there was glass on the inside, so they know someone broke in that way. There really was no other signs of like disarray in the house. Nothing was stolen. Nothing was rummaged through. The coroner determined that Garth was shot 5 times. And it appeared by the investigation that only 5 rounds were fired. They determined that one of the shots was fired from about 30 feet away and it went through a wood wall and then hit him. And then the other 4 shots were done at closer range. Whoever did this was a really, really good shot. They did not miss once. But the question is who did this to him? Shooting someone 5 times, 4 of them being at somewhat close range, that's a crime of passion. That's someone who really wanted him dead. That's anger. Well, the investigation would lead to the fact that he was dating many women. And at one point he was dating 2 women at once. So they suspect that potentially one of those women's husbands, other lovers, well, found out about all of this and went on to kill Garth because of it. There's also the landlord, the person who discovered his body. She also was dating Garth, and she had recently broken up with someone. So did the man who was dating her, who she recently broke up with, did he sneak onto the property and shoot him? To this very day, it's unknown. Garth's family, I mean, he even had children. They have been just wondering since 2008 who did this. His family believes, and it kind of sounds like police lean towards this, that this was certainly done by someone that had connections to these women he was dating. They really believe that it was a husband or a boyfriend or a lover that found out and reacted and did this. And it sounds correct. I mean, everything lines up to be that's what it is. Because nothing was stolen from Garth. Shot 5 times. That's anger. The question is which one? I know police have interviewed, I think, everyone involved. I think they found out who all the lovers were and interviewed them and then the boyfriends and all that. I think. But they don't have a suspect. They have no physical evidence to attach to any suspect. And unfortunately, you need something, anything, in order to move forward with this. There's a good chance that whoever did this has bragged to someone over the years or mentioned it by accident. Somebody knows. Someone out there knows who shot and killed Garth Rector. And perhaps that someone is you. His family just wants to know the truth. And they want the justice. So if you have any information about the murder of 48-year-old Garth Rector, please contact the Delaware County Sheriff's Department at 765-747-7881. The sliding door was shattered, the TV was blaring. How did nobody notice for 2 weeks? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Gary Drees. Viewer discretion is advised. Gary Drees was a 48-year-old man who lived in Aston, Pennsylvania. At the time of this case, he was a father to 3, and also he had a grandchild. He had been separated from his wife, Anna Maria, for approximately a year or so. They had a very, up and down marriage for about 27 years. However, she would say that there was always that chance that they would rekindle their relationship, because they always did. Gary was a hard-working man. He loved motorcycles on the side. He was even a part of a motorcycle club. And he had this tough guy persona. They said that he was into drinking and drugs on occasion, but the most important thing in his life were his family and his job. He never missed work. He was a fun guy and a great dad, and sadly all of that would come to a very shocking end. It was September 27th, 2005. Anna Maria was planning to take the kids somewhere because, again, the two of them were separated. But before she would go to wherever she was going with the kids, she wanted to stop by Gary's house because she hadn't seen or heard from him in 2 weeks. That's very unusual. So she parks in the driveway, she has the kids stay in the car, and she approaches the house. And she immediately notices something is wrong. The TV inside is blaring. And then she notices glass. The sliding glass door had been completely shattered. And so when she steps through the frame of the door and she's calling out Gary's name, he's not responding. She looks around, and at the top of the staircase, she sees Gary, and he was just surrounded by blood. Gary was dead. The coroner would determine that he had been bludgeoned and likely thrown through that glass door, and then ultimately he was shot with his own gun. It appeared that Gary had survived whatever, onslaught he got through the glass door, tried to retrieve his gun. His attacker took it and then shot him. He did not shoot himself. They know that for absolute certainty. The coroner would determine that he had been dead for at least a week and a half, maybe a full 2 weeks. The last time anyone could actually remember seeing him was 2 weeks prior when he had dinner with his mom at her house. And then after that, no one saw or heard from him. Could Gary have been dead in his house for 2 weeks with a shattered door, newspapers and mail piling up, the TV and stereo blaring, and not one neighbor noticed? Not one neighbor cared to check? That's insane. But it's the truth. It's what happened. But who killed Gary? Well, therein lies the problem. Nobody knows. It had to be someone strong enough to throw the, built man through a giant sliding glass door. At first, police said, well, this had to be a robbery, even though there really was no sign of a robbery inside. One drawer was pulled open, but that was it. There was no other sign of a struggle other than the broken glass door. Anna Maria said that, when she went into the house after police were done, there was a coat hanging on one of his doors, and in the pocket, $16,000 in cash. If someone was going to rob him, I'm assuming they would have found that. Or maybe they just didn't know to check his pockets. It sounds like Anna Maria acknowledges that in the year or so that when, they were separated before this murder happened, she says she may not know all of the things that Gary was doing in his life. There may be things that he kept from her and kept from everyone else. But if it wasn't a robbery, and, she didn't do it, why was Gary killed? And who did it? To her, this looked personal. It seemed personal. I mean, throwing, a big man like this through a glass door, beating on him and then shooting him with his own gun, that definitely seems like this was a personal thing, especially since nothing was stolen. But unfortunately, we're now, many, many years later, and there is still no answer. I don't know how deeply the police may have looked into, this motorcycle group he was a part of. Did he piss off someone he shouldn't have? They said he did like to drink and he was sometimes into drugs. Is that related to what happened to him? No one seems to know. All they know is that this man was brutally killed in his house, and he was in his house dead for 2 weeks with all of the signs pointing to someone like, hey, something's happening over here, but nobody noticed or checked. And that's like the craziest part to me. Did someone in the neighborhood do it, But as of right now, the case of Gary Dre's is still unsolved. If you have any information about the murder of Gary Dre's, please contact the Aston, Pennsylvania Police Department. And you can always report your information anonymously. A young boy was beat to death because of a girl. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Giovanni Diaz. Viewer discretion is advised. Giovanni Diaz was born on January 16th, 2003. He was described as an awesome young man and an awesome older brother. He had a lot of love for his friends and his family, Giovanni loved music, he loved to skateboard, he loved playing video games, and I guess he was really good at figuring out how to solve a Rubik's Cube very, very fast. He was a really smart and a really good kid. At the time of this story, he's 15 years old, and unfortunately, he is friends at the time with 16-year-old Dylan Murray. They lived in Lake Wales in Florida. Dylan had always been a troubled kid, but ultimately it would come out that he was essentially failed by the mental health and child-related services there in Florida. He had tortured animals and killed animals before. There were reports that he had delusions, and he was just mentally unwell to a point where someone should have noticed and someone should have done something, but nothing was ever done. And so he was just sort of out there in the world with no help at all. On March 19th, 2018, Dylan and Giovanni would go out to the woods near their home. Dylan said it was to smoke weed and just hang out, and they brought a baseball bat with them. And then, according to Dylan, an argument broke out between the two because apparently Giovanni had told him that he had sex with a girl that Dylan was exes with and was still in love with. Dylan says that the argument led to Giovanni punching him in the face. However, Dylan had absolutely no injuries, no bruises, no black eye, nothing to his person. Dylan takes the metal baseball bat and begins to beat Giovanni senselessly. He bashes his face in. He is just repeatedly hitting this kid. Blood everywhere, making Giovanni's face unrecognizable. He then calls 911 himself to say what he just did. Police arrive, and about 30 minutes after that phone call was made, Giovanni Diaz was pronounced dead. Dylan was then arrested and charged with the murder. Again, he had no injuries to his body. There was no indication he had ever been punched. Based on his past and his mental health issues, they essentially determined that he deliberately lured Giovanni out there because of the situation with the girl, and he just bludgeoned him to death. A couple of years later, Dylan eventually pleads guilty. He would get a 60-year sentence and can ask for parole after 25 years. Police in West Virginia are asking for the public's help in trying to locate a missing woman. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Gretchen Fleming. Viewer discretion is advised. 27-year-old Gretchen Fleming lived in West Virginia. She had just recently moved back to West Virginia. She was living in South Carolina for some time. She moved back to her home state of West Virginia because she had broken up with her boyfriend. Gretchen is described by her family as someone who just brought life. She brought passion and joy and always knows how to make you smile. She liked to go out and have fun, and that's what she was doing in December of 2022, and then she vanished. It was December 11th, 2022, so Gretchen had been living with her grandmother, but she was also known to stay at friends' houses for a couple days at a time. Well, on December 11th, her grandmother goes to her dad's house to say, hey, I haven't seen Gretchen in 7 or 8 days, which is lining up because her dad says she hasn't responded to any texts or answered his calls for about the same period of time. And it got to a point where their phone calls would just go straight to voicemail. So Gretchen's dad and stepmom get in the car and they go to the first bar that they know Gretchen would attend, the Front Row Sports Bar and Grill. They learned that Gretchen had actually been there on the night of December 4th, 2022, and they also told her parents that, hey, one of her friends dropped her purse off here at the bar not too long ago. The parents noticed her phone was in there, her wallet was in there, her ID, basically everything was in her purse. And that understandably really freaked them out because she's been without these items for this long of a time. They haven't heard from her, they haven't seen her, something happened to her. So her parents and eventually police would interview friends and they realized that yes, she was there at the Front Row Bar and Grill. That same night she left that bar with a friend named John and they went to the My Way Lounge. They find John, he confirms, yes, we were at the Bar and Grill and then we went to the My Way. He tells police that when they were at My Way, he and her basically got separated and he didn't know where she went because he went to the bathroom and she was just kind of gone. But she left her purse in his car, and after waiting for a long period of time, he just got into his car and went home. And then he returned the purse to the first bar, the sports bar. John didn't know where she lived. I guess they were new acquaintances. But the family and police, it sounds like they believe that John is telling the truth and that he had nothing to do with whatever may have happened to Gretchen. And a lot of this has to do with the fact that many witnesses placed Gretchen at the My Way after John had been gone, and that she was there interacting with another man. And she left with that man. That man is named Preston Pierce. They had also never heard of this man's name before, like, her parents and her grandma. They don't know who he is. Doesn't sound like Gretchen knew him before going to the My Way. Police track him down and he says, yeah, I was with her that night at the lounge, and then they were doing karaoke there, and then they left the place together. He says he then dropped her off somewhere in downtown Parkersburg, and then he went home and never heard from her or saw her again. Police diligently track down as much footage as they can of the roads to confirm his story. So this is his vehicle. They never found footage of Gretchen leaving that car. They never found footage of her getting in the car. And they think that's pretty strange. So police are now asking the public if you saw this vehicle on the night of December 4th, 2022, and to take note of this sticker here. Here's a close-up of it, and also this one as well. If you notice this vehicle on the night of December 4th, 2022, to please go to police with whatever information you may have. They found out that Preston Pierce has a history of potentially harassing and stalking women. He's a delivery driver, I guess, and he would go back to homes of places he delivered stuff to, in particular the homes of women. And also, he's been accused of pursuing underage girls for sexual activity. Police did execute a search warrant. I believe it was of his home. They've also executed a search warrant of the car, and a search warrant of his phone. They've also been looking into a rented storage unit he has. It says that police have collected evidence, but at this point, we're getting close to the 1-year mark of her being missing. And I don't know if that evidence has yielded anything. As of today, she would be 28 years old. She is 5'1", 110 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. And it's important, if you saw Gretchen Fleming around Preston Pierce, if you saw her in his vehicle at any point, you need to go to police. If you saw Gretchen outside of being with him, beyond the point of when she would have been with him, you need to tell police that too. Gretchen Fleming is still missing, and like I said, it's been close to a year. Her family just wants her home. Hopefully, you can have hope here that she is brought home safely, but if not, then her family needs justice. And her family deserves to lay her to rest if that is the case. Hopefully it's not. If you have any information about the disappearance of Gretchen Fleming, please call 304-424-1072 and ask for Detective Zimmerman. 53 Halloweens ago, 2 young women would vanish off the face of the earth. Hello, true crimerers. This is the Halloween case of Patricia Spencer and Pamela Hobley. Viewer discretion is advised. The location, Oscoda, Michigan, a tiny little town. The date, October 31st, 1969. It was Halloween night and kids were out trick-or-treating, high schoolers were partying. 16-year-old Patricia Spencer and 15-year-old Katie Hobley were very good friends. That night, Pamela would tell her family that she was going to the high school's homecoming game and then a Halloween party after that. And then she would be home later in the evening. Pamela's family went out trick-or-treating with the younger kids, and this was for probably a couple of hours. But when they got home, Pamela was not there, and they waited, and she didn't come home. So they called the family of Patricia Spencer, and it was the exact same scenario. Now, apparently Pamela, who was 15, had, I guess, gotten engaged to marry someone shortly before this. That individual was at the Halloween party that they were both supposed to go to, but he says the two of them were never there. I guess the party was supposed to be either at or near the Oscoda High School, but no one could recall ever seeing the 2 girls there. So they were reported missing. For a while, the police treated this as if they were runaways. There were rumors that they had gotten involved with the drug world and possibly had been engaged in seedy activities, but none of that's really confirmed. That's really just more town rumor. Both girls left their purses, their wallets, and their IDs all at home. They packed no clothing, nothing at all, just the clothes on their back. There were witnesses who stated that they did see the 2 girls walking away from the Oscoda High School. Another person came forward to say that he picked the 2 girls up and dropped them off somewhere downtown. But then at some point, police would sort of change their tune and say that they are suspicious that the 2 girls were abducted and possibly killed. That they were probably trying to hitchhike and got killed. In 1985, police were given some tips that the 2 girls were murdered and buried underneath a barn, which was actually a big popular hangout spot for the teenagers. They brought in cadaver dogs, they brought in equipment and searched, but they never found anything. Another witness came forward to say that he picked them up and dropped them off at a gas station. They seem to get numerous stories like that, but none of them have ever been corroborated. And these girls have never been found. No trace of them. If alive, Pamela may look like this, and Patricia may look like this. If you have info, please call 989-739-9113. 8 women would be found strangled to death along the Interstate 5 in California. Oh, true crimeers, this is the case of the I-5 Strangler. Viewer discretion is advised. Between 1977 and 1987, 8 women would seemingly vanish. But in 1986, bodies kept showing up along the Interstate 5, and this is near Sacramento, California. In some instances, they would find the victim's car left on the side of the road, seemingly abandoned, but they did not have any mechanical issues. But body after body after body after body after body after body would just keep showing up. The victims had clear marks across their necks, which appeared to be ligature marks. Most of these women, actually all of them, were strangled to death. At some of the crime scenes, they find this rope, which they determined was the rope from a parachute cord. There was a man living in the area named Roger Kibbe. He was on police's radar for possibly being suspected of these crimes. He had an issue in the past with assaulting women, stalking women, and he kind of just fit the bill. Well, in 1987, he's actually arrested because he abducted a sex worker named Deborah Guffey. He tried to handcuff her, she got away, and she ran away screaming, and a cop heard this. So he was arrested, and police really felt he was the guy. So they began to start collecting evidence. Roger Kibbe has a couple of vehicles at his house, and so they begin to search those. In the vehicle, they find the same type of rope used for parachute cords. They find handcuffs. They find scissors. And they learn he loves to parachute. They compare the cords found in his vehicle to the cords found at some of the crime scenes. They forensically analyze these bad boys. They zoom in, and they're damn identical. They're the exact same cord. So they're able to obtain enough evidence to link him to the murder of Darcy Frankenpole. Her body was found in 1986. He went to trial for her murder. He was convicted and sentenced to 25 years. Then more evidence came into play that he was linked to other women. Karen Louise Finch, Lou Ellen Burley, Laura Hedick, Barbara Ann Scott, Stephanie Brown, Charmaine Sabra, and Catherine Quinones. Lou Ellen Burley was the first victim in 1977. Her body was the only one that wasn't found. So they go to Roger Kibbe, try to find out where she is. Eventually, he leads them to a location where they find one of her bones. So he's been convicted of 1 murder. Now they want to convict him of 7 more. So in 2009, Roger Kibbe would end up pleading guilty to the remaining murders. All of this to avoid being sentenced to death, even though he was clearly 179 years old and was on death's door for at least the past 90 years. So he was convicted and given life sentences for each of the murders. He says he kidnapped women who were either on the side of the road who needed car help, or some of the victims were sex workers he picked up. His first victim, Llewellyn Burley, in 1977, he put out a fake job ad, and she answered it. He told her the office was in construction, so this meeting for this interview had to be in his van. And so he kidnapped her, sexually assaulted her, and strangled her to death. And then 34 years later, he would finally tell police where to find her body. Every woman he killed, their bodies were found so their families were able to at least lay them to rest. Great-great-great-great-grandfather time here. Why did he do it? Well, he had a rough childhood. That's the excuse. He was bullied because he had a stutter. His mom abused him physically. He would commit petty crimes as a youth, apparently back in 1782, and that just sort of led to a life of crime. He was a furniture salesman, and so that's why he was able to do a lot of traveling along the I-5, I guess. But don't worry, the story has a happy ending. Guinness Book of World Records oldest man alive, Roger Kibbe, well, he was being held here at Mule Creek State Prison in California. And the best part, he was put into a jail cell with another killer, a man who strangled a woman to death. Fitting! Jason Budlow here. I probably have to put a blur over the tattoo above his eye. Well, on February 28th, 2021, at 12:40 a.m., Roger Kibbe was found murdered in his jail cell. Jason Boudreau strangled him to death. He said it was to avenge the victims. Yay! Hero. No. Thank you for doing that, but you're also terrible. But I don't know if Mr. Boudreau, a self-described Satanist, he admitted to doing it, and he seemed to have no issues admitting he killed him. It sounds like they're still pursuing charges against him, but I'm not sure, because he's already serving life for the murder he committed outside of the prison. What a fairy tale ending. The world sucks. A lot. Nearly 20 years ago, a mother and daughter would seemingly vanish off the face of the earth. And now their family just wants to lay them to rest. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jennifer and Adriana Wix. Viewer discretion is advised. Jennifer Wix, pictured here, was 21 years old at the time of this case. Her sister, Casey, actually reached out to me and asked if I would talk about her story. Jennifer was actually the oldest of 3 girls, and at the time of the story, she had a 2-year-old daughter named Adriana, a daughter she loved with everything in her being. Jennifer and Adriana seemed to do everything together. She would take Adriana to the zoo because she loved animals, and she was just doing absolutely everything to make sure she was raising Adriana to become an outstanding young woman. At the time that this case happened, Jennifer was dating this man, 23-year-old Joey Benton. And they lived together here in this house in Cross Plains, Tennessee. On March 24th, 2004, Jennifer's mom would get a phone call from Jennifer, and that basically her and Joey had gotten into a fight. So they spoke on the phone, and then eventually they hung up. That was the last time that anyone would ever hear from Jennifer or Adriana again. The family knew something was wrong once Jennifer basically stopped calling them and texting them and getting a hold of them. She was always talking to her family, every single day. It took a little time, but they were able to get a hold of Joey, and basically he said that she just took off with the friend. But he didn't know who that friend was. The family knows something is wrong, so they call police and report Jennifer and Adriana missing. Police would talk to Joey, and he gives them a different story. He says he dropped off Jennifer and Adriana at an Exxon station at around 9:30 p.m. on March 24th. But he couldn't remember which Exxon station it was. It's kind of weird. He then says that Jennifer comes home without Adriana, and she was in some white car. He said it was either a 4-door Ford Mustang or Chevy Camaro, but those cars don't actually exist. But she came by the house to pick up tax return checks, but she ended up not getting them, and then she just left. And then, again, never seen again. Ever since then, they have been searching and searching for the mother and daughter. By 2013, police basically announced this is no longer a missing persons case, but a double homicide. No, they have not recovered their bodies. They have searched Joey's home, his property many times. Even with cadaver dogs, they've never found any evidence. But they do believe foul play is involved. They've questioned Joey many times over the years, and he just never seems to be able to give a straight answer. There's been hundreds of sightings of the two girls. Police allegedly have tried to follow up on all of these reported sightings, and this is in like many different states. Not one single sighting has ever been confirmed. You tend to get a lot of mostly false sightings of people. You know, people call about someone who may look very similar, but most of the time they end up being dead ends. But that has just given more and more credence to the fact that this is probably a murder case. But what happened to them? Why? Where are they? This is a 2-year-old girl, and she is feared deceased. Her family wants to put her to rest properly. They want to put them both to rest. There's always hope, of course. You always have that smallest, faintest, thing of hope, because bodies haven't been found and there's been no trace evidence found, no blood, no hair, nothing, no physical evidence of foul play, but everything circumstantially points to foul play. But you can still have hope. But we're getting close to 20 years now, and there hasn't been any, recent sightings reported. As of the time of me making this video, there is a new cold case detective working on this case, and I believe that was in February of 2023, so it's been almost a year since they were assigned. But as of right now, there is still no updates on this story. You really have to think that boyfriend made up a bunch of stories, and Jennifer even said they were fighting that night. They had argued a lot, but you need evidence. Somebody somewhere out there knows the truth. Someone knows what happened to this mother and daughter. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information about the disappearance and potential murder of Jennifer and Adriana Wix, please contact 615-384-7971 or 1-800-THE-LOST or 1-800-TBI-FIND. And I think as of right now, there's about a $25,000 reward, and hopefully money talks. Hopefully money helps someone talk. Please help this family get the answers, the closure they need, and please help them put their 2 girls to rest. She vanished after leaving a bar, and 5 years later, they are still wondering, where is Jermaine? Hello, true crimerers. This is another missing or murdered Indigenous woman case, and this is the case of Jermaine Charlot. Viewer discretion is advised. Jermaine was a member of the Salish and Kootenai tribe and lived on the Flathead Reservation, and that is in Montana. She was described as someone with a goofy, funny, random personality. She loved to draw, she loved knitting, she loved social media, and most importantly, she loved her 2 sons. She was a wonderful mother who was very family-oriented, and she wanted her boys to grow up in a very stable home. But sadly, 5 years ago, that stability would be rocked. On the night of June 15th, 2018, Jermaine was out at some bars with some friends and her ex-boyfriend. They went to the Dark Horse bar sometime around 10 p.m., and then around midnight they went to the Badlander bar, and that was the last location she would be seen at. So sometime after midnight, now on June 16th, 2018, Jermaine and some friends and her ex, they are, I guess, in the alleyway outside of the Badlander, just conversating and talking. And then Jermaine and her ex are seen walking down the alleyway, and then she's never seen again. Her ex-boyfriend and also the father of her 2 children, Michael DeFrance, he says he then dropped her off, I guess like 8 or 9 blocks away from this location, and then he took off, and that was the last he saw her. And then Jermaine would be reported missing that following Sunday. They questioned the ex-boyfriend, and something is definitely off with it. But after searching his apartment and all that, they don't have any concrete evidence that he did anything to her. However, he was abusive to her over the years. I think sometime in 2013 or so, he got into trouble for domestic abuse issues with her. But as they're searching his apartment, they find that he has guns. Well, because of the domestic abuse issue from years prior, he's not allowed to own guns. So he was arrested for illegal firearm possession. And he was actually just this year convicted of that and sentenced to 21 months in prison. However, it didn't help him get any closer to seeing if he had anything to do with Germain's disappearance. And now her family is just desperate for answers. It's been 5 years. It does seem like the detectives on this case are actively pursuing it, but they just don't have any evidence against the ex. It does sound like they believe she was probably killed. And I've guessed they've searched the Avaro Hill area. That's where their investigation keeps taking them, but they found nothing. No remains, no clothing, nothing. If you have any information about her disappearance, please contact 406-552-6300. He was shot dead on his driveway, ultimately for no real reason. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of John Ludig. Viewer discretion is advised. John Ludig was born on August 30th, 1930, and that was in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This was John's wife, Bobby, and one of their children was actually John Michael Ludig, who was a judge for the Fourth Circuit United States Court of Appeals. And then this is Napoleon Beasley. On April 19th, 1994, Napoleon Beasley, along with his two friends, Cedric and Donald Coleman, they were from Tyler, Texas. Well, Napoleon had been thinking about stealing a car for several weeks now, and he really wanted to get a Mercedes. He was even bragging to kids at school, because he was only 17 years old at the time, that he was going to be driving around in a Mercedes here very soon. So when April 19th, 1994 came along, he finally decided to start his plan. He, along with the Coleman brothers, were driving around Tyler, Texas. They saw someone driving a Lexus, and they actually attempted to carjack that vehicle, but they failed. And that's when they saw a Mercedes. It was being driven by 63-year-old John Ludig. Well, Napoleon decided that's the car he wanted, so they followed them back to their house. Napoleon was armed with a .45 caliber pistol and a sawed-off shotgun. They pulled the car right behind the Ludig's vehicle as they parked in their driveway. Unbeknownst to them, they were being followed. Napoleon Beasley got out of the car and said, "The shit is on." He ran up behind John Ludig and threw him to the ground and then fired a single round into the side of his head. They then fired around towards Bobby Ludig, but they missed. But I guess they didn't realize they missed, and she fell to the ground and pretended to be injured or dead. But they noticed she was still moving, and so I guess Napoleon said, "Shoot the bitch." But they never did. However, they would fire one more round into the back of John Ludig's head because they saw him moving. That was a fatal shot. Napoleon and the Coleman brothers then stole the Mercedes and they crashed it. Basically, they ended up ditching the car because it was damaged. So they went back to his mom's vehicle, which they borrowed that night to drive around looking for a car to steal, and they went about their business. Napoleon couldn't help himself, and he was bragging to everyone what he did. And so those people told on him. So a couple of weeks after the murder, he was arrested and charged with the murders. The Coleman brothers testified against him, and they each got 40 years in prison. He was sentenced to death. And on May 28th, 2002, he was executed by lethal injection. When they finally found him, it just made the mystery of what happened to him that much more bizarre. Hello, true crimerers. This is another still unsolved mystery. That's from the, like from Ace Ventura when he goes, I did the Unsolved Mysteries theme song. This is another still unsolved mysteries, and it is the case of John Simmons. Viewer discretion is advised. John Simmons was born on February 11th, 1973, and at the time of this case, he was living in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He was attending the George Washington Carver School of Engineering and Science, and he was in the 10th grade. On September 14th, 1988, he would leave school and begin to walk home. Now, there is evidence that John actually did get home that day because his mom found that he had laid out his tracksuit to wear the following day, but when she got home from work, he wasn't actually there, and he never came home. The following morning, she would report him missing to police, and they would kind of treat him as if he was a runaway. That being said, his mom did get some tips from a couple of, neighborhood kids. One of the kids said they saw John getting into a jet black Cadillac, and it had tinted windows, and this was on 49th Street. The belief is that he was abducted by illegal substance dealers. Apparently you can't say the 4-letter word for that because TikTok thinks you're trying to sell them. But the rumor was that he was abducted by those people in order to get him involved in selling them. I guess this was something that actually happened a lot. The investigation really went nowhere. And then 5 years later, in 1993, a discovery was made. It was at Fairmount Park in Philadelphia, the skeletal remains of a young man were discovered. And using dental records and the fact that the skeletal remains had a house key near them that matched his door to his home, they were identified as the missing 15-year-old boy, John Simmons. They determined that he had been shot once through his head. John's mom believes that he was taken by illegal substance dealers, and perhaps he refused to cooperate, and so they just shot him. But the reality is they really don't know that for a fact. They don't know exactly what happened to John Simmons that day. In October of 1989, his case was featured on Unsolved Mysteries. It was also featured on America's Most Wanted, but they never got any solid leads from any of those. And to this day, nobody knows exactly why John Simmons died. It's a mystery. They don't know who took him. If you have any information on the murder of 15-year-old John Simmons, please contact the Philadelphia Police Department with any information you may have. You can remain anonymous. Imagine being at a funeral and seeing the deceased wake up. Hello, true crimerers. This is the story of Kelvin Santos. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, Kelvin Santos is a 2-year-old boy in Brazil. In June of 2012, the 2-year-old boy sadly was pronounced dead after battling pneumonia for quite some time. So the family would obviously hold a funeral service, and Kelvin was in, a small white coffin. And as some of the family is kind of walking by, they think they notice Kelvin kind of moving a little bit, almost like twitching. But they don't really think much of it because the movement is so subtle. But then all of a sudden, Kelvin, this 2-year-old boy who is pronounced dead, he shoots up into a sitting position and asks people for water. This obviously took everybody there for a surprise, and so he was rushed back to the hospital. Prior to the funeral service, he was in an airtight body bag. And this was for 3 hours, and it was sealed. And then he was placed in the coffin, and then he woke up. So Kelvin, while sitting up in the coffin, he asks for water, and then within a few seconds, he collapses back down. And again, like I said, he's rushed back to the hospital. And then, back at the hospital, he is pronounced dead a second time. And so once again, they had to go through another funeral. This time, they were positive that he was deceased. No, I don't know what the practices are for embalming and all that, in Brazil. But, obviously somebody really fucked up. They had his, toe tag from the bag he was in. How did these professionals, these doctors, these people who worked at the morgue, how did they miss that? How did they declare him dead if he wasn't? So I know the family, they were going to sue for malpractice or sue for obviously wrongdoing. I don't know the exact outcome of that. But I can't imagine not only just how tragic and sad it is, you're losing this young child at the age of 2, but then to see this young boy in a coffin sit up and ask for water, and what was going through his head? And then he just falls backwards and ends up dying a second time. That's just wild. And it's terrifying, and it's sad, and it's just, Jesus. There is a missing 15-year-old child in Cleveland, Ohio, and the police is asking for the public's help in trying to find him. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of DreSean Williams. Viewer discretion is advised. DreSean Williams is 15 years old and lives in Cleveland, Ohio. On June 17th, 2023, he would attend a house party, and this was on the 5700 block of Fleet Avenue in Cleveland. At 10:38 p.m. that night, he contacted his mom by phone. They spoke on the phone, and he told her that he was on his way home. But the 15-year-old child did not make it home, and now nobody has seen him or heard from him ever since. Calling his cell phone now just goes straight to voicemail. He was officially reported missing on June 20th, 2023. And the official Amber Alert did not go out until June 24th. There are requirements, legal requirements, that have to be in effect in order to do an Amber Alert. But police have interviewed people, I'm assuming they've interviewed people from the party he was at, and from what I understand, they have gathered information to suggest that it is possible that DreSean was abducted that night on the way home. Allegedly, he was seen getting into a black Jeep SUV with a temporary license plate that night. I don't know the situation in which he got into that vehicle, whether or not they believe that he was forced in or he got in willingly. I'm not 100% sure. But they are treating it as an abduction, so there is no description of the person behind the wheel of the car. No one, I guess, saw anyone inside the vehicle. This was at 5719 Fleet Avenue, is apparently where this occurred. The family has been going around all of the neighborhoods in that area, including, obviously, the exact neighborhood it happened. Police are asking anyone if they have any camera footage, if anyone saw anything, heard anything the night of, or maybe earlier in the day. They've been handing out flyers in hopes that someone will recollect something. Even if you feel the information is small and insignificant, it is not small and insignificant to the detectives. This is a 15-year-old child, so if you have any information, you have got to come forward. You can report your information anonymously. The most important thing is getting him home and getting him home safely. He's been missing since June. It is now almost towards the end of October. He was last seen wearing a cream-colored jogging suit and gray Jordan tennis shoes. If you have information, please call 216-623-5400 or the other number below. Hello, true crimerers. This is another missing or murdered Indigenous woman case, and this is the case of Kristen Huntington. Viewer discretion is advised. Kristen Huntington was born on November 21st, 1989. At the time of this case, she is a 30-year-old mother. She is a member of the Selawik tribe, which is located in Alaska. She, at the time of the story, lived in an apartment with her boyfriend and the father of her child, and this is in Fairbanks, Alaska. On January 10th, 2020, Kristen was reported missing by a friend. The next day, January 11th, police go to the apartment where she lived, knocked on the door, and Kristen's boyfriend, Eric Rustad, opened the door. He allowed them to search the apartment. They found nothing of interest. That same day, he would show up at the police station bloodied. He tried to end his own life. He had cut his wrists. So they took him to the hospital, and apparently on the ride, he just was heard saying, "I know I did it." Police go back to the apartment and search it again, but they don't find anything in their apartment. The following day, on January 12th, they are made aware of a vacant apartment in the same building. They enter that apartment, and they find a body. It was the body of 30-year-old Kristen Huntington. She had 2 blunt force trauma injuries to the back of her head and 1 injury to the front of her head. Eric Rustad was then arrested and charged with first-degree murder. Eric had been involved in domestic abuse issues with Kristen. As a matter of fact, a few days before this happened, police were called to their apartment by him, claiming that Kristen had done domestic abuse on him. She bit him because she was defending herself against him. Police sided with him and arrested Kristen and were charging her with 4th-degree assault. But that could never move forward because she went missing. And then she was murdered. Eric Rustad would be convicted of her murder and sentenced to 50 years, plus an additional 15 years suspended. Kristen's daughter, who's now 4 years old, Chanel, she was put into the custody of one of Eric's friends, a white woman. Well, Kristen's native relatives, they're trying to gain custody of her. And at first, the tribal courts did grant the grandmother custody. But then the state courts, I think, basically implied they weren't partial in their decision. And they gave the child back to this other woman, who isn't related to her at all, who's friends with her mother's killer. And there is this custody battle going on right now. They want her to grow up with their traditions, especially in honor of her mother. But the courts are making that really difficult. Shouldn't be that hard. They called him a hero until they realized he was the one who set the fire. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Las Vegas Hilton fire. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is the Las Vegas Hilton circa 1981. At the time, it was one of the largest hotels in the entire world with over 2,700 rooms. Now, when this story happens, the hotel is literally being retrofitted with more modern fire safety equipment. Why? Because just 3 months prior to this, the MGM Grand caught on fire. 84 people died in that fire. I have covered that one on this page before. And then on February 10th, 1981, a fire broke out inside the Hilton. The fire appeared to originate somewhere on the 8th floor, but the flames were seen as high as the 22nd floor. Firefighters arrived fairly quickly, and they had taken what they had learned from the MGM disaster, and they were communicating to the guests of the hotel through the televisions by use of the newscasters. They were urging everyone to stay in their rooms, keep the doors closed, put towels on the door, on the bottoms of the door. But panic obviously quickly set in. You had people who were very high up who were smashing through their windows and just begging for help. You had people who were trying to rig some kind of rope system using blankets. One person did fall roughly 16 stories to their death, trying to escape the fire. Numerous guests would come to the praise of a particular bellboy who was banging on the doors, trying to urge everyone to be alert of the fire. He was the one to first make everyone aware there is a fire, please everyone get out. And so he was looked at as kind of a hero. The fire spread pretty rapidly, but it also stayed somewhat contained in that it didn't engulf the entire hotel. In the end, 200 people were seriously injured, and sadly, 8 people died in the fire. One of those was the person who jumped from the window. The other 7 died of smoke inhalation. They were finally able to contain the fire, they stopped it, and then after some time, the investigators made their way in. And they pretty much determined that this was not an accident, this was arson. They noticed at least 4 points of contact where the fires would have started. And this was on the 8th floor elevator lobby. So they start to interview, guests of the hotel, and they also interview every single employee of the hotel. And they come across this guy, 23-year-old bellboy, Philip Klein. Philip had a criminal history. He had stolen cars, he had stolen money, but he always managed to never find himself in prison. So he would later say that he was destined for prison one way or another. Philip was considered troubled, but he was never the type to be like, oh yeah, he's definitely gonna murder people. He committed petty crimes, that's it. And he was the heroic bellboy that was banging on people's doors, first alerting everyone of the fires and telling people to get out. That night, he was working in the hotel's East Tower. When he was being interviewed, just as a basic interview, he made what they called a Freudian slip. He said he picked up a wastebasket that he was going to fill with water and dump on the fire. But what he actually said was, I took a wastebasket and I filled it with fire. And then he did it again in the interview where he said, I then went back to get more fire. He meant to say water. They felt this was pretty suspicious. So they brought him back in a day or so later. He agreed to take a polygraph test, which he failed. And then he confessed. Initially, he said that he was working that night and he had a gay sexual encounter with a man named Joe, and they were smoking a cigarette. And he said that his cigarette came into contact with one of the nearby curtains, which then lit it on fire. And then it just took off super fast. So the fire investigators would take this information and they would try to recreate it. They couldn't. They couldn't even force the curtains to catch on fire with the cigarette. They also could not find this so-called friend of his, Joe. They could not corroborate his story. So Philip goes to trial and he is found guilty of 8 counts of murder and sentenced to 8 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Later on, he would change his story. He would say that he was smoking a cigarette that was mixed with cocaine and dipped in PCP, and he was sitting, flipping his lighter, on and off, about to light the cigarette. Then he says he just had an inkling to just set the curtains on fire. And that's what he did. He set like a couple curtains on fire. The smoke began to rise quickly. The flames spread. He said someone tried to grab a fire extinguisher, but it didn't work. He was banging on doors, trying to get people to leave. But he deliberately set the fires. It wasn't an accident. He would be interviewed many years later, and he said, "I never intended to kill anyone that night." He said that I'm not an ice-cold killer, and it bothers him as to why this happened. As one detective would state, "You deliberately lit multiple fires in a very crowded hotel. What do you think was going to happen?" But regardless of his intent, he did it, and he will never, ever breathe free air again. She vanished 3 months ago, and there is still no trace of her. Hello, true crimeers. This is the missing persons case of Latasha Crump Coleman. Viewer discretion is advised. Latasha is a 46-year-old woman who lives in Jackson, Mississippi, and she actually works as a correctional officer at a nearby prison. And I guess she also does like flower arrangements for funerals and weddings as like a side job. She is also a mother to a 31-year-old son named Dexter. Dexter says his mom is a very hardworking woman. She's fun, she's incredibly outgoing, everybody loves her, and she's the type of person who would help anybody for any reason. Her and Dexter's father, they never married. He did say that Latasha got married back in 2013, but apparently her and the gentleman are now estranged. Dexter says the last time he spoke to his mom was on July 17th, 2023. They didn't realize something was wrong, though, until July 19th. Latasha's great aunt had just passed away, and her great aunt was someone she loved dearly. But when they try to get a hold of her at work to let her know of the tragic news, her work says she was a no-call, no-show. And that's very unusual for her. So then they go over to her house because Dexter has a set of keys to see if maybe she's there. She isn't, unfortunately. Made even more unusual is the fact that she has 3 dogs that she loves just as much as she loves her son, and that she would absolutely never, ever leave those dogs behind. Like, even if she's coming home late for work, she'll call Dexter to say, "Hey, can you go let the dogs out for me?" So that's how he knew something was very wrong. Her purse was missing, as was her car. She did have an Apple Watch, but that was left behind at the house. Her cell phone just goes straight to voicemail, and she's responded to no texts. Latasha Coleman drives a 2002 gray Acura, and that is her license plate number. The car has never been found, and neither has she. Police have done, I guess, thorough searches at least twice, but the friends and family have been doing the majority of the actual searching. Dateline did talk about this case recently, hoping that anyone could come forward with any information about her. Her disappearance happened within days of the Carly Russell fiasco. And so when it was revealed that Carly Russell faked her kidnapping, Latasha's family feared that no one would bother looking for her because of that. And quite honestly, Latasha's story really wasn't covered that much. I do not know if they've looked into her cell phone data. I do not know if they've questioned her ex. Latasha Coleman is 46 years old. She's approximately 5'5", 180 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. If you have any information about the disappearance of Latasha Crump Coleman, please call 601-960-1234. Two young children had to break out of their own house in order to survive. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Lisa Fine. Viewer discretion is advised. Lisa Ann Fine was born on December 4th, 1966, and she was born in St. Joseph, Michigan. At one point, Lisa was with a man named Frank Spagnola, and the two of them would have a child together, and that child was Jacob. But their relationship was strained, and it was pretty bad at the end. At the time this story was happening, Jacob, I believe, was 12 years old. Jacob had a 10-year-old brother. His name is Shane, and Shane was the child of Lisa's current husband. His name is Ron. Ron would become a father figure to Jacob as well, but Frank Spagnola would have Jacob from time to time. However, he always brought Jacob home late, and he was always bad-mouthing Lisa to everyone, even though Lisa never did that about Frank. Lisa and Ron's marriage at this point is rocky because Lisa was having an affair, which brings us to June 30th, 2000. Lisa and Ron live in this home in Galion Township, Michigan. Ron was working an overnight job, and he got home around 6:30 in the morning. Lisa and their two boys were gone. They were missing. The boys' bedroom window was open, and the screen was pushed out. But then Ron would quickly learn that the two boys were at their grandmother's house, which is literally just next to their home. The grandmother says that the two boys got there sometime after 3:30 in the morning. 12-year-old Jacob had said to the grandmother, "Ron and my mom are fighting really badly." He said Ron was wearing a motorcycle helmet and they were like fighting in the bedroom. For whatever reason, the grandmother does not call 911. She does not go to the house, and it's something she regrets to this day. I think she just assumed that the boys must have misread the situation, that it was just a really loud argument. But it wasn't, and Lisa Fine was missing. Ron calls police and lets them know. He's their first suspect because the boys, Jacob said that it was Ron he saw in the room having a big fight with Lisa, his mom. But Ron said, well, I was at work literally all night, and I didn't get here until a little after 6:30 in the morning. Police corroborate this. They go to his work. They check his key cards. They check footage from his job. He, in fact, was at work. Confirmed without a shadow of a doubt. He was at work. He was cleared. There's no way he did this. Whatever this may be, because Lisa's just missing. So the police are told about the affair she was having, and so police now have to go to that man because typically this kind of thing leads to something bad because of a bad relationship or someone's cheating on someone, but they're able to clear that man as well. As police are examining this property, and it's a large property, they notice that there is what looks like a drag mark through the grass. This is now in their backyard, I guess. So they follow it, and these are the actual photos, and you can see it continuing, and it looks like, they determine that it looks like it's like the heel of someone's feet, both of their heels being dragged through the mud. And then they go out further past their yard, and they find this like brush area where the trail kind of seems to go. And that's when they notice a grave had been dug and something was sticking out of it. It was a body. And the body would be confirmed to be that of 33-year-old Lisa Fine. With her body was this pillowcase and this towel. They also found duct tape with her. And then under Lisa's fingernails, they were able to pull DNA. She scratched the hell out of whoever took her. They were able to take that DNA, they ran it across all of their suspects, including the husband, including the man she was having an affair with, any other man in her life that was willing to come forward. None of them matched. And that's when they found out about this man, Frank Spagnola, one of Lisa's exes and the father of her 12-year-old son, Jacob. When police went to interview him, he had a very fresh scratch across his face. They asked him, where were you that night? He said, I was out running errands, really at 3:30 in the morning. They could find not one single person to verify his alibi. Not even his own family would verify it. They obtain a warrant to collect Frank's DNA, and they run it against the DNA found underneath Lisa's fingernails. It was a match. He was the one who took her, and he was the one to kill her. When searching Frank's home, they found a pillowcase that was identical to the one that was found with Lisa's body. He also owned the set of towels that this towel that was with her body came from. They also found a roll of duct tape in his truck, and they line it up like a puzzle piece, and it matches the duct tape that was found with Lisa. So, So Frank Spagnola was arrested and charged with the murder. They believe that the murder stemmed from the fact that they were having this custody battle, and he just hated Lisa. And I guess he just felt that he needed to kill her in order to get his son. Sucks to be you, bud, because he was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Leslie Davidson. Viewer discretion is advised. Leslie Davidson was born on June 24th, 1959, and when she was 2 years old, she would end up being adopted. She lived in Fort Benton, Montana. That's where she grew up, and that's where she graduated high school. She was in the band, she played on the basketball team, she was on the track team, she was on the swim team. She even held the school's javelin record. Very active in school. I think I saw a football at school once. Anyway, she would get married in 1977. She would go on to have 4 children, 3 daughters, and a son. She was divorced by 2001, and then 4 years later, she began dating another man. Oh my. This man, Daniel Polsrud. They would go on to have a relationship for about 6 years, then this case happens. It was not a great relationship. He was not great. He was controlling. He was physically abusive to Leslie. Leslie tried to leave him, but Daniel threatened to kill her all the time, and so she became very afraid to leave him, fearing for her safety, the safety of her family. And on November 26, 2009, they would all come to an end. 911 was called to the home that she lived at with Daniel. Leslie had a gunshot wound through her chest with a .357 caliber round. She was deceased. Daniel also had a bullet wound, and he was rushed to the hospital where he would survive. He said that they had gone hunting earlier, and so when they got home, he was unloading the hunting equipment when he was working on a gun in the house, and it accidentally went off and shot Leslie in the chest. He says he then got drunk and turned the gun on himself and shot himself through his chin. But he didn't do a very good job. But he says he doesn't really remember much after that. Through their investigation, they learned how violent he was towards Leslie, and they learned how he had threatened to kill her. He even threatened to do a murder-suicide type thing. During the investigation, they found a note in Daniel's pocket when he was first taken to the hospital. It appeared to be some kind of note where Leslie had asked him to, shoot her because she wanted to end her own life, but she couldn't do it. But they determined that Daniel was the one to actually write that note. So he was arrested and charged with the murder of Leslie Davidson. In May of 2011, when he was 39 years old, he was found guilty and convicted of the murder. He was sentenced to a grand total of 110 years. I guess he'll be serving some of that time in the fires of hell. Here in this photo is the answer to a 46-year-old murder mystery. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Loretta Jones. Viewer discretion is advised. Loretta Marie Jones was born on September 14th, 1946. Around 1966 or so, she would end up giving birth to her daughter, Heidi. It doesn't sound like Heidi's father was still together with Loretta, though. But honestly, I'm not 100% sure. At the time this case occurs, Loretta is 23, Heidi is 4 years old. It's July 30th, 1970. Heidi wakes up in the middle of the night. She peeks out her door and she sees blood everywhere. And in the middle of all of that blood was her 23-year-old mother, Loretta Jones. Heidi ran to a neighbor's house. They called police, and police confirmed that, in fact, Loretta was deceased. There were no signs of forced entry in the home. There was blood just all over the living room. Loretta had been bludgeoned and also stabbed 17 times. Police also determined that she was sexually assaulted. When Heidi was questioned, she said she heard nothing, and Loretta had no defensive wounds. They believe that Loretta was protecting her daughter by deliberately staying quiet and not fighting back. That if she had screamed, Heidi may have come out and she may have become a victim as well. So she just took the attack to save her daughter's life. They determined that she was stabbed with like a small, narrow knife. They did find male bodily fluid on her, but in 1970 they had no way of testing it. When they asked Heidi, "Do you know who did this?" she said, "Tom did it." Who's Tom? Well, that would be Tom Eagley. Tom and Loretta had dated for about a month or two. Now, the same night that Loretta was killed, a 10-year-old girl was attacked and almost abducted, and her name was Lori Fennell. Well, when they brought him in for questioning about Loretta, there was suspicions he may have been the one to try to abduct that 10-year-old girl. So she, the 10-year-old, identified him positively as the man who tried to abduct her, that it was Tom Eagley who did that. And then coincidentally, the same night, Loretta Jones is killed. So Tom Eagley, pictured here, went to trial for the kidnapping attempt, and he was convicted, but he only got 90 days in prison for it. And at this point, they had no evidence to actually connect him to the murder of Loretta Jones. And then her case goes cold for a very long time, and most people, including Heidi, believe they know who did it, but it's a matter of proving it. When a cold case team wants to reopen this case, they discover something awful. All of the evidence was gone. Literally all of it. The DNA, the crime scene photos, gone. How that came to be, I'm not 100% sure, but all that matters is they had nothing. Except one photo. That would be this photo right here. Someone took a picture of Heidi standing in their living room after her mother was murdered. And here you can see the bloodstains. This is where her body was. Heidi can recall that it looked like in the blood when she was, 4, she thought she saw the letters T and O written in blood. So they go back to this photo and they use enhancements on it. They zoom in and they find something interesting here in this part of the stain. There is the letters, they traced over it, T, O. And when Loretta's body was, found, that's exactly where her hand was lying. Loretta had tried to write out the killer's name in her own blood. T.O. Tom Eagley. But by 2016, he's this decrepit old man. He's still denying he had anything to do with it, and they need physical evidence. So they exhume the body of Loretta Jones, hoping that something can be found on her body. Unfortunately, her coffin was damaged by water damage, and they were not able to get any evidence off of her remains. However, they put out on the news, the police did, that they were exhuming her body, and that they said, we're really excited about this, we're going to finally solve this case, in hopes that it would make him get kind of jittery. But it prompted one of his friends to go to police to say, hey, I'll wear a wire, and I'll try to get him to confess. And unbelievably, it worked. This friend, Lisa, wore a wire, and over the course of several days or weeks, kept bringing up the topic of the murder of Loretta and the exhumation, and he finally confessed to stabbing her. He says they had consensual sex that night, then a fight broke out. He freaked out, he snapped, and then he stabbed her. And then this friend who got this confession out of him managed to get him to also tell this to police, even though they had a recording already. So he confessed again to police. The confession, the letters T.O. written in the victim's blood by the victim, basically identifying him. They also have the evidence that he was convicted of attempting to kidnap a 10-year-old child the exact same day Loretta's murder happened, and that was all enough. He was convicted of the murder of Loretta Jones. He was sentenced in 2016 to 10 years to life. He was 76 years old when he was convicted, so it's basically a life sentence. You really have to appreciate the love a mother has for her daughter. Loretta died protecting Heidi, and Heidi remembered the initials in blood, so in the end, she helped her mom. She was found brutally murdered inside her home, and nobody can figure out Who would do this? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Lori Heimer. Viewer discretion is advised. Lori was born on August 1st, 1958 in California. By 1984, she marries Ronald Heimer. By 1990, the family had moved to Osaria in Kansas, and they would have 4 daughters, and then they would have grandchildren. Lori was loved by every single person. She was described as jovial, incredibly friendly. She would invite you into her home if she barely knew you, if you needed help. She was like the happiest grandma, that she would go above and beyond for her grandkids, especially around Christmas, and that she just made everything really, really special. She also really loved animals. She owned a lot of dogs, and they lived on a farm property with animals. And then on June 25th, 2016, her life would end in a brutal way. That morning, she told her husband, Ron, that she had a potential customer because she bred poodles and dogs. And I guess this appointment was to show a dog to a possible customer. And then I guess she had plans to go to a barbecue. She never made it to that barbecue. At approximately 7:30 p.m. that day, one of her daughters goes into the house and finds her mom. Lori Heimer had been murdered. They haven't released her cause of death. They've only stated that she definitely died of a brutal homicide. This community of Osaria, Kansas was very small, like 400 or 500 people. Her closest neighbor is like half a mile away. Her husband Ron at the time was out on a farm harvesting wheat. The only evidence they really have is that they're looking for 2 different vehicles. Either an older flatbed pickup truck, possibly a Chevrolet. They said it's a beat up maroon in color, white front bumper. The driver was a man, possibly 50-ish years old. And then another pickup truck, possibly a Chevrolet. If you want to pause and read the description of the vehicles right here. But they don't know if they're related to this murder or not. Just that people saw those vehicles near her house. Yes, they looked into Ron, the husband. They've cleared him. He didn't do this. They know that Lori's poodle business was advertised on Facebook and her address was on it. Could maybe someone have seen it and decided maybe should possibly rob her? But the house wasn't robbed. Nothing of hers was stolen. None of the dogs were missing or stolen or harmed. I'm assuming they've looked into the phone records to see who maybe she was in contact with, but I don't know if they've got anything from it. I'm not sure. This is a truly bizarre murder mystery. If you have any information, please call 785-825-8477. This sweet elderly woman would be found murdered in her own backyard. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Margaret Sliger. Viewer discretion is advised. Margaret Jack Sliger was born on December 25th, Christmas Day, 1935. She lived her entire life in Mooresburg, Tennessee. Margaret, who lived here on this farm property in Mooresburg, she never got married, she never had kids. But she was a very beloved teacher in the community. She spent 30 years teaching in elementary schools and other grades as well. So many of her students would grow up and say that she was just the sweetest teacher, the nicest person. She was a pillar of this community, and she was so well respected. In 2015, she was 79 years old, and she was retired for many, many years. And she lived here in this house alone, and it was like a farm property as well. And she did a lot of her own farming still. It was May 18th, 2015, when one of Margaret's neighbors would call Margaret's family to say, listen, we haven't seen Margaret all day, and that's extremely unusual because she was always outside tending to her farm. So that same day, 2 of her relatives would go to her house where on the outside, they didn't see anything unusual. But when they got to like the back of her property, kind of in her backyard, they found her. This 79-year-old woman had a gunshot wound to her head, and she was deceased. It appeared that she was likely shot somewhere else on the property, and then she was dragged by her pants or belt loop and dragged out into that backyard area. They know this because along the waist of her pants, they found touch DNA. So she was probably shot and then lifted and then dragged out. It was difficult finding anyone responsible for this because she was so loved, and they just don't know who would do this to her and why. They ran the possibility of, were there drug traffickers in the area? Was this some random attempt at a robbery that failed? Information came out that there was someone who worked on her farm that was going to inherit the farm when she passed, so they looked into that person, and they ruled him out completely. That's when this 15-year-old boy came into focus. His name is Kyle Wolf. He always got into trouble with Margaret because he constantly rode his ATV out to her property. And he admitted he did that the very day she was murdered. So curious, they got his DNA and it was a match. The DNA on her pants was his. And then he admitted to shooting her. I guess he got tired of her yelling at him. So he pled guilty to second-degree murder, and because of his age, he got 25 years. He'll be out when he's 40. What you see here are poisoned pots of curry. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Masumi Hayashi. Viewer discretion is advised. This case happened in Wakayama, Japan, and it was 1998. There was a summer festival going on in the area, which they do every single summer. There were numerous places where you could get food. One of them was, I guess, a tent where you could purchase curry. Well, it was July 25th, 1998 at this festival when essentially about 67 people fell very, very ill within, I guess, hours of eating at this festival. 4 of those people would die. 2 of them were children. It was determined that those people died of arsenic poisoning. All of the other people who fell very ill, they all tested positive for having arsenic in their system as well. But luckily, they survived. Now, when police were questioning everyone, they basically came to the conclusion that all of these people ate from these pots of curry. And one person in particular seems to be circling these pots of chili like a vulture. A married 37-year-old mother, Masumi Hayashi. One person described her as walking around the pots of curry like a bear. Other witnesses would confirm that Masumi was alone with those pots of curry for 40 straight minutes. Masumi was known in the community. Her and her husband had been caught numerous times for insurance fraud. Her husband Kenji actually landed himself in jail for it and got a 6-year sentence. The community basically bashed Masumi and her husband, and she didn't like that. She became very bitter. Well, detectives, as they're investigating this curry incident, they discovered that people in her past had also fallen ill to poisoning by arsenic, including her husband Kenji. That was after there was a life insurance policy put in his name. He survived. Then a tenant who was staying at their home also fell ill. Again, arsenic poisoning. And then it happened again. All of these centered around insurance fraud or life insurance policies. But apparently the authorities didn't really put 2 and 2 together to determine that they were like malicious poisonings, I guess. Now, a lot of the evidence against Masumi for the curry poisonings was circumstantial. However, they did find arsenic in her home. It was the exact same arsenic they found in these pots. That, coupled with her criminal history and these other alleged deliberate poisonings, would lead to the court finding her guilty of the 4 curry poisoning murders. She got the death sentence, and she's still waiting. Hello, true crimerers. There is some wonderful and finally news in the Micah Westwolf case. To get the full details of the case, just click the comment. It will go back to my original video. But just a couple of days ago, the police have officially arrested the suspect. About 7 months ago, Micah Westwolf, a young Indigenous woman in Montana, was killed in a hit-and-run accident. From the get-go, they had a suspect. This thing. Its name is Sunny White, and she named her 2 children who were in the vehicle with her when she hit Micah Westwolf. Her 2 kids were named Arian and Nation. Yeah, she is a white nationalist, white supremacist, whatever you want to call this thing. Honestly, it looks like Voldemort's lesser-known 8th Horcrux. Yeah. Well, she was arrested on October 20th, 2023. The Lake County's prosecutor's office has charged her with 5 felony counts. Vehicular homicide under the influence, accidents involving another person, 2 counts of criminal child endangerment. She should also be charged for naming her children Aryan and Nation. And she was also charged with possession of illegal substances. Sunny White was bonded out on a $200,000 bond. So the affidavit claims that she says that she was driving and she went to go reach for something and she hit a deer and then she just kept driving. Now, she said that she hadn't done... TikTok doesn't like it when you use the word. You know that thing that Walter White made? That? Yeah. She said she hadn't done that in a week. But she had a blood test done shortly after the incident, and it proved that she absolutely had a lot of it in her system. They also found that product in her vehicle, as well as unopened packages of Narcan. I believe Sunny White is expected to appear back in court, I think, next Wednesday. But I don't know when/if there's a trial date set, or if she's going to plead guilty or not guilty. You know, it's encouraging news that at least one Indigenous woman is about to get justice, hopefully. You know, even though they knew Sunny was basically a suspect right when it happened, it took them 7 months to finally get this done. Hopefully, Micah Westwolf and her family get the justice she rightfully deserves. The police would just say, he ran away. Yeah, no. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Mitchell Dion Owens. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this story took place, Mitchell Owens was a 4-year-old boy. He lived with his mom and his 2 brothers in an apartment in Menlo Park, California. His mother was a single mom, raising the 3 boys on her own. Well, it was February 3rd, 1983. A man who has to this day never been identified broke into their apartment. He would enter through a window and he found his way to the mother's bedroom. This man began to assault the mother. I don't know if there was like a sexual assault attempt or if this was just a physical attack. I'm not 100% sure. But during the attack, 4-year-old Mitchell woke up. His other 2 brothers managed to stay asleep the entire time, but he went to his mom's room because there was a lot of noise coming from it. His mother would say that she then yelled at him to please get out of the room, please go away, trying to get him away from this attacker. When this man took a phone cord and wrapped it around her neck and pulled as hard as he could until she passed out. The mother woke up 2 days later. She was basically in a coma for a couple of days. It's then she was told that her son, Mitchell, was missing. The other 2 boys were safe. They never woke up whatsoever during the entire attack. But Mitchell, he just vanished. The mother gave this description of the man, of her attacker. She says a few hours before the attack took place, a person claiming to be a police officer knocked on her door because she had filed a report about a stolen purse. But later, that same police department said, we never dispatched anyone to your apartment. And we have no records of anyone going there at all. She also said she met a man the night before at the Enlisted Men's Club at Moffett Field Naval Air Station in Mountain View, California. He basically made advances at her, wanted to buy her a drink, dance with her. She declined. She thinks maybe that man followed her home and then found out where she lived and then came back the next night. But did that man kidnap Mitchell Owens? The police said he's a runaway. He's 4. And they just said, oh, he ran away. Coincidentally, the same night his mother is brutally attacked? The only other person who saw the attacker is coincidentally now gone? What do you mean he ran away? No one has ever seen him again. He was never spotted. You think someone would notice a 4-year-old kid on the side of the road? Maybe he's this really scared kid who saw his mom being attacked. She told him to go away, to please run away. And maybe he ran out of the house. But you're telling me nobody saw this scared 4-year-old kid just wandering the streets? Where would he have gone? Like, no one ever spotted him ever again. Clearly he was taken by this attacker because he was a witness to this crime. He probably thought he killed the mom because he left her unconscious after strangling her. So now he wanted to get rid of the only other person who saw him. But if, by some chance, that maybe Mitchell Owens did run away, and maybe not one person ever saw the news reports in the newspaper articles with regards to this missing child, and he somehow ended up growing up elsewhere. This is an age progression photo of what Mitchell Dion Owens may look like sometime around, now. He would be in his mid-40s as of right now in 2023. He has a scar on the upper portion of his nose. He has a surgical scar on his left rib area. He has a lazy right eyelid, and he has black hair and brown eyes. Several people believe that the police just weren't bothered looking for him because he was a little African-American boy. And this is in the 80s, so that they just couldn't be bothered. But I think the consensus is that he was kidnapped that night, but what happened to him from there, it's not known. So if you have any information about the disappearance of Mitchell Dion Owens, please contact the Menlo Park, California Police Department at 650-858-3308. She was found dead on the side of a road in New Mexico, and police are still trying to find out who killed her. Hello, true crimeers. This is another missing or murdered Indigenous woman case, and this is the case of Mona Renee Vallow. Viewer discretion is advised. Mona was born on July 7th, 1965, and that was in Toppenish, Washington. And she was a member of the Yakima Nation. She would eventually graduate from Santa Rosa Junior College. She would then end up working for casinos. She spent, I think, 10 or 11 years at one casino. Eventually, though, she would move from Washington to Laguna Pueblo in New Mexico. Mona was an amazing mother and an amazing grandmother. She absolutely loved all of the kids. She loved going to the mountains. She loved to travel. She loved participating in powwows. She made friends just like it was nothing. It was so easy for her. She was funny, she was adventurous, and she just could make anyone laugh. And sadly, her life would end just so abruptly. It was March 9th, 2022. There were people driving down US Route 66 on New Mexico Highway 124, and I guess this was by the mile marker 20. They found the body of a woman, and they would call an ambulance, but she would be pronounced deceased. That woman would be identified as 56-year-old Mona Renee Vallow. They determined that she had injuries that are similar to a hit and run. Somebody hit her with their car and did not stop. They hit this woman with their car, ran her over, and continued to drive. Unfortunately, no one, to my knowledge, witnessed the incident. I don't know the details about, why she was walking down that road. She was found at night, but they determined that she was likely hit sometime around 7 p.m., which means that it was pretty much still light outside when this incident took place. So it wasn't a matter of it being dark and no one seeing her. So what happened? And the cowardly piece of human garbage just sped away without a care in the world. And unfortunately, the police and now the FBI, they're desperately seeking any information, any tips. Her family, they want to know who did this, and they want that person to be locked up. They killed someone they love, this wonderful woman. There's a $10,000 reward being offered. If you have any information, please call 505-889-1300, and you can report anonymously. Oh God, this will definitely be flattering, right? And not soul-crushing? I guess we'll find out. What? have that outfit, though. I do have that outfit. The image you see behind me is not an upcoming reboot of The Brady Bunch. But sadly, because you have now stared at this image, you will soon get a phone call and a disembodied voice will whisper to you, 7 days. Because there is so much evil in this photo that it will kill you. But I bring this to you with a cool little story. You see, Freedom for Gracie on Instagram, well, they posted this earlier today. Get prepared now. Countdown to Nancy Grace is on. The first episode is in edits as we post. Watch here to be notified when the first episode is released. And then they tell you all the places you could follow to, get alerted about when the episodes air. Nancy Grace, love her or hate her, whatever your opinions on her, she is a feisty lady. She has the Grant Solomon, Gracie Solomon, Aaron Solomon story. She's interviewed Angie Solomon, and these people should probably be pretty concerned about that. So, because Nancy Grace knows all of your names. And hopefully, now that she's going to be covering this story, maybe places like Investigation Discovery, maybe Oxygen True Crime, maybe all the other major true crime places can actually start talking about this story loudly. People have asked why I talk about this case so much, and the reason why is because it got to a point where I realized that these people, well, some of them at least, are dangerous people. The fact that they've already gone after George, a victim of Grace Christian Academy, someone who is, calling these people out for their atrocities. Well, they got to him. They had him arrested. They've stalked Angie and Gracie Solomon. So the more people that know their story, Grant, Angie, and Gracie, the more that people are aware of the monsters that surround them, the safer Gracie and Angie become. The safer someone like George becomes. Because if millions of people know this story and know the dangers that may come with it to this family, the more eyes on these bad people, these bad communities, these bad police, the less likely they are to cause serious harm to someone. Because we'll all know who did it. Back before this was just Angie and Gracie trying to fight on their own, well, there was a much higher risk of them being harmed to silence them. But not anymore. So I talk about this so much in order to try to save Gracie and Angie. It's a way of protecting them. Also, I just love dragging their names through the mud. It's fun. But if I were them, I'd be afraid of her. She doesn't go easy. On Halloween night 2009, in this apartment building in Washington, D.C., an unsolved murder would occur. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Nori Amaya. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, Nori Amaya was a 38-year-old who co-owned a restaurant with her brother. They owned Kopi's Organic Restaurant in Washington, D.C. I guess it was like an Italian restaurant. Nori was described as a free spirit. She was a wonderful cook, and she was the self-proclaimed salsa queen. She loved salsa dancing. It was Halloween night 2009. Nori had just finished closing up the restaurant with her brother, but she was not ready to call it a night. After closing the restaurant, she got into a cab and she would go to the Roomba Cafe. She would then go to Russia House and then to Bravo Bravo. Nori wanted to dance. It was Halloween night. She wanted to have some fun. Nori at the time was actually dating the owner of the Roomba Cafe, and I guess their relationship was kind of strained at this point. But at approximately 2 o'clock in the morning, she would finally finish up her evening. She would get back into a cab, which would take her to her apartment complex, the Woodner Apartments. The CCTV from the front desk would show her talking to the front desk people for a few minutes, and then walking into the apartment building on her own. No one was with her. No one was following her. The following day, no one could get a hold of her. She didn't show up at the restaurant. Her brother, thought maybe she just had a late night and she slept in. He actually goes to the apartment, knocks on her door. She doesn't answer. He's still thinking, okay, maybe she's just still sleeping. But by November 2nd, he and his sister are very concerned. So they go to the apartments, they get a security guard, and they enter her apartment. and they find Nori Amaya on her bed, and she is sadly deceased. The coroner would determine that she was strangled. That was her cause of death, and she clearly fought back against her attacker. They believe this because her attacker cut off all of her fingernails, probably in an attempt to hide his DNA, but they still found DNA on her body, and it came from a male contributor. It was not the DNA of her boyfriend. They checked a bunch of men in her life, like people she worked with, interacted with, family even, didn't match anybody. They confirmed that nobody followed her that night. However, everyone coming in and out of the building, either right before her or after her, were all wearing Halloween costumes. So it was impossible to know who any of them were, nor did they know if any of them went up to her apartment. It's now 2023 and her murder is still unsolved. If you have any information about her murder, please contact the Washington, D.C. police. Our justice system failed 6 or 7 women, possibly even more than that. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the North Side Strangler. Viewer discretion is advised. Walter Earl Ellis was born on June 24th, 1960 in Mississippi. He was one of 6 kids, and from an early age, he was showing signs of having, troublesome behavior. He had very aggressive reactions to things. He would start fights. He became very antisocial, and he would end up dropping out before he even reached high school, and he never furthered his education. By the time he was 14, he had already committed a robbery and also an attempted murder, but since he was only 14, he was basically let off with just a slap on the wrist. He spent no time in prison. Between 1978 and 1986, he would commit just crime after crime after crime. Burglary charges, drug-related charges, extortion charges, assault charges. The most time he really ever spent in jail, though, was like 5 to 7 months. He got a lot of probation, he got a lot of fines, but never really spent solid time in prison. Despite attempted murder, assault, burglary, after his longest stint, he got out sometime in the early 90s where he would join a drug trafficking ring and just kept getting into more and more and more legal trouble. Now, most of this time he was living in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Little did anyone know that during all of these other crimes, women were dying. There was Deborah Harris, Tanya Miller, Irene Smith, Florence McCormick, Sheila Ferrier, Joyce Mims, Oithrion Stokes, Karen Kilpatrick, Jessica Payne. The majority of these women were prostitutes working in the area, and pretty much all of them, most of them, were found strangled to death. DNA had been found on several of the victims, but that DNA, when these murders were, uncovered, never matched anyone. As a matter of fact, 2 of these women, their murderers, were supposedly caught and went to trial and were convicted. Turns out they got the wrong guy for each one of them. At least 2 men spent a very long time in prison for murders they didn't commit. You see, in 2009, the authorities realized they did not have Walter Ellis's DNA on file. And legally speaking, they were supposed to, since he had convictions. So they tried to flag him down just to get his DNA to have it on file, because they were supposed to have it. He refused to show up to the police station, so a warrant was put out. They search his home and they find his toothbrush. They take DNA from that toothbrush. Lo and behold, that DNA matched all of these victims. While Walter Ellis was not being punished enough for all of the crimes he committed, he was killing prostitutes on the side. So he was charged with at least 7 murders, and at first he would plead not guilty. But then eventually he was convinced to take a deal. And so Walter Ellis would admit that he did murder at least those 7 women. As a matter of fact, I think they pinned him to 9. This man had attempted murder at the age of 14 and never spent a day in jail for it. He committed physical assaults on people and barely spent any time. He was caught in drug trafficking rings, in sex rings. Perhaps some of these women, maybe not all of them, but perhaps some of them could have been saved. He would be nicknamed the Milwaukee North Side Strangler. He was convicted of 7 total murders, and he was sentenced to 7 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. But in 2013, after battling issues with his recently diagnosed diabetes, he died in prison. He was 53 years old. This is the only known image of a murderer from Colorado. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Al Kite. Viewer discretion is advised. Okie Albert Kite, who would go by Al, he was born on May 7th, 1951, and he was born in North Carolina. He grew up in a really loving home where his mother unfortunately passed away when he was just 18. He graduated high school with really wonderful grades. He went to college. In 1971, he would end up getting a job at an engineering services company. This job would take him all over the United States, and he would live in various places, but eventually, by the time this case happens, he would settle in Aurora, Colorado. He ended up getting a 2-story townhome that had a basement, and he said it was just such a large space that he was able to actually rent out the basement apartment portion. He had one tenant who then eventually moved out, and then he put the basement apartment back up for rent. And that's when a man, basically described as this, came into the picture. He said his name was Robert Cooper. He showed interest in renting the basement apartment. Al's girlfriend, Linda, was there the day that this Robert Cooper person came, but it was clear to her that Robert Cooper was trying to avoid her ever seeing him. So Robert Cooper was in and out quickly. But she was able to get a good enough look to help make this composite. On May 25th, 2004, people would go to Al's townhome because he wasn't responding to anything. Phone calls, emails, he wasn't showing up to work. This is highly unusual for him. When they get inside his townhouse, everything looks relatively normal until they get to the basement. It would be police that discovered Al down there. He had been stabbed 22 times. His hands were bound to his ankles. Whoever did this used Al's kitchen knives that were then found in the sink, soaking in bleach, along with the spare key to the apartment. Missing was Al's keys to his vehicle, his wallet, his cell phone, and his truck. They later found his cell phone randomly at a payphone, but it had no fingerprints. Police soon discovered that Al's ATM card was used to withdraw $1,000. And this is the image of a man wearing a ski mask and surgical gloves driving Al's truck after he was dead. So they believe that this is this Robert Cooper person, and that name is not a real name, at least not for whoever this is. But this is Al's killer. They later found his pickup truck, but they were not able to get any physical evidence from it. Other renters in the area would say they interacted with a similar individual. This is a drawing that some other people came up with. And so they believe that this Robert Cooper person, whatever his real name is, was going around searching for someone to make his victim. And he ended up choosing Al Kite. What police believe is that the motive was not robbery. He only took $1,000 from Al's bank account. The house was not in disarray. Really nothing was stolen of any value. He abandoned the truck. He abandoned the cell phone. And based on the interactions that this man had with other people renting places, they believe that this person was literally just trying to find someone to kill. That this was the thrill kill. That was the only motive. Al's girlfriend and the other people who interacted with this man said he had possibly an accent, maybe Romanian. She also said that the man walked with kind of a limp, but they don't know if maybe he was just faking the accent and the limp to just disguise who he was. Now, this man, who I know the drawings look a little bit different for each one of them, but I'm just going to show both. But this man appeared to go to every length he could to wipe everything down, clean any trace of him, except that when he stabbed Al 22 times, he ended up somehow probably cutting himself, and he left DNA behind. And in 2019, they used the genealogical DNA thing to create this image of the man. I guess the DNA says he's somewhere from the Balkans, so essentially he's European. So police are just hoping that someone may recognize this image as someone they know, or someone they knew. This was back in 2004, so he has aged. Or maybe people see this image and somehow are able to discern something from it about someone they recognize. So if you recognize this image, this image, this image, or this one, of a man believed to be in his 40s, maybe early 50s back in 2004. Maybe he does actually have a limp, and maybe he does actually have a Romanian or European accent. But if you have any idea who this man is, and you have any information about this case, please contact the Aurora, Colorado police. You can also contact your own local FBI office, and any information you have, even if it's the smallest little detail, may break the case wide open. Al and his friends, his family, they all deserve justice for Al. Women who come into contact with this man seem to have a history of vanishing. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Pamela Butler. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, Pamela Butler was 47 years old and she was living in Washington, D.C. Pamela, pictured here with her brother. She worked in computers and she had a very busy work life. And, she didn't really have a lot of time to find love, I guess, in the more traditional long form way. So she would end up taking to the internet. So using eHarmony, that's how she met this man, Jose Rodriguez Cruz. From what I understand, they hit it off, they became a couple, and I believe they were a couple for about 5 or so months, and then this case happened. It was Valentine's Day 2009. Pamela was supposed to take her mom out to dinner that night with Jose, but Pamela never arrived to pick her up for dinner. The last time that her mom had even heard from Pamela was the day prior. So, concerned, her brother would go to Pamela's apartment. When he arrived at the apartment building, he noticed that the alarm system was not set, which was immediately concerning for him because Pamela was extremely particular about keeping that alarm system on. Pamela is known as someone who keeps a very neat and clean apartment, but when her brother gained access, there was clutter. It was just a mess everywhere. No blood or signs of foul play or anything like that, but Pamela was missing. They did notice that her sheets and her comforter were missing from her bed. So they asked Jose, have you seen her? He said, well, we broke up yesterday, February 13th. So they do gain access to her cameras that she had around her apartment. They see that she had walked into her home. They later see her at her front door, but then after this, she's never seen on camera again. They see Jose numerous times. He is coming and going, leaving the apartment, coming back in. He said it was because he was moving things out because they broke up. Yet he's really never seen carrying much of anything. He also doesn't know why the camera footage was turned off. The family suspects that he may have done something to Pamela, but they had no evidence, they had no proof, neither did police. And he wouldn't confess. He also would not take a lie detector test. He refused. And then he stopped cooperating with police. It would be 8 years later when they discovered that he was connected to another missing woman, his wife, Marta Rodriguez. She fell off the face of the earth in 1989. Police then had witness statements to say that they saw and heard testimony about how he put a gun to her head on numerous occasions. So they bring him back in, 8 years after Pamela disappears. Police say they had circumstantial evidence, I guess, also that was able to get him back in, and they actually placed him under arrest. So this time, now in 2016 or so, Pamela has been declared legally dead by her family, and when he is questioned, he just admits to what he did. He said on February 13th, 2009, he was at her apartment. They got into a fight because he did not have a job, and he really didn't seem to have any interest in getting one. And one thing led to another, and he punched Pamela, and then she passed out, and then he strangled her until she was dead. He then says he took her and threw her over the balcony in the back in the dead of night so that no one could see, put her body in a car, and buried her, and disabled the cameras so that none of this was captured on video. They were going to offer him a plea deal. If you show us where her body is, we'll give you less time. He agreed, but then it would be found out that apparently the location where she was put was under construction somewhere, and so everything that was there was dug up, and now no one knows where any of that is. like a new building was put there, something like that. And they dug so deep that they must have uncovered her and inadvertently moved her somewhere. So unfortunately, Pamela has never been found. Jose would end up getting a 12-year sentence for her murder. That's it. Luckily, in 2018, while he's still in prison, police were able to identify a body that was found way back in 1991. She was identified in 2018 as Marta Rodriguez. They confirmed she had been killed via homicide, and they were then able to try Jose Rodriguez for her murder. So, he would be convicted of killing her, and he was sentenced to 40 years in prison. So in total, he murdered 2 women and got a grand total of 52 years in prison. He was in his early 50s when this all happened, when he was finally, sentenced. So he will be extremely old when and if he ever actually sees the light of day again. Hopefully, he doesn't. Here in this home, in a quiet and peaceful community, a brutal triple homicide has gone unsolved for 65 years. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Pauls family murders. Viewer discretion is advised. The Pauls family consisted of 52-year-old David, 45-year-old Helen, and their 11-year-old daughter, Dorothy. David and Helen, they met when they were teenagers, and they actually were originally from Russia. But they would eventually move to Canada, where they lived in various places, but at the time of this case, they were living in Vancouver. The family was painfully ordinary. Your typical, quiet, unassuming family. They did not have any enemies. They did not ruffle any feathers. They got along with everyone. But in the late evening hours of June 10th, 1958, a disturbing homicide would take place in their home. They purchased this home about a year or two before this happened. Sometime on June 11th, 1958, their bodies were discovered inside their home. The house inside was in relatively clean condition. Their animal was left unharmed. Helen's purse was out on the table, not touched. No money stolen, no jewelry stolen. But the rest of the house was a horror story. 11-year-old Dorothy had been bludgeoned to death on her own bed. David was found in the basement, and he had been beat and shot to death. Now, Helen must have arrived at the house sometime after the first murders took place, because David was supposed to pick her up from work at 11:30 p.m., but he did not show up. So she caught a bus, and it was raining that night, and she ran from the bus to her home. But her body was also found inside the house. She was shot, and then she was beat after she was dead, and her body was just left in a hallway. None of the murder weapons have ever been found. They believe that a .22 caliber was probably used, but it was a very, very popular model, and so that really led to no leads. The case just went cold. There was no suspects. They had no enemies. There was nothing to indicate who would have done this to them. It was briefly reopened in the 90s, and that's when they figured that Dorothy, the 11-year-old, may have been the intended target. Because when Dorothy was found in her bed, her pajama bottoms had been taken off, and her head was wrapped in a robe, indicating that someone killed her that probably knew her and didn't want to see her face. So the parents were likely secondary targets, but it's just a theory. The only evidence they had was a shoe print outside, a bloody palm print that was unidentifiable, and that's it. They investigated their ties to Russia, but they got nothing. It's been 65 years, and they have absolutely no idea who or why. $650. That's what they killed for. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Preston Claybrooks and Alexandra Grubbs. Viewer discretion is advised. 24-year-old Preston and 23-year-old Alexandra were longtime boyfriend and girlfriend, and they had 2 children together. The 2 of them lived here in this apartment building in East Nashville, Tennessee. Unfortunately, I really don't know a whole lot about the couple. On September 26, 2015, the couple would be reported missing because nobody had heard from them, nobody had seen them in about 5 days. When one of the parents goes to their apartment complex on September 26th, they notice an odor of what they describe as death. So police arrive and they too confirm that odor, and then they make entry into the apartment. And what they find is a nightmare. There is a mattress soaked in blood. There's blood on like the walls. And in one of the closets are the bodies of Preston and Alexandra. Both of them had their heads smashed in, and they both had their throats cut. They also found a handwritten note in the apartment that basically was someone trying to figure out how to dispose of the bodies. And they also found a checklist of like cleaning supplies. Now, missing from the apartment were their friends and I guess one-time roommates, Brandon Griswold and Whitney Gray. They were a couple. Well, about a week or so after the bodies were found, these two were found thanks to homeless people in the area because they had tried to basically hide with homeless people. And when one of the gentlemen recognized them, they went to police, and so these two were arrested. They didn't know what connection they had to the murders at all, but Brandon would basically just immediately confess. He said he and Whitney murdered them both because of a $650 heroin debt. They owed them that much money for heroin they bought, and they couldn't pay it. So they took a hammer and a microphone stand. And while the couple was asleep on September 21st at about 10 o'clock in the morning, they both bashed in their heads and then cut their throats to make sure they were dead. They then tried to clean the apartment. They actually bought a new mattress, but they never threw away the bloody mattress. And they just did a really shitty job cleaning up. So the only kind thing these two would do would not drag the families through a trial. They would both end up pleading guilty to first-degree murder, and they were each sentenced to life in prison without parole. All for $650. By the way, their children are safe. Their plan was to rob him, but it ended in a murder. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Ravi Kumra. Viewer discretion is advised. Ravish Kumra, who would go by Ravi, he was born on September 20th, 1946 in India. He was a very intelligent man. He got his degree in chemical engineering from a very esteemed school in India. By 1970, he moved to the United States. He started cellular companies, which very quickly made him a very wealthy man. And that would lead to him being like this angel investor throughout Silicon Valley in California. Ravi was someone who was very, very business savvy, and he was also very, very generous with his money. He was described as a business maverick, a visionary, and there was a lot of respect for him. Now, back in 1974, he would marry Ronnie, and the two of them had 2 kids together. Fast forwarding to 1995, they would purchase a winery. They bought this gigantic, beautiful home. It was 7,000 square feet. And he was known to have a lot of valuables and kept a lot of money inside. Now, Ravi and Ronnie, I guess, had a very back and forth relationship. By the time this story takes place, they are actually separated, but living in the same house still, just in separate bedrooms. But they had a very, very good relationship still. On the night of November 29th, 2012, Ronnie said she cooked dinner for the two of them. And then afterwards, she cleaned up the dishes and she walked up to her bedroom, and Ravi had gone to his office, like there in the house. And then as she's basically fallen asleep, she awakes sort of in the middle of the night to a loud sound. And in their home in Monte Sereno, California, there was a man standing above her and he assaulted her. He apparently lifted up his phone and she could see his face through the light of the phone. They then forced Ronnie downstairs, where she saw that Ravi had already been tied up and he was lying face down on the kitchen floor. She begged for the intruders to please not get him stressed out because he had heart issues, but they had gagged him, and so he was having a hard time breathing. They then tied her to a chair, duct taped her mouth shut, and then they blindfolded her. She also felt them ripping the jewelry off of her arms. They were 22-karat gold bracelets. After some time, she heard basically the commotion had stopped, and she waited. She was afraid to do anything, but finally she managed to get herself free and take the blindfold off. and she saw Ravi on the ground and he wasn't moving, so she called 911. But sadly, the 66-year-old man would be pronounced dead at the hospital. Ravi had died as a result of being gagged. He choked to death. When police get to the house, they realize there is no forced entry, and they kind of figure out that Ravi was someone who was very eccentric, and he was not one to lock his doors or even arm his security alarm that he had. He boasted how confident he was that no one would ever break in. But most people wouldn't know that or didn't know that. And so they believed that this was somebody who knew that this was something that Ravi did. Now, obviously, they kind of question Ronnie and see if she had any involvement in this, but they were able to quickly rule her out. While searching the house, they found 2 pairs of gloves that were in the sink in soap water. Ronnie said that those were the gloves that the intruders were wearing. And so even though they were in soapy water, they were actually able to still pull DNA from inside of them. And they ran that DNA and it matched 2 different men, D'Angelo Austin and Javier Garcia. They were well-known people who were involved in gang activities that specialized in burglarizing. So police then checked their cell phone information, and sure enough, both of their cell phones had pinged at that exact house during the time of the robbery and murder. But that wasn't it. Their investigation also came to this woman, Katrina Fritz. You see, she was D'Angelo Austin's sister. But what relevance does she have? Well, she used to be a sex worker. That is until she became fully employed by Ravi Kumra. She would become his personal sex worker. They had a relationship, that lasted about 12 years. She had been in that house many times and she knew the layout. She also knew that he never armed his security alarm and never locked the doors. So she was arrested under suspicion that she may have provided the eventual robbers and killers the information they needed. At first she denied it, but then she eventually caved and said yes. And she told them one more person was involved. Marcellus Drummer, just another affiliate of the other 2 men. Katrina, over the years, had talked about how wealthy Ravi was. And so her brother got the idea of planning to rob the house. So she gave them the information begrudgingly, and that is what led to them going into the house with a plan to rob them. They stole about $30,000 worth of cash and jewelry. Some of them were even caught with the stolen jewelry in their possession. Katrina Fritz would plead guilty to lesser charges, and she got 17 years in prison. Javier, D'Angelo, and Marcellus were all found guilty of murder, robbery, assault, false imprisonment, and other charges. And those 3 got life in prison without the possibility of parole. At least 22 people have died this evening in Lewiston, Maine, in yet another mass casualty situation, since TikTok doesn't like you saying any words, or showing them apparently. God forbid you try to warn people. Approximately an hour and a half or so ago from me filming this video in the town of Lewiston, Maine, there were 2 different locations that were shot up by an individual. Police have identified him as 40-year-old Robert Card. I just read another article that basically talked about how this man has severe mental health issues. But I can't show the CCTV image of him walking into the bowling alley because I tried that in my last video and they immediately removed it. But he walked into the Spare Time Recreation, which is a bowling alley where he opened fire. He apparently also went into a bar called Shemengi's Bar and Grill. And between the 2, there are at least 22 people confirmed dead in yet another mass gunfiring. 50 to 60 people at least are injured. These are just the current numbers. Those numbers could go up. But most importantly and terrifyingly is this man is still out there. He has not been apprehended as of me filming this video. He is considered armed and he is considered extremely, obviously, dangerous. So if you see this man, first and foremost, stay very clear of him. And if you see this vehicle, this is confirmed to be his vehicle, please contact the Lewiston, Maine Police Department immediately. I believe they have that area in a lockdown and they're encouraging everyone to please stay inside, lock the doors until this piece of fucking shit is apprehended or killed. Again, Robert Card, this is his vehicle. Please be on the lookout, but also please stay very safe. He has already killed 22 people and injured so many more. Hopefully they find this guy very soon. The Lewiston, Maine shooter, Robert Card, is still at large. I keep seeing different numbers in terms of the amount of people that he killed last night and injured. The consistent number I see now is that he killed 18 people and injured at least 13. He managed to basically get away last night after shooting up 2 different locations in Lewiston, Maine. He took off in his car, but then he ended up leaving his car behind somewhere where police found it. And there was a weapon inside the car, but I don't know if they've determined yet if that was the actual weapon he used. The 40-year-old man is still wanted for mass murder, and they still have not found him. And that's terrifying, especially to those who live in Lewiston, Maine, and where he lives in Baune, Maine. There were people I saw on Twitter, or X, or whatever the hell it's called, that said they got him. They surrounded his house and they got him. They don't got him. And it's really dangerous to put out that kind of misinformation, especially about a guy like this, because that'll make people put their guard down. They did surround his house. They were trying to get him to come out, not knowing if he was in it or not. But ultimately, he wasn't there, and they didn't arrest him. He is enlisted in the U.S. Army Reserves. He had or has an active military ID. He was a firearms instructor. Robert Card has never been deployed, however. They have also revealed that he had some very concerning mental health issues, especially in the months leading up to these incidents. As recently as July, I guess the military unit committed him to a mental health facility for 2 weeks. His family has said that they tried to reach out to the correct people to get him help. He was apparently beginning to hear voices in his head. They said his mental health had begun to deteriorate rapidly. And so when that was starting to happen, his family would reach out to the Army Reserves. They reached out to the appropriate people. His sister said it became like this manic belief system he had. The weapon he used, Robert was able to purchase legally just this year, 2023. From what I understand, he was able to do so after he had his stay at a mental health facility. We can talk all day about that, but what's most important is this man is still out there. This man is a danger. He is a threat, and they don't know where he is. He apparently has connections to people in Massachusetts. They've gone to like the state borders and they've been trying their best to, see if they can track him down that way, but they don't have him. And he could have more guns. He probably does. So again, if you see him, please stay very clear of him and contact the appropriate authorities immediately. He's already killed at least 18 people. He probably has no issues killing more. He's dead. The main shooter, Robert Card, he's dead. As of the time of me filming this video, they haven't released any of the specifics about it. They have just announced that he was found deceased. However it happened, I hope it was painful. And if hell is real, I hope he is stewing in the boiling lava, hot fires of it. But at least one monster is no longer on this planet. I hope your death is even more painful than his for saying that. He was failed. His victims were failed. Someone dropped the ball in regards to, and then you never finished. You want me to die a more painful death, even though I didn't murder 18 people. He killed 18 people. Was he failed by our mental health system? Absolutely. But he still killed 18 people and injured a bunch more. Am I supposed to have sympathy for a person who murdered 18 people, including kids? I think one of them was 14 years old. Many, 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 many people in this country suffer from mental health issues. Hi, I'm one of them. I have PTSD from a whole bunch of traumatic shit from when I was younger. I've never even once thought of doing something like that. And technically, I was failed too, because I was misdiagnosed for basically a decade, prescribed the wrong medications. I was taking pills for 10 years for something that I didn't even have. And yet I still didn't even think about doing that. He was a person with a weapon who knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. He walked into a highly populated place with a gun and opened fire. He is a murderer. And I do not have sympathy for him. You know who I feel sorry for and I have sympathy for? The families of his victims. But hey, thank you for saying you hope I have a very painful death simply because I have no sympathy for a mass murderer. Okay, so that's what I thought too. Because when it first broke a couple of nights ago, they said that there were 22 dead and like 30 to 50 or something that were injured. But now every story I see since then, especially today and yesterday, they've changed that number to 18 dead and 13 wounded. Like multiple different, and I'm looking at them right now, like multiple different articles from different publications, whatever, news stations, they're all consistently saying 18 dead and 13 wounded now. But what, like, so I don't know. I don't know if it is 22 or if they got that number wrong the first night. I'm sure they'll come out with like, you know, the official numbers here in the next few days or so, because I'm sure they're dealing with a lot, especially they were trying to find the guy. So I don't know. I don't know what the actual number is, unfortunately. Hello, true crimeers. Okay, so I'm looking for my vacuum, right? My vacuum. I don't hear it going off for a while. Look at this bitch. Look at this bitch. Look at him. Just sitting there, all aggressive and angry. Pouting. Why? Because he can't go into my office, because I closed the door. Why did I do that? Because you ate cords. You ate cords. So you cannot go in there anymore. Go home. Go back to your thing. You get. You get. I don't love you anymore. Get out of here.
Continue returning to Dawn.
Thank you. Bitch. That's right. No. Don't you. What are you doing? What are you Are you drunk? What the fuck? Don't you dare attack my dogs. Get. You get. Go back to your home. No. What are you doing? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Straight up disobeying me. What the fuck? That's right. Don't give me no damn attitude. Yeah. No, wrong way. That's not where your home is. Yeah, that way. No. You little bitch. Not you, Roxy. I mean, technically you are, but I love you. Hey, you want a sandwich full of knuckles? Huh? You are absolutely drunk and high out of your mind. That's right. And you know what? I'm not letting you go out at night anymore. You're officially a daytime vacuum. Yeah. Daytime only. Right, Mocha? Yeah. So over here trying to watch Chucky, but no, we gotta babysit the electronics. What are you doing? No, that's assault. Stop it. Now you're just being an idiot. You're just being stupid now. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. I'll make sure. What the fuck are you doing? You are literally almost there. What are you doing? This motherfucker. Oh, now he gets it. Oh, for God. I'm embarrassed for you. No, please keep going. The world is watching. Oh, for fuck. What are you doing? It's lit. Back that ass up. What? Congratulations. Again, I apologize for the assault you had to endure. I understand if you need to press charges. Kids, am I right? Whoa, it's a live action Weeble Wobble. No, he might be a killer though. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Russell Bean. Viewer discretion is advised. This story happened in the little town of Marlow, New Hampshire. I don't think I've covered a lot of cases from New Hampshire. Russell was a married 26-year-old man, and he did have a couple of kids. But on September 15th, 1978, Russell just vanished. It was just, he was there, and then suddenly he was gone, never to be seen again. No sightings of him, nothing. He was reported missing. He, being an adult, doesn't sound like police took it totally seriously, thinking he probably just left on his own accord. And for 10 years, that's all it was. Until 1988 and a deathbed confession. This was Robert Chambers, who at the time was the part-time chief of police there in Marlow. His father was Clifton Chambers, and Clifton, unfortunately, was dying in 1988. On his deathbed, he told his daughter a very dark secret, and he made her promise that she won't utter a word about it until he dies. So when Clifton died, his daughter then goes to police. This causes police to go to the property of Robert Chambers. They bring a backhoe and they begin to dig. After 3 days of digging, after exhaustive searches of this property, they find something. Skeletal remains in this giant hole on this property. The property of a part-time chief of police. The remains were positively identified as 26-year-old Russell Bean, and his cause of death is blunt force trauma, and it was ruled a homicide. From what I understand, Russell was friends with Robert Chambers. I read that Robert Chambers married Russell's wife like a year or two after he disappeared. They also haven't released many details in terms of what led to the indictment, but they indicted Robert Chambers for the murder of Russell Bean. Obviously, he's found buried deep on his property, and the cause of death is a homicide. But the indictment fails. The grand jury simply says, no, you don't have enough evidence. And that's where the case ends. It just went cold. This is Robert Chambers now. He grew up. Well, in 2017, he was convicted of sexual assault, and he got 25 years in prison for it. He also hits women, too. Not too soon after he was indicted for murder back in 1988, he actually would punch a woman in the face. Something he would actually admit that he did. What a guy. And it sounds like violence was typically his answer to anything. I did read one story that basically suggested the motive was probably because Robert wanted, Russell's wife. And he did end up marrying her a year or so after this happened. So this story basically says how Robert and Russell had a fight, an argument about this whole thing about, how Robert wants Russell's wife and Robert's married, but the fight led to a physical altercation, which then led to Russell's death. And then Robert must have brought the body back to his property where he buried him. Robert's ex-wife essentially confirms that theory. But she says Russell was killed because he was trying to defend her from Robert. You also have the unknown factor of Russell's wife, Sylvia, who then marries Robert. There were people who speculated that maybe she killed him, or maybe she was involved in it. Something she had to deny many, many times. But therein lies the problem. We have the body on this man's property, and he was murdered. He was essentially beaten to death. But by who? And for why? And I think that sounds like that's the issue they had with presenting the case to the grand jury for this indictment, was that most of this was like hearsay. None of it was fact. They didn't have physical evidence to show the who killed him. They have speculation about maybe why he would kill him. But then some people recanted their stories. They said they had lied. It was just a mess. Perhaps it's because this guy was sort of a powerful man in that area, and so was his dad. Maybe a lot of people were afraid to come forward officially to the grand jury. But to me, it sounds like the guy did it. but you need evidence. You need hard evidence. And that's what makes our justice system so frustrating sometimes. But at least he is in prison now. And judging by this, he probably won't last long. Also, an ex-man of the law in jail? Yeesh. Good luck! Underneath this carpet would be all the evidence they would need to prove murder. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Roger Scott Dunn. Viewer discretion is advised. Roger Scott Dunn, who would go by Scott to everyone, was born on February 10th, 1967, and he lived in Lubbock, Texas. At the time of this case, Scott was a 24-year-old military veteran who, after serving in the military, would settle in Lubbock, Texas. Scott, who absolutely loved cars, worked at MGM Electronics, and I guess he installed custom sound systems in vehicles. And this was one of his prized vehicles. Scott was considered a ladies' man. He loved joking around. He was just a really big, fun personality type person. It was May 13th, 1991. Scott would go to a party at a friend's house where he actually became pretty sick and would end up just sleeping at that friend's house. The next day, May 14th, Scott's girlfriend, Lisa Hamilton, would come and pick him up. When she did so, his vehicle was left at the friend's apartment. By May 15th, Scott is starting to feel better, so he says he's going to go to work, but because he didn't have his car, his friends were picking him up and going to take him to work. But when his friends arrived, he wasn't there. 2 days later, Scott's dad, Jim Dunn, gets a phone call from Alicia Hamilton, someone he's never even met. Apparently, his phone number was in the apartment that Scott shared with Alicia. She told him that Scott has disappeared. So his dad would call the Lubbock, Texas Police Department to report his son missing. When police arrive at the apartment, Alicia immediately tells them that there is a piece of carpet missing from behind their couch. And she thought that was weird. When police go to the bedroom, they notice that there was a piece of carpet that looked like it was laid down recently. And here, along the outer edge of this, you can see that it's a red-colored line. Well, turns out that's blood. They lift that particular piece of carpet up, which was clearly cut from the square piece of carpet from the living room, and underneath they find blood. More. And then even in the concrete underneath that is more blood. Now, Alicia Hamilton was Scott's live-in girlfriend, but apparently Scott was actually beginning to date someone else. So is this a motive for murder? Alicia would call back to Scott's dad, and she was basically demanding that he give her Scott's car because she needed it. And he's like, no. Police would learn that Alicia had a previous criminal record. She actually had embezzled before. She tells police of another man. This bespectacled fella, Tim Smith. She said he did something to him. She said that he, I guess, lived near Scott and Alicia and that he was obsessed with Alicia. And maybe he wanted to take Scott out so he could have Alicia. So police go to Tim's apartment. So he lets them, willingly, search his apartment. In his apartment, they find a roll of duct tape. He's in the process of moving as they're looking through his apartment. What's interesting to them is that the carpet that was found laid down in the bedroom with the blood, well, it was adhered to the ground with duct tape. So forensically, they analyzed this duct tape and they lined it up with the duct tape found underneath the carpet, and everything is a match, that this was the roll that was used to put down that carpet. On that duct tape were pieces of hair. Not Scott's hair, but hair from two different people. Both of those hair samples came back to two people, Tim Smith and Alicia Hamilton. Their hair was on the duct tape that put the bloody carpet down, but they still didn't have a body. However, they were able to determine that the amount of blood found underneath all of the carpet was enough to say that Scott was definitely dead, even though they still had not found his body. But that was enough to take this to trial as a murder case. So Alicia Hamilton's arrested, and they believe the motive was that she found out that Scott was getting engaged to another woman and she became enraged. She was able to enlist the help of Tim Smith because Tim was obsessed with her, and he would do anything for her. And essentially, she manipulated him. Alicia would be convicted and sentenced to 20 years in prison. They believed that Alicia was the one to physically kill Scott. So therefore, Tim Smith was really just an accessory after the fact, and he was only sentenced to 10 years of probation. In May of 2012, human remains were found behind an apartment complex nearby in Lubbock. They were in a 4-foot deep grave. They were wrapped in blue vinyl, and using dental records, the remains were identified as Roger Scott Dunn. They determined that his cause of death was blunt force trauma to his skull. So at least his family was finally able to lay him to rest. He left the party in the early morning hours, and he has never been seen since. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Ryan Stuka. Viewer discretion is advised. Ryan Stuka was born on March 17, 1997, and he was raised in Beaumont in Alberta, Canada. Ryan was one of 3 children. He had 2 sisters, and by all accounts, he was described as a really, really good kid. By 2018, he is 20 years old, and he has decided to move out on his own for the very first time. He and some friends would end up moving to the Kamloops area in British Columbia, Canada, and specifically, they were living near the Sun Peaks ski resort, because Ryan and his friends were going to be working there. The plan was to just work there during, the season, which would be about a few months long, and then he was going to move back home. But unfortunately, that move back home never happened. That is because on February 17th, 2018, Ryan Stuka would vanish off the face of the earth. That night, Ryan and his friends would go to a house party there in the Sun Peaks area. I guess they had been out at some bars earlier that night and were just having a really good time, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. There weren't any fights that broke out. They were hanging out at this house, which wasn't too far from their home, and they were just having a good time. As you can see here, this is where Ryan lived, and then this is where the party was. So this was a really short distance. That being said, it was freezing cold that night. At approximately 2:10 a.m., Ryan, I guess, is set to leave with a couple of his friends or roommates. His friends said they saw Ryan put on his jacket, but then they kind of lost sight of him, and then he never came back out into the crowd. They waited a few minutes, they looked around, they didn't see him, they just figured maybe he wants to stay behind and keep drinking. So they left without him and they walked back to their house, fully expecting to see him, when they wake up in the morning. They didn't. He also didn't show up to work the next day, which was something very unusual, and he never showed back up at their house. The window of time between when the friends last saw him at the party as to when he was possibly seen leaving the house was between 1 a.m. and 2:30 a.m. But unfortunately, there's no narrowed down time. People said that he was intoxicated, but they don't know how much. This is just another visual of how close that walk was. So how did he get lost in all of this? How did he go missing? Where is he? And that's the thing. Nobody knows. He vanished. After he was reported missing, they searched and they searched and they searched, but they've never found any trace of him. Even if he succumbed to the elements, you figured you would have found his body by now. But they haven't, and it's been now 5 years since he vanished. They've even brought in search dogs to pick up a scent, and they can't even pick up a scent. You figured maybe after the snow melted, they would find something. They haven't. In the years since, they have used excavators and bobcats. They have dug and they have searched, and not even clothing or anything. How could he have gotten that far away from this? And if he just fell down somewhere and died from the elements, it should have been somewhat in this area. And they searched for miles and miles and miles around. It's just he was there and then he was gone. And it's just so bizarre. It's so strange. From what I understand, they've interviewed as many people as they can from the party he was at. They've interviewed his friends and roommates. And as far as I can tell, no foul play is suspected. But with also not having any physical evidence or a body or clothing or just anything, it's kind of hard to say what happened to him at all, whether it's foul play or not. I was reading and they've done these extensive grid searches for miles around. And it's just so crazy to me that they haven't found anything. That just makes me think that something nefarious may have happened. Did someone pick him up? But reportedly he was intoxicated. No one seems to be able to verify how intoxicated. Maybe he walked the wrong direction, but still, they should have found him by now. There is one report I read that there was a witness who came forward who said that same night, around the time he would have left that house, probably like 20-30 minutes later or so, someone heard a man screaming, "Get in the car," and then that's it. This would have been about a 20-minute walk from where Ryan was last seen. But again, they can't verify this. They don't know if it's true, and it hasn't led to anything. So there is currently a $15,000 reward for any information that leads to finding out what happened to Ryan Stuka. So if you are that person who has information about this case, please contact 250-828-3000 or Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-8477. You can report your information anonymously. His family just wants him home in whatever capacity that may be. They just want to know what happened to Ryan.
And then she goes to walk out the front door. I took her out, drag her. My biggest problem was the dog. And her dog laid there and watched as I killed her.
Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sarah Stern. Viewer discretion is advised. Sarah Lee Stern was born on March 24th, 1997, and she lived her whole life in New Jersey. Sarah was an only child, so she was spoiled. She would later graduate from Neptune High School, and she was attending Brookdale Community College in New Jersey. Sarah was described as a happy-go-lucky young woman. She was kind. She was artistically gifted. She was super athletic. She was just one hell of a young woman. Unfortunately for Sarah, she was good friends with Liam McCatsney and Preston Taylor. On December 3rd, 2016, along the Route 35 bridge in Belmar, New Jersey, an Uber driver noticed a car that was just parked on the side of the bridge, but no one appeared to be in it or near it. So he called police. Police arrive, they find the car, the keys are in the ignition, the car was unlocked, but no one was nearby. They kind of made the assumption maybe whoever drove this car jumped off the bridge. Well, they would run the plates and they would find out, who owned the car. It came back to a 96-year-old woman named Lillian Stern. Lillian Stern was the grandmother of Sarah Stern. Sarah would drive her car. So now they're on the lookout for Sarah because she's not in the car, she's not on the bridge. They looked below, they didn't see her down there, they searched, she's not at home. So they begin to investigate this as a missing person. They found out that the night before, her friend Liam was the last person to see her. He tells police that Sarah has suicidal tendencies. Said that Sarah had a strained relationship with her father. Her mother had unfortunately passed away. Liam also told police, well, Sarah has also said she wants to just pick up and move to Canada. Maybe she did that. So eventually, Preston and Liam, they help the community search for Sarah. They're out there looking everywhere for her. Weeks later, police get a visit from this guy. His name is Anthony Curry. He is a friend of Sarah, with Liam, Preston. Well, he tells police that he had a conversation with Liam around Thanksgiving, shortly before Sarah would vanish. So he tells the police that Liam told him that Sarah had recently found some really old money, cash. Liam then tells Anthony that he has a plan to kill his longtime friend Sarah for this money, which he thought was about $100,000. He planned this murder for about 6 months. He told him specifically, I'll throw her off a bridge and make it look like she did it to herself. The problem is he was describing this as it was a plot of a horror movie. Liam and Preston and Anthony would always come up with these plots of horror movies. So Anthony kind of just thought it was that. But then when he heard the news about Sarah actually disappearing in her car on the side of the road, he said, holy shit. So Anthony goes to police and says, hey, put a wire on me and I'll see if I can get him to confess. So Anthony and Liam agree to meet and they get into Anthony's car. Liam says to him, I need to basically search you for a wire. Luckily, he didn't have a wire on him. The wire was actually in the vehicle itself, in camera form. And this is what part of Liam said. This is the actual recording.
And then she goes to walk out the front door. I choke her out, drag her. My biggest problem was the dog, and her dog laid there and watched as I killed her. Didn't do anything. Was there? No, nobody was there. Even her dad wasn't there. He was in Florida. Yeah, you said that he was there. So, I have to leave. I fucking dropped my phone at Sarah's house. My phone was at Sarah's house. Like, wait, you left your phone? Yeah, I lost it. I couldn't find it. I had to go to work. I had timed everything out so that... Why did you take your phone? You should have left it in your fucking pocket. Dude, what were you doing? Strangling someone. I took her out, dragged her in the back, put her in the bathroom, and then I had to go straight to work. So Preston came over, took the body, put it in the bushes, and then I was at work. I had a full, night of work, except I left work a couple times, which looks sketchy. I looked for my phone, though, which is a reasonable, thing to do. Which is kind of, me losing my phone is kind of a good thing, because the cops are like, oh, he's hanging out out there, he lost the phone, his phone, he's going back and forth between his house looking for it. And then, I get off work that night, go straight over, Preston and I go over to her house, take her safe, bring that over to my house, before we do anything.
So Liam just coldly recounts how he murdered Sarah. He showed absolutely no remorse. He was just so fucking insanely cold about it. That's the only word I can think of. And if you didn't catch it, if you didn't notice, he mentioned Preston's name. That's because Preston helped him after the fact, essentially helping move the body and dispose of the body, throwing her over a bridge. And unfortunately, Sarah Stern has still never been found. Her body's never been located. And what makes this, even worse, and it's already bad, the money that Sarah said she had found, well, it was real. It was, I guess, in the property that her family owned. This is the actual cash. It wasn't $100,000. It was only $10,000. The bills were so badly damaged, they were unusable. So they were worthless. They meant nothing. They were just a keepsake at that point, a memento of times past. So in the end, Sarah Stern was killed by one of her dearest friends for money that had no value whatsoever. Liam could be heard saying on that recording, quote, I don't feel any different. I don't even think about it, end quote. So Preston and Liam are both arrested and charged with murder. In 2019, Liam was convicted of several counts, including first-degree murder, tampering with evidence, conspiracy, desecrating human remains, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Preston Taylor, who was at one point Sarah Stern's prom date, and also very good friend, apparently, he was convicted of desecrating human remains, hindering apprehension, and robbery. He was sentenced to 18 years in prison. He said Liam promised him $3,000 to help him. That's all it took for him to help dispose of the body of his dear friend. This story, it kind of goes to show that, Jesus, you can't even trust your closest friends. We live in a world where people will literally do anything for cash. Sarah was a wonderful, beautiful young woman with so much potential ahead of her. These types of things always happen to the nicest, kindest people. but her family still hasn't been able to bury her. If she was thrown into a river, the odds are she'll never be found. Justice was served, but closure is still out there waiting.
What's wrong with her?
She's been shot.
She was shot?
Yes.
Who shot her?
We were...
Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Stephanie Wasilician. Viewer discretion is advised. Real quick, this may be a long video, close to 10 minutes, but I wanted to also point you to this TikTok page. This is Nikki Wasilician's TikTok page. She is the daughter of the victim of this video. So please go check out her page for a lot more information. At the time of this case, Stephanie Wasilician is a 32-year-old mother to 2 young girls. Stephanie, who was born in Chicago, was now living here in this house in Sedona, Arizona. Now at this time, Stephanie is a pastry chef at Pietro's restaurant, and working there with her was her 31-year-old boyfriend, Russell Peterson. The two of them had a child together. Her name was Christina. Stephanie also had a 10-year-old girl named Nikki. She's the one who owns that TikTok page I showed. And Nikki's father was Stephanie's, I guess, ex-husband. At 11 p.m. on July 8th, 1993, Nikki says that she saw her mom sitting on the couch. She went up behind her, wrapped her arms around her mom, and gave her a hug and a kiss. And she told her mom goodnight. Unfortunately, she did not know that that was the last time she would ever be able to do that. At 1:40 a.m., 911 gets this phone call.
911, what's your emergency?
I need help.
What kind of help, sir?
There has been a very bad accident. Me and my wife, we were in an argument, and she's hurt. She's hurt very bad. I need help.
Okay, what's wrong with her?
She's been shot.
She was shot?
Yes.
Who shot her?
We were... I don't know.
You don't know who shot her?
She might have shot herself.
I don't know about you, but that does not sound like someone who is in any kind of distress over his girlfriend being shot. But nonetheless, that was Russell Peterson contacting 911. This whole time, the 2 children are still fast asleep, and no one wakes them up until after police get there. The ambulance would arrive, and by 1:55 a.m., so 15 minutes after the call was made, 32-year-old Stephanie Wasilician was pronounced dead. She had been shot through the left side of her neck. So what on earth happened? What led to this? This is what Russell tells police. He says he got home shortly after 11 p.m. that night. He went in, took a shower, and opened up a bottle of wine. He then says they're sitting on the couch and they're having a conversation when Stephanie brings up the fact that she had spoken to her ex on the phone just a couple of hours prior. He then says an argument began to break out when it was brought up that he would be going on a culinary trip for 2 weeks to New York. Russell then says Stephanie goes into the bedroom, comes back out, and is now holding a gun that she has literally never touched in her life before. He says she cocks the gun and says to him, "Russell, I'm gonna shoot you." He says he puts his hands up and says, "Steph, whoa, what are we doing here?" The gun was a .44 Magnum revolver. He says Stephanie fires a shot and misses him. He then essentially follows her or chases her into the bedroom where a confrontation takes place, where they are struggling with the gun, and then it just goes off. He said they were close together. When police ask him, "Did you shoot her?" he says this.
Did you go in there and take the gun from her, and did you shoot her?
No, I did not.
Did she go in there and shoot herself?
No, I won't say she shot herself, and I won't say I shot her.
Russell seems to be very unsure, and again, he is not emotional at all. He then tells police openly that after she was shot, he didn't know what to do with the gun and he didn't want to be blamed for her murder. So he took the gun and put it away. Then he thought to himself, nope, that's stupid, and so he took the gun back out. So, forensically, again, Stephanie was shot in the left side of her neck. There was gunshot residue on her left palm. But Stephanie is right-hand dominant. And instinctively, if you're going to be picking up a gun to fire at someone, without even thinking, you tend to use your dominant hand to do so. But obviously, it's not impossible. But according to Russell, she did fire one shot before the second one. That could explain the gunshot residue on her palm. But there will be no way to determine whether or not she fired both shots based on that residue on her palm. On September 3rd, 1993, Russell comes back in for more questioning. And now he changes his story.
I don't think there was a struggle. The struggle was my own struggle. I wanted to grab her. I wanted to stop. Why'd you shoot him? Stop the madness. Why did all this happen? You never gave me the chance. What happened? I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I may know. It'll come to me so. I don't think I ever put my hands on her.
Now he's saying they were far apart and there wasn't a struggle? So police tried to recreate the angle of the gunshot through her neck as if one person did that, and they had a really hard time recreating it. They said they were able to recreate it, however, if there was another person involved struggling with the gun. But why would he change his story and lie about that? The coroner determined that Stephanie was likely in a defensive posture when the gunshot went off. They determined that it was pretty obvious that this was not a suicide, that this was a homicide. So this is the report with regards to the gunshot residue on Stephanie's hand. But here's the thing. They did not test Russell's hands at all for gunshot residue. That is very shitty police work. And now we'll never know. Okay, so they look into the phone records from that evening. This 8:06 p.m. phone call was when Stephanie was talking to her ex. And then at 11:20 p.m., after Russell is admittedly back in the house, another phone call is made to the ex, but the ex never answers. The 911 call was placed at 1:40 a.m., but Russell makes a call at 1:36 a.m. to some location in Glendale, Arizona. Doesn't last long, then he calls 911. What was that about? So what this can indicate, again, this is allegedly, is that when Russell came home after 11 p.m., he pressed redial on the phone and found out who Stephanie talked to. And then he instigated the conversation with Stephanie with regards to her ex. Now, according to Nikki, her daughter, the phone call between Stephanie and her ex lasted maybe an hour and a half, possibly up to 2 hours. Stephanie had been talking about how unhappy she was in this relationship with Russell. And on that phone call, the two of them discuss getting back together. And Stephanie says, I'm going to leave Russell. And, I'll get back with you. It does need to be said that Stephanie was not cheating on Russell. Even if she was, you don't kill a person over it. But police never had enough evidence to charge Russell with anything. Gee, maybe if they tested his hands. Maybe if they dug deeper into that 11:20 p.m. phone call to the ex. And why was he calling someone else before police after she's been shot? Stephanie's mom said that Russell was abusive towards Stephanie. That Stephanie had told her mom about 50 incidents where Russell was physically or emotionally abusive. Stephanie, for her health and safety and for the safety of her children, was trying to get out. And Russell didn't like that. Russell Peterson has never been charged with connection to this case. They say they have insufficient evidence. After the first couple of months, he never spoke to police really again. He dodged their calls, never made appointments when they made appointments, for more interviews. And he just went about his life. To me, it sounds like Russell killed her out of anger and jealousy over her talking to her ex. It sounds like he was a controlling and abusive man who suddenly realized he had lost control. Stephanie never touched that gun ever in her life. Why all of a sudden, with kids literally feet from them? Stephanie, her daughter, her family, they are all still waiting for justice. And they will not give up until that justice finally comes. The absolutely terrifying image you see behind me is that of a man who is desperately trying to cosplay as the Kroger brand version of Thanos. This is the well overdone Steve Berger of Tennessee, a pastor. It is very possible, allegedly, that Steve Berger helped orchestrate the murder of an 18-year-old boy named Grant Solomon. Click the Granting Gracie playlist below if you want to catch up on this. You see, in 2018, Grant Solomon would attempt to go to Steve Berger with regards to the fact that his, at the time, 11-year-old sister had been sexually assaulted by their father, the pimple on a camel's testicle, Aaron Solomon. He kidnapped his 2 children, dragged them across state lines from Tennessee to North Carolina, where he sexually assaulted 11-year-old Gracie Solomon in a hotel room. This is after years of repeated abuse against his children and also his wife, Angie Solomon. You see, Aaron and Captain Un-America here, they're chums, they're buds, they're friends. And if Grant was going to expose Aaron Solomon for being the absolute creepy monster that he is, well, that's going to damage his reputation as well. Because this used lint roller is also a creep. And he's part of a network of creeps. So, it's widely speculated that after that 2018 meeting with Grant Solomon, he then probably worked alongside Aaron Solomon to orchestrate the murder of Grant, which later would happen in 2020. This is the mugshot of my buddy George. By the way, you slay in this mugshot. I just want you to know you look badass. Otherwise known on TikTok as Walt is my middle name, this is his page. He has constantly called out people like Steve Berger and the abundantly toothy Amy Curle. Maybe save some teeth for the rest of us, champ. If you've been following along, you know that she was recorded alongside another fellow co-worker of hers, Rona Branson, basically after Gracie Solomon had told them about the sexual assault, where they basically said, we need to push this under the rug. Squash it, get rid of it, don't talk about it, we're not going to police. Because we're going to continue to allow Aaron Solomon to walk on campus even though we know he's a sexual assaulter of children. She's a mandatory reporter. She did not report, it's against the law. She broke the law. She should be arrested. But George called her out. Didn't threaten her at all. But she had police go to his apartment. By the way, nobody knew where George lived. He wasn't on the lease. His name isn't on it. So he was basically in hiding, which means they found him. They somehow found him. This guy who looks like a twice-fired chemistry teacher, and this guy who looks like an entire bag of moldy douche, well, knocked on George's door and basically harassed him. Got to a point where George turned himself in. He was basically charged with harassment charges against Amy Curle. By the way, this is in a different jurisdiction. So this makes it even weirder. Please get off my screen. Yeah, that's not better. You see, George goes hard after this guy, which is doing him a favor because nobody should ever be hard for this guy. He's a very powerful man, very rich, got a lot of connections. Governor of Tennessee, Bill Lee, the police, other politicians, high-ranking officials. He's probably got dirt on them. So he's probably puppeting them to do his bidding. You know, like a 4th-tier Disney villain. Well, after George was arrested and, did the mugshot, he was released. He has, I believe, a hearing in November. The GoFundMe to help him with legal fees is in the link tree in my bio. Well, George and his boyfriend, they were stalked.
I got Ethan filming.
Turn your camera on. Now.
On his phone or my phone?
Who's with you?
Ethan, turn your camera on. Film him.
Film him.
It's creepy.
I'm scared. Why'd you come up and arrest me?
Tweedledum and Tweedledouche, maybe that was them, I'm not really sure. But they were basically following George's boyfriend as they were walking around their neighborhood, walking the dog. Multiple police cars just sort of slowly creeping on them, watching their every move. Yeah, that's harassment. Yeah. Not exactly a good look, stalking 2 gay men walking their dog peacefully, but hell, it is Tennessee, and your strings are being pulled by this man, who likes to threaten and harass anyone who calls him out. He's also kind of gotten to Bama Blue Dot, another person on this app. Now, her and George and Angie and Gracie, they're all pretty much in his neck of the woods of the country. I'm all the way across the country, well, kind of, in Arizona. Now, my old page had 3 million followers, and I got millions and millions of views on this person's story. Not to mention the countless other creators in this app who've also gotten millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of views on this story. It's been so big that Nancy Grace now has the story, which means that this could become not just a nationwide story, but possibly worldwide. So if you, Steve Berger, want to harass and threaten anyone calling you out, please go ahead and do me as well. You see, because I'm someone, I don't have, don't really have much going on in my life, so that means I don't give a fuck. But I will say, if someone like George or Bama Blue Dot or Angie or Gracie or anyone in connection with this so much as stubs their toe, gets an infection and dies from it, well, it's Steve Berger. He did it. Or the mother of dragon teeth, Amy Curle. Or this discarded bottle of Zima Aaron Solomon. All of them should be investigated. All of them. But not in Tennessee, because that would just be, well, stupid. Maybe the federal authorities should know. Maybe major networks like Investigation Discovery, CBS, NBC, all of them should know about it. So that plenty of people know exactly who harmed anyone involved in this. Sit and spin, bud. Hello, true crimeers. This is the unsolved murder case of Sue Ellen Evans. Viewer discretion is advised. Sue Ellen Evans was born on April 1st, 1944, and that was in Cottle Creek Township in North Carolina. In the summer of 1965, Sue Ellen was studying here at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. She was taking summer classes, and those classes were primarily in home economics. Sue Ellen was working hard so that she can get enough credits because she wanted to go to the University of North Carolina at Greensboro. She was described as a really friendly young woman, always happy. She made friends like that, and no one could say a bad thing about her. Unfortunately, whatever dreams and aspirations she had would all come to an end in 1965. It was June 30th, 1965. At approximately 12:30 p.m. that afternoon, she had just finished a class. She spoke to a friend, then she went to go talk to a professor. Then she would take a shortcut through the Coker Arboretum, something she did all the time, to get to the dorms. Sue Ellen was actually planning to go back to her hometown here in just a couple of days. What happens next, I'm a little confused on, especially when it comes to the witness accounts. So apparently witnesses would see Sue Ellen, get grabbed by an unknown assailant. Some people say they thought they saw her talking to this man. But then apparently what happens now, it must have happened really fast, because apparently this assailant attempted to sexually assault her. She refused, she was scratching and she was fighting back when this unknown man took out a knife and stabbed her. He stabbed her twice in her neck and then once directly through her heart. Witnesses saw this man running away very fast and then saw Sue Ellen basically staggering out of the bushes and then collapse to the ground. Apparently, she said, "He tried to sexually assault me. I believe I'm going to faint." She would then be pronounced dead just a little while later. Initially, there were reports that the assailant was a black man. This being 1965, it probably just felt easier for people to say that. But then in recent years, that seems to have changed, meaning no one really knows what the assailant actually looked like. No one really saw the person up close. It just happened all so fast. But it was probably easy for some people to say, oh, just go look for a black guy. They have interrogated several people. They apparently had big suspects, but were never able to link them to the murder. They did scrape under her fingernails, but I guess they've never tested the DNA, or it's come up with nothing. Now, 58 years later, nobody knows who killed Sue Ellen Evans. Sadly, this may be a mystery that may never get solved. A psychic would help turn this unsolved mystery into a no longer unsolved mystery. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Susan Jacobson. Viewer discretion is advised. This case actually aired on Unsolved Mysteries when they were doing a segment on a particular psychic. It aired on May 6, 1988. Susan Jacobson was born on February 5th, 1962. And she lived with her family in Staten Island, New York. On May 15th, 1976, the 14-year-old girl would go for a job interview at an ice cream parlor. But Susan never got home, and that was obviously extremely alarming. So the police were notified right away, but the police said she probably just ran away from home, she'll be back soon. And the police just weren't really taking this seriously, so her parents contacted a psychic they heard about named Dorothy Allison. Dorothy had never met them, they had never met her. So Dorothy goes to the home that the family lived in. She asks them, what does the number 2562 mean? Well, February 5th, 1962. That was Susan's birthday. She then says, well, what about the number 405? Her parents said, well, that's strange because Susan was born at 405. Then she asks, what does the letters M-A-R mean? And at that point, the parents had no idea. And then she says, I had a vision, I saw what happened. She said it was Susan's 16-year-old boyfriend, who was originally born in London, England, but moved to the States when he was just 6 years old. His name is Dempsey Hawkins. The police wouldn't work with the psychic. And again, they just weren't doing much. So the parents began investigating themselves. Dorothy said in her vision she also smelt oil. She saw 2 sets of church steeples, dual smokestacks, and then swamps and marshes. The parents look everywhere, anywhere they can find, but they come up with nothing. And then the parents find out from locals of a place called the Down Back. It was an abandoned World War I shipyard. When they got there, they noticed a large rock with red lettering that said M-A-R, just like Dorothy saw. But the parents didn't find her body. And then 2 years later, in that exact same location, about 100 yards away, 2 young boys found a body in an oil drum. That body was later confirmed to be that of Susan Jacobson. From where her body was, you could see the rock that said M-A-R. There were 2 large smokestacks. You can even see the church steeples. And the oil she smelled was from the oil drums. Police then got a tip from one of Dempsey's cousins. Dempsey had confessed to him that he strangled Susan with a t-shirt, the fabric. So he was arrested and charged with her murder, which he pled not guilty to. Testimony would be introduced that Susan was wanting to leave her boyfriend and that Dempsey did not like that. And so they fought, and then he strangled her to death with a shirt. He then put her into the oil drum and buried her in this well. So he was convicted and sentenced to 22 years to life. Because he was 16 years old at the time of the murder, he was allowed that option for parole. He tried for parole first in 2000, and then a few years later, and then a few years later, and a few years later, and he was denied. Until 2017. That time, he was given parole under one condition. He was to be deported back to where he was born in England. And that's exactly what happened. So in 2017, he was released from prison and sent back to England, and he is never allowed to return to the United States. He is not allowed to contact Susan's family, and he is not allowed to profit in any way off of this case. But he was given a second chance. Glad to know he won't be killing anyone here in the United States. But, hey, they're in London, England, you might want to watch out. It took them 29 years to find out who she was. Now the question is, who put her head in that park? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Ina Jane Doe. Viewer discretion is advised. It was January 27th, 1993, and it was at the Wayne Fitzgerald State Park, and this is near Ina, Illinois. 2 younger girls were walking in the park when they saw something in one of the bushes. And it was kind of on the side of a road within the park. That item that they saw was a human head. Essentially, it was just the skull, so it was like skeletal remains. The rest of that individual's body was never really found. So all they really had to work on was the skull. They were able to tell it was the skull of a female. And they would initially come up with this sketch, which obviously, back then is probably the best they could do. Then they did the whole, the clay molds thing to see if they can better replicate what the individual may look like. And this is what they came up with. The reason why the head is tilted in this way is because I guess they thought that this individual had an issue with their muscles or something like that caused their head to tilt to the left. But no one ever identified her. No one recognized her. And no one recognized her based on this image either. And so for the next 29 years, her case just went cold. So 29 years later, they reopen her cold case. They have a team of forensic specialists extract DNA from the skull, and they come up with a more, modern image of what the individual may have looked like. But they also run it through the genealogical database and, all that fancy stuff they do now. And they finally came up with a hit. Through that genealogical testing, they came to this woman, Susan Lund. She was 25 years old in 1992 when she disappeared. She lived here in this apartment building with her husband, and they had 3 children. She left the apartment on Christmas Eve 1992 to go walk to the store, and the young mother never came home. She was reported missing pretty much right away, but their investigation really led nowhere. They assumed she just ran off. At one point they suspected, well, maybe her husband did something to her. But the thing is they can prove he was home the entire night she disappeared. He certainly wasn't decapitating her and disposing her body in Illinois, because they lived in Tennessee. So there was no way he did anything to her. So while one mystery is solved, another one remains. The stranger part is that when they found her head, they determined she had been killed about 2 weeks prior to being found, which means she was alive for 2 weeks. They based that off of the fact that this was a busy park and the head was located in an area that people had walked by all the time, and so surely someone would have noticed it. But then you can use that same logic because they said she was decapitated 2 weeks prior to being found, so that's still 2 weeks where her head is in these bushes. Unless the killer threw her head in there, literally just maybe a day or so before all of this. But was Susan truly alive for 2 weeks before she was killed and decapitated? Nobody knows. The mystery is what happened to her that Christmas Eve night in 1992 when she went to the store. Was she kidnapped? Did she run away with someone who was obviously the wrong person? I think they lean more towards she was probably abducted. But then if that 2-week theory is true, what was happening in that first 2 weeks? Because this is a month after she disappeared is when she's found. And with the husband basically being cleared, they don't have anyone else. So if you have any information about the disappearance, abduction, and murder of Susan Lund, please contact the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department at 618-244-8004. And perhaps you can help solve this mystery. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tammy Beetler. Viewer discretion is advised. This case happens in Lorain, Ohio, and unfortunately there is virtually no coverage of it. Even the Lorain Police Department doesn't have a photo of Tammy on their website. However, there is a book called Who Killed Cleveland, Ohio, 15 Cold Case Unsolved Murders by Jack Swint that does talk about the story. And that's where I was able to find this photo of Tammy and her family. Tammy Beetler was a married woman with 2 children. She had William and Amanda. So she was currently married to Dale, and that's who is Amanda's father, but William has a different father. It was February 10th, 1995. Dale had been at work, and the 2 kids were at school. Witnesses said they saw Tammy walking into her home sometime around 12 p.m., and around 12:30 they heard the sound of both of their dogs barking. The barking was relentless. It wouldn't stop, which was unusual. When the kids arrived home from school, the front door was locked, so they actually went around the corner to their grandma's house, and then Dale got home just before 5 p.m. So at that point, Dale and the kids walk into the house, and they find the body of Tammy Beetler. She had been stabbed with something and also beaten. There were 46 different injuries to her body that led to her death. From the get-go, investigators believed that this had to be someone that Tammy and the family knew and knew well enough that Tammy would let them into their house because there was no forced entry. The front door was still locked. Tammy had not been sexually assaulted. Nothing was stolen from the home. The home was in relatively normal condition. Because Dale was at work and they confirmed he was at work, they were able to essentially rule him out, but not totally clear him. He did come off as, very upset, genuinely upset about the death of his wife. This was described as a relatively normal, peaceful family that everyone seemed to like. They never caused any issues in the neighborhood. Tammy's mom would say that this particular neighborhood wasn't exactly the best. You know, her mom was kind of concerned about the family living in this particular neighborhood, but was there anyone in that neighborhood who would do something as horrible as this? Police got tips, but they never really led to anything. At one point, they once again kind of suspected Dale or maybe some of his friends, but they never had evidence. Dale was later arrested for possessing a firearm and drug paraphernalia, but there was still no connection to the murder of his wife with him, and it seems like he was pretty much cleared. Tammy had no enemies. I believe they looked into her ex-husband and came up with nothing. No one knows why this happened or who did it. If you have any information, please submit a tip to the Ohio Attorney General's website. She stabbed her 46 times. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tawny Baird. Viewer discretion is advised. Tawny was born on June 17th, 1993 in Salt Lake City, Utah. Her friends and family would describe her as a really sweet girl. She had a laugh that would fill the hearts of everyone. She was dedicated to everything and everyone in her life. She was loyal and forgiving. But Tawny, as a teenager, would see her, share of trouble. When she was 17, she would end up being charged with possession, basically, of drugs. And this led to her being in a behavioral health treatment center where she would meet a woman named Victoria Mendoza. Victoria Mendoza had a rough background. She got into trouble a lot. She was also dealing with the trauma of her mom battling cancer, which eventually her mom would lose her life to cancer. But in this facility, the two of them would bond and they would end up becoming girlfriends. At first they seemed like a really happy, very fun couple. They seemed to love each other very much. But some friends would describe the relationship as being kind of tumultuous. Victoria had issues with jealousy. She was always afraid that Tawny was going to start liking boys. And while it's never been confirmed that Tawny cheated on Victoria, Victoria cheated on Tawny. Victoria Mendoza made this apology video on YouTube, which you can actually still see, and Tawny took her back. Tawny took her back a couple of times. She forgave her a couple of times. There was one time where Victoria even punched her in the face, and she forgave her. That brings us to October 17th, 2014. Victoria and Tawny would drive a friend home after hanging out that night, and all of a sudden, kind of in the middle of the night, 911 gets a panicked phone call that there is a young woman murdered inside of a car. The Ogden, Utah police arrived and they found Tawny Baird in the passenger seat of the vehicle, and she had been stabbed to death. Victoria Mendoza was in the driver's seat. Victoria was covered in blood. The coroner would discover that Tawny was stabbed 46 times in her hands, her arms, her face, her neck, her chest, and one of her ears. Victoria was arrested, and she said that her and Tawny had been in a fight over some guy. But police soon found out that she had been pretty abusive towards Tawny over the years. Victoria's friends and family said that Victoria was a really sweet girl, but stabbing someone 46 times isn't so sweet. First, she would plead not guilty, then would eventually plead guilty, and she was sentenced to 16 years to life. Her friends and family say she deserves to be forgiven. What the fuck was that? Wow. This ride looks thrilling. Oh, you're going so fast. Look out, look out, look out! Oh my god, I'm gonna crash. Oh, thank god it faded to black before you died. So exciting. So thrilling. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Deaths at Theme Parks. Viewer secretion. Lights, camera, action park. Ow, god damn it, I hurt myself. Leave it to action park to hurt people, leave it in the freaking afterlife. Because it's dead, this place is dead. Action Park is also affectionately known as Class Action Park. There has been at least 6 deaths and many, many, many injuries from this place. That's going to happen when you have rides like whatever the fuck this was. Is that a caterpillar's penis? One of its popular attractions was the Alpine Slide. 2,700 feet long, or 820 meters. It was placed just underneath their fun little ski lift. You would sit on a little sled and you would control its movements, and it had a handbrake. The track was made of concrete, fiberglass, and asbestos. Yum. And when the handbrakes on the little sleds failed, it hurt a lot of people. But on a serious note, the ride did take one life. 19-year-old George Larson. He got on one of the sleds to go down Alpine Slide. He was there at Action Park with a friend. Sadly, the sled he was on, the handbrake was broken. There was a point when his sled was going fast and he tried to use the brake, but it was broken, and so it didn't do anything. This caused his sled to fly off of the track. He then fell and rolled down a hill, where unfortunately he came into contact with a large rock and he smashed his head into that rock. It was a catastrophic injury to his skull and his brain, and he went into a coma. But George would never wake up. He would eventually succumb to the injuries, and he died in the hospital. The park's owner lied to the media, stating that George was an employee there and he was riding the sled at night when it was raining. He lied because he wouldn't have to report the death to the state if it was an employee. Just one of the many future lawsuits. This happened in 1980. Between 1984 and 1985, this ride caused 14 bone fractures and 26 head injuries. This roller coaster accident sounds like it came straight from a Final Destination movie. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Deaths at Theme Parks. Viewer discretion is advised. We're going way back in time for this one to Krug Park, which was in Omaha, Nebraska. This place opened in 1895, back when I was in the 3rd grade. Admission was 15 cents and repeating rides cost you a dime. I think you have to pay $4,000 just to breathe the air from Disneyland. This occurred back before color existed in the world and everything was black and white. But this was the Big Dipper. It was by far Krug Park's most popular attraction. But on July 24th, 1930, one of the deadliest roller coaster accidents in American history would happen. The train that passengers would ride on consisted of 4 separate cars. On this particular day, it was climbing up the 35-foot incline. Little did anyone know there was a loose bolt, and it caused the brake shoe of the lead car, I guess, to get caught in the rear wheels. And at about that 35-foot mark, when this occurred, the lead car came off the track and moved to the side, and it crashed through the side railing. And then that front car began to teeter over the edge as the other 3 cars were still hanging on to the track. And then slowly that lead car is weighing it down, and so it's kind of slowly pulling the other 3 cars along with it. The passengers didn't know what to do. I mean, they couldn't just jump because they would fall. There really wasn't anywhere for them to go. And then that first car pulled down, then the second car, then the third car, and the fourth car all went flying off of the track. And it catapulted to the ground about 35 to 40 feet down, landing on the concrete below. The carts would flip as they were falling down, and it rotated, and the whole thing landed upside down. So basically the people inside, they flipped with it, obviously, and they were crushed by the carts. Unbelievably, most of the people on the carts survived. 17 people were seriously injured, very badly. Broken bones, fractures, you name it. However, 4 people were not so lucky. Those 4 people were not only crushed by the carts, but they landed directly on the concrete, and a combination of all of it led to their deaths. The disaster was blamed on poor upkeep. And because of this incident, Omaha, Nebraska essentially banned roller coasters from being operated in that area. I'm assuming that's since been reversed. But this is like a scene straight from a movie. That had to be terrifying. It was Halloween night and she was dressed as Betty Boop. Unfortunately, it would be her last night alive. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tina Mayberry. Viewer discretion is advised. Eunice Martina Mayberry, who would go by Tina to everyone, she was born on June 22nd, 1964. From what I can see, she lived her entire life in Atlanta, Georgia. It was Halloween night 2002. Tina was attending a costume function here at Gibson's Bar and Restaurant, and that was in Douglasville, Georgia. Tina was dressed as one of her favorite characters, Betty Boop, and she had a wonderful evening. But the evening wound down and she was getting ready to go home. So Tina, she walks out of Gibson's bar and literally, I guess a few moments later, she thrusts herself back into the bar, stumbles in and collapses to the ground, and she is now just drenched in blood. She had been stabbed many times. By the time the ambulance arrived, she was already dead. And no one saw or heard a thing, which is crazy because it was Halloween night. So like there are a lot of people out, especially at the bar, and nobody saw this happen. And it just happened within minutes of her leaving because she came right back in. She was not sexually assaulted. Nothing was stolen from her. This appeared to be a random person walked up to another random person, stabbed her numerous times, and then fled. And that's literally it. That's where the case ends because they've never solved it. They exhausted every lead they could think of. They interviewed every single person at that bar. They canvassed the area. They looked for witnesses. They found nothing. And then randomly, a few months later, this man confesses to her murder. This is Jeremy Bryan Jones. He is a self-proclaimed serial killer. I can cover him in more detail in a different video. He was convicted of the murder of 45-year-old Lisa Nichols, and that was in Turnerville, Alabama. Jeremy Bryan Jones was sentenced to death for her murder. He had confessed to murders in multiple states, including Oklahoma, Louisiana, California, Alabama, Georgia, and they were able to kind of corroborate a couple of them may have actually been him based on the information he gave. But the thing about Tina Mayberry's murder is that his MO tended to be sexual assault. She wasn't. The way she was killed was not his style. And police, they really looked into this and they could not find any evidence to support that he killed her. And because of that, her case has now remained unsolved. If you have the information, please contact the police in Atlanta. Meanwhile, he's still waiting to be executed. Police in Garibaldi, Oregon are asking for the public's help in trying to locate a missing man. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tommy A. White. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, there really isn't a lot of information about this case, especially with regards to the circumstances. But Tommy was born on July 15th, 2002, and he is living in Garibaldi, Oregon. Just the other day, because I'm filming this in October, it was October 14th, 2023, so about a week ago. Tommy would leave his home and his family said he appeared to be very distraught, in particular about some personal issue that occurred the night before. But Tommy, the 21-year-old, has not come home, which is completely out of character. He didn't show up to his scheduled shift at work. Again, very unusual for him. So he was reported missing by the family on October 15th, so the very next day. And this is when I guess they got a tip or some information that he had been seen at a Chevron station, here at the Garibaldi Chevron station. He was seen there after 10 p.m. on October 14th, so the night he left his home. And this is him right here, making a purchase of what, I'm not sure. It sounds like everything seems normal in this interaction, but I don't know if police have all of the details about this at this point. But this is where the trail ends. They don't know where he is now. Tommy A. White is 21 years old. He is about 5'6". He has blue eyes and dark blonde short hair. There is a good chance he is out there hopefully safely somewhere. But this is just completely out of character, and this is just very, concerning. So, if you have any information about the location of Tommy A. White, please contact the detective working on this case at 503-815-3379. If you know where he is, his family needs to know. The police need to know. So please help this family get some kind of reassurance that Tommy is okay, and help bring him back home. Hello, true crimerers. I have an unfortunate update on a missing person whose case I covered just the other day, Tommy A. White. If you click the comment, you can go back to the original video. Unfortunately, he has been found and he is deceased. A body was found floating in Tillamook Bay in Oregon yesterday, which was Thursday, October 26th. And this was roughly 2 weeks or so after he was officially reported missing. They have not released his official cause of death, but the police there have said that they don't believe foul play is suspected. So I don't know if that means they know his cause of death and that's what they're basing it off of, or if, as of right now in their investigation, they're just not 100% sure if foul play was suspected or not. He left his home on October 14th, appearing to be very distraught. He was then seen later on that night on CCTV at a gas station. Did not appear to be distressed, but how he ended up in Tillamook Bay, I'm not sure. My thoughts go out to his family. This was an unfortunate outcome. Someone tried to assassinate an entire family while they were out trick-or-treating, and police are still wondering who pulled the trigger. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tony Bagley. Viewer discretion is advised. Tony DeMar Bagley was born on September 6, 1987, and he lived with his family in Las Vegas, Nevada. It was Halloween night, 1994. 7-year-old Tony was dressed up as a skeleton. He was beyond excited to go trick-or-treating with his family. Tony would go trick-or-treating that particular evening with his sister, his mom, and his aunt. And he was looking forward to getting a lot of candy, as any kid would be on Halloween night. The sun had gone down, it was dark, and the family was walking down Engelstad Street in North Las Vegas. All of a sudden, a man pops out from the center of the street of this neighborhood, and it's very dark, so it's really hard to see who it is. Well, he lifts up a gun and he begins to fire at this family, and he manages to actually hit all 4 people that were trick-or-treating in this family. Tony's mom was struck in the chest, his aunt was shot once in the leg, and his sister was shot and apparently needed emergency surgery, and she would recover. In fact, all 3 of them would recover. But Tony, this 7-year-old boy, just trick-or-treating, was shot in the back of the head. He would actually survive for about 3 or 4 days, but they were unable to save him, and he died. The only description they had of this man that the family gave was that the person was an African-American male, approximately 5'8". But it was so dark outside and the street wasn't well lit, they just really couldn't make out any other details of this person. But this person got into a car that was waiting for him, and they sped away. And he's never been caught. There was speculation that this may be related to Tony's father, Anthony Bagley, that Anthony may have been the intended target, but he wasn't there. Anthony lived a life in the drug world. So there's this theory that maybe that Anthony's family was targeted because maybe Anthony didn't pay back money that was owed. Police investigated this as thoroughly as, I guess, possible, but they never could link that angle. Tony's case would go on America's Most Wanted, where they put up a $100,000 reward, but they never got any tips. And Tony's murder has never been solved. Tony's father, Anthony, would actually later be convicted of a totally separate murder related to the drug world. But again, they were never able to find any concrete links to that, to Tony's murder. If you have any information on this case, please call 702-633-9999. 9111. It took 16 years for this to become a no longer unsolved mystery. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tracy Wofford Bunn. Viewer discretion is advised. Tracy Suzanne Wofford was born on March 2nd, 1963 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. In 1986, she would get married to a man named Solomon Bunn. Their marriage lasted about 2 years. Unfortunately, in 1988, their marriage just began to have cracks, and eventually they would separate. But it seemed like it was a pretty amicable divorce. But after she divorced Solomon, Tracy would actually move to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where her sister was. Soon after moving to Baton Rouge, she got herself a new job at a restaurant, and she got a boyfriend. Which takes us to March 31st, 1989. Tracy's boyfriend had dropped her off at work, and then the boyfriend, along with one of his friends, were driving around town in her car. Tracy got off at midnight, and the boyfriend was supposed to pick her up, but he was a no-show. She calls him, and he basically tells her, yeah, the gear shift in your car broke off. This made her pretty mad, and so she left work and walked to the cousin's house where he was now at, and this was about a half a mile. There was a brief argument between Tracy and the boyfriend, and she ended up saying, give me the keys, and then I'm going to go walk to my car and drive you back to my apartment. And that's exactly what she did, according to the boyfriend. The following morning, Tracy's vehicle was found in the parking lot of her apartments when someone walked up and noticed someone was in it. This is a screenshot of a recreation from Unsolved Mysteries, but Tracy was sitting in the passenger seat of her own vehicle, and it appears she was asleep. But the person who saw her realized quickly she was not asleep, so they called police. Tracy had been murdered. She had been strangled to death, and the coroner determined she had also been sexually assaulted. Something else unusual, the coroner found second-degree burns on her body, like on her thighs, and I believe on her arms, and they had no idea where they came from. So based on the boyfriend's account, they determined that Tracy got into her car around 12:30 in the morning, and then at approximately 2 a.m., witnesses saw Tracy driving her car into the parking lot where she was eventually found. But then there were no witnesses to see what exactly happened to her then. Investigators believed that whoever did this forced themselves in her vehicle right as she pulled up, possibly threatened her with a weapon, sexually assaulted her, and then strangled her to death, and then left her in her car. The boyfriend and his cousin and friends were interviewed, and they were polygraphed, and they all passed, and they were cleared. There was DNA left behind, but it would take 16 years to identify who it belonged to. And it was a completely random person named Freddie McKinley. They did not know each other prior. He was a convicted sexual assaulter, but he died in prison in 2002. A peanut allergy would lead to one of the most unusual deaths. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was 20-year-old Miriam Ducré-Lemay, and she lived in the Montreal, Canada area. In October of 2012, she, along with her new boyfriend, would go to a party. Miriam, when they went to the party, unfortunately did not bring her EpiPen or her medical alert bracelet. This is because she had a severe peanut allergy. She just probably thought she wouldn't really need those things. And it did not sound like her boyfriend knew of this peanut allergy she had. After the party was over, Miriam and her new boyfriend would go back to his place. Miriam was going to be sleeping over, and so she was getting ready for bed. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, her boyfriend is making himself a late-night snack, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, which he eats completely. He then goes to the bathroom where he brushes his teeth. Then he kisses Miriam because they are a couple. Within literally a minute or two, Miriam begins to have some severe shortness of breath. She was really struggling to breathe. So she did have her inhaler with her, which she takes out of her purse and tries to use it, but that is not helping the issue at all. It just seems to be getting worse. So she asks him, as best as she could, did you eat peanuts? Where he said, yes, I just had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That's when she realized that this was because of her peanut allergy. The residue of the peanuts from the peanut butter was still apparently on his lips. So she goes into anaphylactic shock. But unfortunately, she did not bring her EpiPen with her, nor did she have her medical alert bracelet on her, Basically, that would have let him know what was going on. So an ambulance was called, but by the time they got there, unfortunately, Miriam was pronounced dead. She went into cardiopulmonary arrest, which then led to cerebral anoxia, which is where your brain is deprived of oxygen. And so now her mom just wants everyone to know her story just as more of like a cautionary tale. You know, if you have any kind of allergy like this, always, always, always have your EpiPen on you, no matter what. And always have your medical alert bracelet on, because unfortunately, you just never know what situation may come up. You know, her mom would say that she almost always had her EpiPen on her, and this one time she doesn't, this happens. Everything was going so well in Miriam's life. Her mom said that, you know, Miriam's new boyfriend, Miriam said that she was just so much in love. Her mom would say that this is like really the first time she saw Miriam with these big, bright, happy eyes. And really it just goes to show you how severe these allergies can be. I'm sure the boyfriend feels absolutely horrific. This poor woman would die in one of the most absolutely worst deaths imaginable. Hello, true crimerers. This is the story of Sally Baldwin. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, Sally is a 62-year-old mother of two. She was a sociology professor at the University of York, which is in England. She had been divorced from her husband, but they, together, I guess, were on a trip to Italy. So in October of 2003, they were in Italy. They were specifically going to Rome, and they found their way to the Tiburtina railway station. So I guess they have moving walkways, which the ones I'm used to are flat, but I guess the ones there are at an incline. So kind of like an escalator, but not with the stairs. Sally and her group were on this walkway. Sally got to the end, and there was a panel right above like the rollers. When she stepped on it, she collapsed. The next thing anyone knows is they hear the blood-curdling screams of a woman, and they all turn and they see Sally, who's being dragged into this mechanism. Like, you have these big metallic rollers with teeth that are, you know, creating the movement of this walkway. She got stuck and dragged into this. And the horror that those people witnessed and that Sally went through, it's horrendous. So it's basically slowly taking her in, and people, there is one of the gentlemen and the husband are trying to get her and pull her up, and she is screaming in agony. Her bones and everything are just being crushed. One of the gentlemen who worked there was trying to pull her out. He got his hand stuck in there and it broke his wrist. He then was trying to use his foot as leverage, but then the rollers took his foot and sucked him in, and it shattered his leg. But he was able to, pull it out. But Sally, she went through this, and she died a slow and horrific death. By the time, the ambulance arrived, she was already dead. And so this is them treating the man who broke his bones. They found out that 2 hours earlier, a man reported that the panel was loose and he almost fell into it. They knew this 2 hours ahead of time. They didn't fix it or put up a sign. 5 people who worked there would actually be arrested and charged with crimes related to this incident. And 2 executives were actually found guilty of manslaughter. And they were each sentenced to a little under 2 years apiece. 2 years is a slap on the wrist. She would be alive if they had just done their basic job. Okay. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the werewolf butcher. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. Pictured here was 48-year-old mother Rita Huffman and her 15-year-old daughter, Mandy. Rita, who worked as a saleswoman, was recently divorced. Amanda, who would go by Mandy, was obviously still in high school, and she was on the school softball team. And they lived in East Wenatchee, Washington. It was April of 1995 when Rita's other daughter, who did not live there, had not heard from Rita or Mandy in a couple of days, so she would go to the house to check on them. What was discovered in that house was evil. This was pure brutality, and it was gruesome. Both women had been just brutally murdered, dismembered, disemboweled, and later it was discovered that they had both also been sexually assaulted. The 15-year-old girl's head had been crushed in. The killer put a baseball bat in her private area. They also discovered that Rita's chest, her breasts had been cut off and placed on a dresser. Both had been stabbed many, many times, and their bodies essentially were cut open, exposing their organs. They counted 31 stab wounds to just Rita. There was no forced entry in the house. They discovered that the killer likely entered through an unlocked sliding glass door, but they were at a loss for who on earth, what kind of monster would do this kind of horrific thing. 2 weeks later, this disturbing looking man was arrested. A witness had placed a black truck near the house that Rita and Mandy lived in right around the time the murders would have happened. Not just once, but numerous times, almost as if this truck had been there looking at that house. Well, police would discover it belonged to this man, Jack Spillman. When his name and basically his photo were put out on the news that he was a suspect in this brutal double homicide, multiple women would come forward to police. Jack Spillman had a history of stalking women, and a few women came forward to say that he had sexually assaulted them. Others came forward to say that he exposed himself to them. He was a predator and a violent one. Jack Spillman had also been a suspect recently in a disappearance of a little girl. 7 months prior, 9-year-old Penny Davis had vanished from her home in the Tonasket, Washington area. She had a 10-year-old sister who, at the time, they were outside playing, and the sister said Penny had walked away, and then she never saw her again. The thing that made Jack Spillman a potential suspect in her disappearance was that he was living with the Davis family off and on over the course of the last year or two. He had a girlfriend in the area. They would search and search and search all over, high and low, for Penny, but they could just never find her. They had a strong suspicion that she was likely kidnapped and probably killed. But they didn't have any actual physical evidence to say that Jack Spillman was responsible for her disappearance. He was a little creepy, very unnerving around the family at times, but that wasn't enough to arrest him. But when he was arrested for the murder of Rita and Mandy, he would confess to that double homicide. He then confessed, out of nowhere, to killing Penny Davis. He said, because he was no longer living at the Davis house when this occurred, but he said he had been basically parking outside their home from afar, stalking the house because he intended to go after the 10-year-old sister. But he didn't see her that day. He saw 9-year-old Penny, so he basically said, well, I'll make do. So he lured her away, kidnapped her, brought her to a secluded area where he sexually assaulted her, and then he killed her. And he would never tell police where he buried her body. But 6 months after all of this, they discovered a child's skeletal remains, and they were able to eventually identify that child as 9-year-old Penny Davis. Because that her body was basically skeletonized, they had no way of saying exactly how she died. But they knew that it was homicide because she was buried. Jack Spillman told police that he actually moved her body several times, and they confirmed that with soil samples on the body. He said that he would unbury her to sexually assault her again. There is a wide belief that there are likely more victims of this man, that he is probably a serial killer. Well, he is one, but he may be more prolific than we think. The brutality of his killings, especially of Rita and Mandy, that's not really a first-time thing, but he's only ever pleaded guilty to 3 murders. So he would end up being convicted because he pled guilty, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. It was Halloween night, a fight would break out, and a man would vanish forever. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of William Dudley. Viewer discretion is advised. William David Dudley was born on April 12, 1958, and at the time of this case, he was living in Winchester, Virginia. From what I understand, William did get married at one point in his life, and they ended up having 3 children, but then they divorced, and then he started to date a woman named Cindy. And then he and Cindy had a daughter themselves. William was described as a good man, not perfect. He had his demons. One of those was alcohol. When he drank, he could sometimes get pretty, I don't want to say violent, but disruptive. It's Halloween night, 1993. William goes out with a few friends/relatives and has some drinks. I don't know this for 100% certainty, but I believe that at this point, William, who goes by Bill, was separated from Cindy. But Bill lived on a camper on the property that Cindy's grandmother owned. So Cindy lived in the house while Bill parked his camper down here. And then there's some more campers and mobile homes down here owned by other relatives. So at approximately 9:30 p.m. that night, Bill would call Cindy and ask if he could come over. She says, "That's not a good idea. I know you've been drinking and you can get kind of crazy when you're drunk." She asked him to not come to the house, but he did anyway. When he got to her house, he promised that he was fine and if he could come in, and so she opens the door. From this point, moving on, all we have is what Cindy and a couple other people, we have only their word. So Cindy says that for whatever reason, Bill punches Cindy in the nose. This created kind of a loud altercation. So the other relatives who lived down here heard the commotion and they go up to Cindy's house. These men had been drinking with Bill earlier that day. So they see what's happening and they were there to try to calm down the situation. One of them has a bat. So the person wielding the bat hits Bill twice, including once in the back of his head. He falls down, but he gets right back up. The 2 friends, they then leave. And Bill, he gets up and he apologizes to Cindy and tries to help wipe the blood off her face. So then I guess somehow Cindy's mom, who I guess lives nearby, heard about this commotion, and so she drives up to the property. As she's driving up, he is stumbling up to his trailer. And then he's never seen again. He just poofed into the air and has been gone forever. Now, he's done this before. He's gotten up and left the area for days on end, but then he always came back. He didn't come back this time. A couple of days goes by, and Cindy goes up to his trailer to check on him to see how he's doing, and he doesn't answer. So she goes in. His wallet is there. His keys are there. All of his belongings are there. But Bill is gone. They get a hold of Bill's mom. She hasn't seen him or heard from him either, but then she says, well, he does do this, so let's give him some time to just sort of put the incident behind him. But then all of November comes and goes, still no word from him. So by December 5th, they report him missing. Police will interview Cindy and the 2 other gentlemen who were at the house that night that were involved in the altercation. All 3 of their stories lined up. Okay, so the drive from where Bill and all the other people lived to where Cindy's mom lived was about a 4-minute drive. Now, normally, Cindy and Bill's daughter lived with Cindy, but that night she was staying with the grandma. Well, the daughter's grandma and Cindy's mom. The daughter's name is Crystal. She says she never noticed that Cindy had a broken nose at all. Bloody nose, nothing. But Roger Benner Jr. and Glenn Kearns, who were the 2 men that came with the baseball bat to break up this argument, well, Crystal says that night, those 2 men show up to where she was staying with Cindy's mom. When they showed up, Cindy's mom told Crystal to go upstairs. Crystal says one of these 2 men were angry and they were yelling. And then she overheard one of them say, quote, "I need to call my dad because the only way to get rid of Bill is to kill him." Crystal was terrified, and so she never told that to investigators until several months later. So detectives believe that Bill Dudley, William Dudley, was met with foul play that night. and that possibly the trio, Cindy and her two gentlemen friends / relatives, that they're not being totally truthful. Is it possible one of them killed him? Maybe they had enough of his drunkenness and they killed him. Unfortunately, police don't have any physical evidence to support this theory. They don't have Bill's body. They don't have blood or anything. So they can't charge anyone with anything, especially without a body. So finding Bill, wherever he may be, is key to this investigation to move forward. So police are still asking for the public's help even after all of these years. It's been like 30-ish years. If you know anything about what happened that night to William Dudley, or where he may be, whether that's alive or deceased, please call 540-662-6168. Someone has got to know something.